Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Committee on Housing. Today is Tuesday, February 22nd. The time is 9:36 a.m. and I'm calling to order this performance oversight hearing on the DC Housing Authority. Although this is only my second year as chair of the Committee on Housing, I've pushed throughout my time on the council to set aside as much of our budget as I could responsibly pay for housing vouchers. Vouchers can be powerful tools for holding communities together. For a senior citizen watching demographics shift and housing prices soar, a voucher can help her avoid being displaced from her neighborhood or pushed out of the district altogether. For a person experiencing homelessness, a voucher can be the foundation for a new life of safety and support. For a single parent, a voucher can be the lifeline that lets him keep a roof over his and his children's head. And to administer our critical voucher programs, we rely on the DC Housing Authority. DCHA is a federally recognized public housing authority. It receives hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding every year, and it passes a lot of that federal money through in the form of voucher payments to private landlords. We also use district taxpayer resources to run our own version of the housing voucher model, which we call the Local Rent Supplement Program. In addition to voucher programs, DCHA runs the district's public housing program. The agency is among DC's largest landlords. It uses federal funds to maintain and operate dozens of public housing properties. Since the federal government doesn't actually provide enough funding to maintain traditional public housing, the DC government has historically stepped in with a significant amount of local taxpayer funds. In short, DCHA plays a critical role in keeping tens of thousands of low-income Washingtonians housed. If the DC government's housing and human services system is a tent, then DCHA is its tallest pole, right in the middle, holding the whole thing up. For a long time, it was slowly rotting, and a couple years ago, it got so bad that many of us worried it might collapse. We had to step in for some emergency repairs. The highest profile account of the disaster was the sweeping report that federal regulators with the Department of Housing and Urban Development issued in fall of 2022, listing over 100 findings, observations, and recommendations. DCHA had the highest public housing vacancy rate of any large public housing authority in the country. It had a waiting list that had been closed for nearly a decade. It lacked a meaningful system to catch landlords who demanded higher rents than their apartments were really worth. Its board of commissioners and executive director lacked some important training and experience. In response, I got to work with my colleagues on the council and negotiated with the mayor to overhaul the board. I pushed for new voices and specific expertise that would help shore up the agency over a 2-year period. And I worked to impose new training and reporting requirements to respond to long-standing issues. When I became chair of this committee last year, I insisted on public transparency around internal audit and compliance matters. I led the council in passing budget legislation to require detailed annual public audits that begin this year. I pushed for the emergency accountability and training rules from 2022 to become permanent. And I worked with Chairman Mendelson to get direct dedicated funding for public housing repairs, starting with over $70 million in fiscal year 2028. Last summer, I urged the STAR board to find a new executive director with deep experience in housing matters. With my enthusiastic support, they selected Keith Pettigrew, who took office in November. Director Pettigrew had not only run another large public housing authority in our region and worked at DCHA previously during its most recent period of receivership, but also grew up in DC public housing himself. During my periodic meetings with Director Pettigrew, I've been impressed with his drive, his focus on resident experience, and his willingness to shake things up if that's what the agency needs. Over the past few months, he has been bringing in other proven leaders to help run the agency's legal department, voucher system, capital programs, construction, police force, and communications. The agency's Stabilization and Reform Board routinely demands detailed updates from the executive team, asks incisive questions about what the agency will do to meet its obligations to residents, and responds nimbly with the executive team when the executive team identifies a need for change and strategy. I appreciate the STAR Board's members' service and collaboration. In short, we spent a lot of time, energy, and political capital putting DCHA in a position to turn around, and my expectation is that a turnaround is underway. I don't intend to take my foot off the gas or breathe a sigh of relief because now we have to make all of these foundational changes turn into visible differences for residents. Historically, and very frankly, the data DCHA has kept it has been garbage. It's unreliable and not robust, and those gaps have been made clear in our own oversight on issues like public housing vacancies. Today, I could not reliably tell you how many vacant public housing units we have, but the Housing Committee, the board, and the new agency leadership have been working to start filling in those gaps. And historically, DCHA has not always been dedicated to transparency and accountability. I've worked to support internal and external checks and balances to ensure the agency is dedicated to improvement and, most importantly, to restore public trust, which is a necessary element of major reform. I'm glad we have this hearing today to check in, get a progress report, and set clear expectations. As I've done with many of the large agencies we oversee, I'm asking Director Pettigrew to lay out his top measurable goals for this year. By being goal-oriented and concrete in how we measure success, we can get on the same page about how our housing and human service agencies are progressing and measuring their progress. We have a lot more work to do, and we're going to do it. Next on our agenda, we are going to call up our public witnesses. We have 72 public witnesses and an ANC commissioner. So our panels are going to be a bit large, about panels of 12. I will not likely ask questions of everyone testifying, which is not an indication that I don't appreciate your testimony. Oftentimes the testimony is clear. I understand the points and don't have follow-up questions. So if you testify and I don't have any questions, perhaps take it as a compliment. As usual, I'm going to call up witnesses in a series of panels. We've posted a witness list to the council's hearing management system, but I'm going to need to depart from that order a bit as we go along because we can only fit 4 in-person witnesses at a time at the witness table here in the room. So please listen carefully whenever I'm calling up a new panel. And if you indicated in our sign-up form that you plan to participate virtually, but you're here in person instead, please come up and identify yourself to our team on the side of the dais that Committee Director Sean Hilgendorf is pointing to over there. When I call up witnesses who are joining over Zoom, the committee staff will promote you from attendee status to panelist status. You'll see a pop-up on your screen and you'll need to accept the promotion to join the panel. You'll drop out of the Zoom session momentarily, and when you come back in, you'll have the ability to unmute yourself. Public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify, and advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes. I always find it especially helpful when witnesses clearly lay out what they're asking for, the data supporting their arguments, any counter arguments, and why they disagree with them and their conclusions. This is not a required format, but for me as chair of this committee, it's always important that I understand the requests and the points of everyone testifying because you have taken your time to have your voice heard here, and I want to make sure all of your concerns and recommendations are clear. I'll now call up our first panel of witnesses. All right, Rico Dancy, Daniel Payalago, Rochelle Ellison, I'm sorry, Daniel Payalago is Housing Director with Empower DC. Rico Dancy is a public witness. Rochelle Ellison, Assistant Director of People for Fairness Coalition. McKenna Osborne, Policy Attorney with Children's Law Center. Linda Brown, Greenleaf resident. Karen Settles, Stoddard Terrace resident. Donna Towns, Park Morton resident. Paulette Matthews, Kelly Minor resident, Carol Holly, Highland Dwellings resident, Joan Williams, Greenleaf Senior resident, Ronald Smith, Greenleaf Senior resident, Deetris Belt, president of Berry Farms Tenants and Allies, Shanita Burton, public witness, Dana White, Director of Advocacy for Miriam's Kitchen, and Adrienne Herbert, President of Alvin Road Tenant Association. And Rico Dancy, you can begin your testimony.
Good morning, Council. Good morning. So I have to move from a place on Gale Avenue Northeast. We have a tenant downstairs doing drug activity. It is sad because I had to move from where I used to live at to where I'm currently live at. We want to know what is policy of council are doing protecting people who works. Doors 24 hours, open, close, open, close, open, close. The landlord try to do everything he can to see what can they do, what will they do, what is policy is council or DC housing. How do they hold tenants accountable when they do drugs activity, when people works like I do? You get home at 6 in the morning, 24 hours, not stopping. You go knock on the door, say, "Can you please turn it down?" Oh, man, your F business. So when you are dealing with these kind of issues, I am a deaf person living, you hear boom, 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 24 hours, not stopping. And that's why I need to address this to council today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Daniel Payalago, welcome.
Good morning, council member. Good morning, council members. My name is Daniel Del Pielago, and I work with Empower DC. We work with public housing tenants around the city on improving and maintaining DC's public housing stock. Every year, we come to you with concerns about this agency, who for years now has been embroiled in some scandal or issue. We've seen change in leadership and staff at DCHA, and in general, it has not resulted in improvements of the agency for the tenants that they serve. Today, you will hear from residents on a wide variety of housing issues that affect them and their families, mental and physical well-being. You'll hear about stalled developments, unsafe living conditions, poor communication, unresponsive, unprofessional staff, and a host of other issues. All of these issues speak to systemic issues that need to be corrected at DCHA. I will attempt to summarize these issues that have been informed by several meetings we've had recently with DCHA residents from around the city. Lack of communications need to be improved across the board. A clear example is the admissions and continued occupancy plan rollout. Residents are still unclear on these changes to DCHA's housing policies. Most communication happens at the property level. DCHA needs to improve the way their property managers and property staff disseminate information to residents. Stalled redevelopments. For years, DCHA has held up their development as a solution to the conditions of their portfolio. The problem, however, is that no development has come close to being delivered and created a possibility of return for displaced residents. People living in properties which are in a redevelopment know very little about what is happening, when they will move, when will they get a voucher, when will they return, will they be able to return, and are some of the concerns we've heard. We would like DCHA to give an update with real benchmarks and timelines that give residents an understanding of what to expect, much like Thor Nelson recently did at last year's roundtable oversight hearing on DCHA. Conditions, as you well know, poor unsafe, and healthy living conditions have plagued DCHA properties for decades now. It's central to most testimonies you hear year in and year out, and those heard at the monthly Board of Commissioners meetings. DCHA began an urgent needs campaign in which we understood all public housing units would be inspected, all housing issues detailed, and repairs would be made. To date, we have not seen significant repairs being made. I often get calls from folks saying they inspected, but nothing fixed. We need repairs made. Deferred repairs lead to properties running down, which then make a case for redevelopments, which have not played out well for affected residents. Residents have come up with suggestions that they be involved in this type of planning and overseeing how funds are being used, especially local funds. Security, many residents are concerned about the level of violence and crime on and near their properties. Oftentimes, over-policing and overreach by private security make these issues worse. Public housing residents have to be involved in finding solutions for the issues in their neighborhoods. Secure, safe buildings, better lighting will also go a long way in helping these issues. There's no clear path forward. It is unclear to many residents how DCHA is going to improve. The results of the HUD investigation have created more concerns for residents rather than relief. The same issues that have plagued this agency still exist. There is a serious lack of consistency across the board in professionalism and delivery with DCHA. This widens the trust gap that exists between residents and the agency. However, we are heartened that the new director Pettigrew is working to improve these issues. I've highlighted, we have met with him and we've discussed these issues. Public housing residents don't want to fight the agency. They want to work cooperatively to improve it. Residents hope that this marks a new start for the agency, which will result in improvements that public housing residents sorely need. Thank you, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Rochelle Ellison, welcome. You are still muted.
Oh, good
Perfect.
morning, Councilmember White,
Good morning.
members of the committee, and DC residents. My name is Rochelle Ellison. I'm currently the Assistant Director of People for Fairness Coalition. We believe housing is a human right and have a universal right to housing campaign initiative. I'm an individual with 17 years clean of being chronically homeless with co-occurring disorders that has been arrested with the help of organizations like Pathways to Housing, Miriam's Kitchen, Friendship Place, amongst being able to receive resources from DC Housing Authority and Department of Human Services. I was given a new opportunity by Pathways to Housing DC in 2008 to begin a new process on a different journey with a HUD voucher at first and switch to an LRSP voucher so that I would have the choice to move to bigger units, better neighborhoods. Housing First gave me the foundation I needed with wraparound service and the continuum of care to turn my life around. I've taken these opportunities and with hard work have been able to become a better version of myself. Today, I do not live in survival mode any longer. I'm in recovery with multiple years clean and sober, mentally baseline, with a certification as a DBA certified peer specialist. I no longer require the wraparound services of a collaborative or CSA. I do the same work in this field that helped me grow on my own personal recovery journey. I've been advocating for a moving on voucher for the past 5 years. That's in policy at HUD for DC Housing Authority to follow. But as of today, I still have the in-house PSH LRSP voucher that requires DC Housing Authority to send money to Pathways to Housing DC for my rent beyond the 30% I pay. I want the ability to become the productive member of society I know I'm ready to be and not feel like this system was made to keep me and others in a position in the poverty levels of society. I'm grateful to individuals such as DHS I was able to collaborate with as a DBA certified peer to get the housing insecure in the pandemic into housing, bridge housing, PEPV that was so much needed as a placement for the housing insecure so that they have a roof over their head while receiving medical services, community and case management for the resources that are available for them today to give them the same levels of care I received coming into the system chronically homeless and allow them to have choice and chances, reevaluate their own lives to become the best version of themselves they can be. This is one of the reasons why we need a universal right to house public policy, not only for the housing insecure, but individuals such as myself who no longer need the wraparound services that come with house PSH LRSP vouchers from DC Housing Authority to a provider, mine being Pathways to Housing DC. I have worked hard and I know I'm not the only one. I'm using my voice today to thank every agency that played a part in my elevation so far, but we still have work to do. The moving voucher must be given to those of us who no longer require wraparound services so we can become the best version of ourselves that we can be. Social and public housing still has work that needs to be done, but I do see DC Housing Authority moving in the right direction as I see individuals getting housed, but it is still taking way too long from match to lease up. We at People for Fairness Coalition have an annual memorial and vigil for those that died without the dignity of a home. And in 2023, 90 people died without the dignity of a home, and 57 of those were matched to vouchers. We still have a lot of work to do, and we have to do better. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. And thanks to everybody for staying within the times. That'll be important today. McKenna Osborne with the Children's Law Center. Welcome in person.
Good morning, Chairperson White. My name is McKenna Osborne. I'm the policy attorney at Children's Law Center and a resident of the district. I'm testifying today on behalf of Children's Law Center. Our more than 100 staff work with children, families, and partners across the district toward a future where every child can grow up with a strong foundation of family, health, and education. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today regarding the performance of the District of Columbia Housing Authority. DCHA's core mission is to provide quality, affordable housing for DC's lowest income residents. And with 12% of DC residents currently experiencing housing insecurity, mostly due to inaffordability, there is a deep need for the housing options provided by DCHA. Unfortunately, through Children's Law Center's experience working with hundreds of children and families each year who live in public housing operated by DCHA, or who receive housing vouchers administered by DCHA, we do not believe the agency is fulfilling its mission. My written testimony goes into detail about the harmful conditions our clients in public housing continue to live with and our concern with DCHA's chronic lack of responsiveness. In my time today, I'd like to focus on administrative delays preventing Children's Law Center's clients and other district residents from using locally funded permanent housing vouchers to secure stable housing. We understand that it has taken time for DCHA and DHS to scale up their administrative processes following the council's historic increased investment in these vouchers, and that some barriers in the utilization process are not fully within DCHA or DHS's control. However, the families that Children's Law Center works with are still experiencing significant administrative delays in a step that is within DCHA's ability to fix. DCHA's determination of eligibility after a voucher application is submitted. When a resident is found eligible for a voucher by DHS or one of its service providers, the resident works with their assigned case management provider to submit a voucher application to DCHA. DCHA must review and approve the application materials before a resident receives their voucher. This should be a relatively quick step. DHS has already deemed the resident eligible, and it's our understanding that DCHA only finds otherwise if there's been a significant change in applicant circumstances or a red flag was raised in their background check. However, in FY23, residents waited an average of 60 days for DCHA to approve their application. Children's Law Center is currently working with a family living in terrible conditions, including pervasive pest infestations that are exacerbating their young child's asthma. Frustrated by these unaddressed problems in their current building, the family was relieved to learn that they were found eligible for a locally funded permanent voucher, and they could use that to move. This family promptly worked with their case manager to complete and submit their application to DCHA. However, neither the family nor their case manager have received any updates on the application for 4 months. In the meantime, this family has been left in limbo. They're desperate to get out of their current conditions, but unable to afford a move without a voucher. We urge the committee to work with DCHA to determine why these application approvals are taking so long. If DCHA's process is hindered by missing materials or errors in applications, they must promptly communicate those problems to case managers and DHS and applicants so they can correct them. If DCHA does not have enough staff to promptly review all applications, they need to raise that with the council and mayor so we can find funding for more employees. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I welcome any questions.
Linda Brown, good morning and welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Councilman. My name is Linda Brown, and I live in Greenleaf Senior in Ward 6 with my adult daughter who is disabled. We have lived there for 10 years. I'm a member of Empower DC and other grassroots organizations in my community. I appreciate this opportunity to testify on how passionate I am in creating solutions that will help uplift communities starting where I live. One of the challenges that continue to be a source of confusion for public housing residents is that the written policies and procedures of DCHA are in constant conflict with the lived experience of public housing residents. So every time we are here at these hearings, we are seeking help in making it make sense. There are two things I would like to elaborate on. One, does DCHA have a strategic plan to turn itself around? I ask this because we are now in a crisis mode. Nothing seems to be improving meaningfully for public housing residents. I believe this because DCHA has been reluctant in listening to its residents' suggestions on how to improve public housing. Although residents live there and raise their families there, this neglect has resulted in negative outcomes for residents' mental and physical health. I believe that residents should be directly involved in the oversight of programs that impact their lives. We need a diverse group of tenants, which include the disabled, young, elderly, LGBT community, and other underrepresented groups that live in public housing. It should go beyond the resident councils, which are often under-resourced and do not get the proper information to fully be involved. What does DCHA believe their responsibility to their residents is, and how will they deliver on these commitments moving forward? This past summer, a group of public housing residents from around the city worked with Empower DC to develop residents' lead benchmarks to truly measure success. We want to continue developing this on a wider scale and look forward to sharing this with committees and DCHA. In conclusion, I am hopeful with this new director, we can move from opponents to DCHA to being valuable stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Karen Settles, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White. I'm a little foggy this morning, but and to the rest of the council people, thank you so much for being here. I'm pleased to be here today to talk about what most people call mental health, but to bring our attention to the healing process that does not exist in public housing. Many tragedies are happening on all of our properties. And I need to go back real quick and address who I am. My name is Karen Settles. I'm a long time resident leader in my community of starters. I am a former ANC commissioner of almost 30 years, representing my community and also the outer community, which we all live here together in this neighborhood. And I went back to say that because I have vast experience in the diversity in my own community and others. My observation about the pain in our community that is not being addressed is one of the leadways to us not being able to complete or be able to express a lot of times some of the things that are happening in our community that we can turn around in a quick way, just by having an ear and a listening session and things like that that are necessary for people to know that they're being heard and that people are going to acknowledge what is going on. I'll go back to what I was saying about the healing of our communities. I have, and will lead a mission with our new director, thinking, not burning the bridge of the past, but learning from the past, that we need something. And we are going to, I'm going to theme this start with saying that we are going to start a campaign for Fresh Start, directing that Fresh Start towards our new director. I'm going to be happy to work in a collective way to turn around some of these issues that we're having, some long range and some short, but all of them need the transparency and honesty of the agency taking responsibility for where they fail and for residents to be accountable for where we need to do better. This is not necessary. It's not necessary to be a bashing session, but a get to know session that is real and meaningful and everybody can share a part in. I feel that our youth are left out of all of the planning. We have ability to have a youth council, which we don't have at this time, but we can. I also know that we need, again, the healing of our properties so that we can be a collective to work together to do things better and have pride in our communities. I come from a public housing that we had pride in our communities. We did things to motivate our community being the best, if you may. And I think that we can do that again. It's a need to have healing in our community. Healing circles, for example, is something that I propose to start on some of the properties. And I think that moving in that direction, the amount of trauma that's indicated on our properties is unbelievable. And I had the honor to go to Potomac Gardens, invited by a former commissioner of Prairies Von God Street, invited me to a meeting, and I was there to listen, actually. But as I listened, I understood what I heard in the audience, and it was, what are we going to do about all of this crime? Well, that's vast throughout this whole city. So if we don't do it together, we are going to be weakened by not having a united front on it. And it's not always the solution to have new laws put in place to punish people further. I personally feel the new laws that are being put in place are directed towards impoverished communities and poor people. But nevertheless, we have to push back, and we have to push back in ways of accountability. And that is all of these bonuses that people are receiving that work for the housing authority. At this time, I feel that we need to declare as residents a moratorium. And I ask support from the council for a moratorium on bonuses. People are getting paid for nothing.
Ms. Suttle, I apologize. I do not want to cut you off. You have a minute over time.
That's it. Okay, I apologize.
I appreciate it. I'll
Thank
come
you
back
so
to you.
much.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Paulette Matthews. No, I'm sorry. Donna Towns. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioner White.
Good morning.
Hi, my name is Donna Towns, and I'm a resident of Park Morton. And I spoke on the Oversight hearing last year on March 2nd, and I'm still in the same position as I was on March 2nd last year. I'm still in the same position. But this year, I was placed on my door a combined notice of intent to file claim to recover possession and notice of past rent. So to get to the past rent, my daughter moved out in 2017. The housing manager was on sick leave. She returned. I completed documentation, which stated that she was removed and the rent would be backdated. But that didn't happen. that rent charges still remain on my account. So in August, September 2018, we had a new manager. That manager failed to make me aware of the non-backdated charges, and I'm dealing with it now. Even though when I file grievance complaints, DCHA does not want to recognize the actions and actions of their manager and doesn't hold them accountable for their actions. And I am being penalized. This is penalization for me to have to deal with this rent charge. So I would like for those rent charges to be backdated. Now I would like to move on to recertifications. I haven't been recertified since 2019, but in 2021 I tried to recertify, and I got my voucher, but my voucher was denied because of the balance. So I haven't gotten my voucher. And I was awarded it, and I would like to get the voucher. And now I want to move forward to the disposal of my property. I was unlawfully evicted from apartment 21. The manager asked me to sign the lease on May 30th, but May 31st, she gave permission to her staff to take possession of my property when they were supposed to be taking it upstairs. Instead, they were throwing stuff off the balcony, and they took possession of my valuable property. And I really have nothing. So I would like to be compensated, awarded, or something for the loss of my property. And in apartment 21, there were no repairs done. So I lived with mold and everything for a long 10-month period of time. So this is why I signed the lease on the 30th in an effort to go to a better place till the apartment was done temporarily. But it didn't happen. I lost all of my possessions. I was unlawfully evicted. I lost the opportunity to get a voucher because of non-recertification from the manager who disposed of my property. And also, I would like the monthly rent charges reversed so I can move forward with my life. So I thank you for listening, and I hope to hear from someone soon, and the problems in which I'm going through are resolved in a positive way. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Oh, hold up, stop. I will also send documentation to better describe all that I've gone through. Thanks again.
I appreciate it. We'll look for that. Paulette Matthews, joining us by phone. Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we
Hello?
can.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, council member. Good morning, council member White. It's been a while. My name is Paulette Matthews, and I currently live in Keller Miller. Before that, I was displaced from Berry Farms. I am the vice president of the Berry Farms Tenant Allies, also a member of Empower DC and One DC. I am here again to let you know that DCHA and the developing associates are doing what we understand would happen. We were told the conditions at Berry Farms were so bad that y'all had to demolish it, and they would bring us back when it was redeveloped. I was displaced from Berry Farms in 2019. Many of my neighbors left before me. And to this day, I have no real understanding of when I will return. I know that a senior property is being developed, but that will only bring back a small percentage of former Berry Farms residents. Many of us are still left wondering, when will we return? Will we have the right to return? To me, this shows some of the problems with DCHA's communication is not good. We have not been given an actual timeline or how long this project will take and all the necessary milestones that will move this project forward. Also, many promises have been made, but they have not been delivered. This creates a lack of trust between public housing residents and the housing authority. As we move forward, I would like to see improvements and regular updates on the status of the Berry Farms development. We need more honesty and transparency in this redevelopment plan. promises and virtual timelines do not help us at all. With this new director, we hope that things will improve. We look forward to working with him and DCA staff to ensure that something positive comes out of this failed redevelopment. And so far, in talking with the new director and meeting with him and coming out to the property, I have seen some changes, and I'm looking forward to things getting better because we're all in this together, and we need to take out that time, as the former people have said before me, to get together and do more, because if we do more, we'll get more and we'll get better results. But people have to listen and be willing to change things around from which was old to which is now new, and stop, I would say, the shenanigans and move forward to making a positive environment for everybody.
Thank you.
I am done.
I appreciate you. Ronald Smith, welcome. Ronald Smith, you will
Hello?
have. Yeah, there we are. We can hear you.
Okay, good morning, Mr. White, and everyone else in attendance. My name is Ronald Smith. I live in the Greenleaf Senior Apartments, and I am before you once again to call attention to the broken implementation of the Housing Choice Voucher Program. It is my understanding that persons on the wait list for a voucher should receive a periodic update letter to see if he or her have any changes taking place with them. I have followed up religiously since early 2006 for my voucher, only to leave my concerns ignored. I spoke at the recent committee meeting and was informed once again that someone would contact me. I have yet to receive that call. I desire to live in a safe, decent, and healthy environment. I'm 77 years old. Me and my wife both have, I would say, special needs, and yet we are confined here at Greenleaf. We've been involved in two major fires have taken place here in this building, and both times we were unable to get out because both of us use our mobility devices to get around. Okay, the fire marshal at that time just told us to stay in place, put a towel or something under the door, and go out on the balcony until things got, under control. And another thing is, right, the police precinct is right across the street from where I live at, right? But yet there's so much crime, man. It's so much crime and shootings and killings in this area. And, it has me constantly on edge. It has greatly affected my health. And I have documentation from my doctors and stuff to support everything that I'm saying. But, I would just suggest that the committee work in conjunction with DCHA to ensure that all communication relative to the Housing Choice Voucher Program be shared, ensuring that I believe that would bring about a more cohesive and smooth transition. And again, I would like, if it's too much to ask for someone to call me, can I be given permission to come down to housing and sit down and talk with somebody about my needs, right? Thank you so much. Have a blessed day.
You too. I appreciate you being with us, and I hope you'll be able to stay a few minutes for questions. Detrice Belt, welcome.
Okay.
Yes, okay. Good morning, council members. My name is Detrice Belt. I am a former Berry Farm resident. I was displaced in 2019, and I currently live in Ward 7. And I'm also the president of the Berry Farms Tenants and Allies Association. For years now, I've been asking a simple question. When will I return to Berry Farm? We were told that we were being moved because of the conditions on our property and that we would return to better and improved living conditions. I am still waiting. At Berry Farms, Parkmore, and Kenilworth, etc., public housing residents have been told, we are moving you and you'll come back. Many of us have been moved to other public housing sites or properties with the same conditions we live in on the properties we were displaced from. I point this out to say that this focus on redevelopment has not been a benefit to public housing residents. I know a senior building is being redeveloped at Berry Farm, but that will not help me and my daughter in coming back to our home and neighborhood anytime soon. We have never gotten a realistic timeline of what would need to happen in order for this redevelopment to be complete. This makes me and many other public housing residents feel like we are not partners in the redevelopment of our properties. There is a big problem at DCHA. There's no real transparency about what's happening, and it leaves residents out of the question. We have so many other issues to consider as well. One, for example, is that this now stalled redevelopment is having unintended consequences for many residents. We recently received a letter from POA, the developer for Berry Farm, that as of September, there will no longer be paying storage fees for the storage that they have provided. It is not our fault that this redevelopment is taking so long, but now we risk losing our belongings or taking on a financial burden of having to pay for the storage unit. As we move forward, there will be many other issues we'll have to deal with. Right of return, home ownership opportunities, small business opportunities, and much more. Right now, though, we need to have a clear understanding of what it will take to get the redevelopment completed. This will help us plan our lives and return to our loved and historic neighborhood. Thank you for this time, and I'm available if you have any questions.
Thank you very much. I want to thank this entire panel for being with us. It's, I mean, just really important, accurate, and very fair concerns raised. And I think most of these concerns hit at one, where we are in the process of DCHA reform. I made clear in my opening remarks, it took a lot of work and it took real time to get all the foundational pieces into place, a new board, a new executive team, funding that's coming in the future, a different level of oversight. Now it is important that residents see the difference. This is starting to happen slowly, but it needs to hasten. And all the right pieces are now in place, but we've got to get to the point where residents are seeing and experiencing change. There's a lot of issues around communication and housing conditions and the timeline for fixing those that are very consistent across these testimonies. These reflect some questions that I plan to dig into with the Director Pettigrew when he comes up. So I want you to know that I hear you loud and clear, agree with many of the criticisms that I hear today. I think they're fair and represent where we still are. Few questions for Rico Dancy. Your concern about drug activity, the doors not being locked and closed consistently, loud noise, and your question about how the council and DCHA are holding people accountable for these types of conditions. I have two answers. One is what's supposed to be happening, which is enforcement from law enforcement. But the second is that I'm actively working to convene all the right leadership in our city. I plan to sit down in person with all of them within the next 2 weeks to discuss this exact issue and develop collectively a game plan because I do understand a number of residents are living with serious health and safety concerns. You need to be able to rest. That's an issue if there are constant loud noises. You should not be in a situation where people in your building are selling drugs. That puts you in danger. And that's something that we have to get a handle on. So I hear you. And I'm going to work with various agency leaderships, several agency leaders, to collectively come up with a strategy on this. You get your microphone.
I'm sorry, a person had to move out of their unit because it was a drug activity. The landlord told him, stop this. Gale's place, the laundromat, they bring it from them to his house. So because I work in the White House, I work from 8:30 night to 5:30 in the morning. I'm coming doors, boom, 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 24 hours. I have to call my worker to get an updated voucher to move to get some sleep.
All right.
So no one should have to live out that, council member. No one should have to put themselves in a shoe to move out of a unit because you have drug activity.
Yes.
It should not happen that way. And that's why I had to move from Gale's place. Now I live at New Jersey Avenue Northwest. I get plenty sleep now. So it should not have to went that way, but something have to address what we're doing if people get voucher is on drugs. How can we address this kind of issue? These are issues everyday life working people should not have to move from one unit to another unit. It just don't make sense to me.
I agree. And I appreciate you being with us. Daniel de Pelago, you did summarize very well some of the testimonies that would follow yours. Just to highlight a couple of things, stalled developments, whether they are developments where people are living and told development is going to happen, or properties like Berry Farms where people have already been displaced and it's not clear what the timeline is for going back to their homes. People deserve to have clear timelines and clear communication. So I hear you. And I think people filled in those stories very well. Another thing you mentioned that had some threads and other testimonies was involving residents in plans. You mentioned it with respect to security plans, but others mentioned it around other things as well. One, safety issues are some that I'm hearing more and more consistently with respect to the Public Housing Authority. There's new leadership with its police force, and I'm optimistic that the new chief is going to engage residents in these safety plans. But more broadly for the agency, I've been hearing this since I became chair of the Housing Committee. Residents want to be involved in regulation making, in plans, and that does, build or rebuild the sense of community that people feel has been lost over the years. So I think the agency is going to be open to this, but we're going to talk through it, and I appreciate you sharing that testimony. And let me just also mention, you mentioned unprofessional staff. This is something I hear as well. I'll discuss this with the director as well. Frontline, whether it's the phone not being answered or people not feeling respected, I'm getting frustrated about hearing about this. I understand that change takes time, but we have to understand the frontline response of the agency. People are never going to believe there's change in the agency if they're still not getting an answer to their calls, if they feel like they are being treated rudely or inhumanely. So I appreciate you raising that point, and that's something that I will get into today as well.
Thank you so much. And, as you clearly mentioned, we are at a point in time, right? We're looking back at this past year. So, we are hopeful that moving forward, we will see, the road that has been laid so far will lead to tangible changes and improvements. So thank you for your ongoing work.
Thank you so much. Rochelle Ellison, I appreciate you being with us. I continue to be impressed and amazed by your story. One quick question. So you still have a voucher that essentially encompasses wraparound services. You no longer need all of those services. So to me, that there seems to be a waste of city resources because others need those services with their housing. Other than the waste of resources, is how does the form of voucher impact you?
Well, the LRSP voucher that I have now, I cannot make above a certain amount of money, which I'm credentialed and have the courage to go and do, or I will lose the LRSP voucher with Pathways to Housing. Also, my Medicaid has to keep me tied to my mental health services that I don't even use at Pathways to Housing any longer. I don't even use case management from them. So having a moving on HUD voucher or Section 8 or a federal voucher or Housing Authority making a way for that to happen because it's in policy at HUD. The moving on vouchers in policy for a reason. It's to be followed. And I'm told that because I have an LRSP voucher, they don't have to follow that policy at DC Housing Authority. And they actually do. And this is the first time that I'm before this director of the DC Housing Authority. So I chose to bring this back up and advocate for myself along with the universal right to housing public policy. It's hindering me. It's keeping me like a rope around my ankle. It's keeping me from being a full productive member of society. And someone else could come in and use those wraparound services that's not receiving those. If I just had the housing voucher, just dealt with DC Housing Authority myself. I did turn down public housing because I live in an amazing neighborhood and I was given that choice. And I live in a unit that has a washer and dryer and I live downtown and I'm happy here. I just want to be able to maneuver in life and be the biggest productive member of society that I can be with the courage that I now have after being formerly homeless for 17 consecutive years with co-occurring disorders. This took a lot of work. And I think I and others like me should be rewarded with the fact that we could even be first-time home buyers, or we could have a voucher that would cover a home instead of apartment living. And we just want that choice.
That's right. I appreciate it. And yeah, this is impacting you in a real way. It's also a waste of taxpayer resources. When you ask for updates on a timeline, what's the response you get?
The response that I get is that as long as I'm with Pathways to Housing, I will have to use this LRSP voucher. Now, the director of Pathways has advocated along with me for an emergency voucher that would just be my voucher. She's supportive of me graduating from Pathways and receiving this moving on voucher or mainstream voucher or whatever it's called these days. However, because I'm still attached to Pathways, if I leave Pathways to Housing, I become homeless again. After all of the hard work, being in recovery and long-term recovery, I would actually be out there on the street again myself. So DC Housing Authority is stating, because I have a LRSP voucher, which is local funding, they do not have to follow the policy in HUD. That is exactly
But
what I
in
was
terms of a
told.
timeline of getting the other voucher, have you been able to get a timeline?
I haven't been given get a timeline. They're telling me they don't exist. They're not available.
I see.
Um,
Okay.
they're just telling me that, and I do believe that getting the unhoused population off the street is a priority. But what about us up here? Because they could have our resources as we move to the next level of elevation with the voucher that we may need just to get our foundation until we no longer need that voucher.
Yeah. I appreciate that. Let me move on to McKenna Osborne with the Children's Law Center. I was also looking at your written testimony, which I appreciate you submitting. And there's a part where you talk about housing conditions, and I think we understand there are historical problems that we need to get on top of, and that's some of what you mentioned. But there are also things like shower water smelling like sewage. That seems to be a time-sensitive issue. There are issues that aren't exactly resource-constrained issues like whether or not you're doing construction in a building or in a unit while people are living there without proper ventilation, and the respiratory impacts that has on kids who live there. I don't know that we've surveyed public housing residents, but I'd be afraid to know what the respiratory conditions are, and those things have long-term impacts beyond health. And then obviously the amount of time it takes to do repairs. So some of what I'm going to get into with the agency today has to do with timelines and efficiencies. You know, there've been these inspections, but now what? And what's the timeline? But do you have recommendations based on your experience about how the agency should handle differently time-sensitive repairs and separately the issue of sort of swinging people out for some number of days for certain types of repairs?
Thank you for highlighting those issues that we raised in our written testimony. And it's certainly, especially children's asthma, is something that we work with a lot, and we see it consistently in residents living in public housing. In terms of recommendations for addressing time-sensitive housing conditions issues, I think it's really key to be able to address them quickly. If there is a serious issue, like a leak or something that could worsen over time, or if there are acute causes of something like poor ventilation that's impacting a family's health, being able for the family to know that their request was received, that it is being handled, and then have really holding themselves accountable for DCHA to, if it is an emergency, that it's going to be addressed within whatever time period, 24 to 72 hours, which currently is not happening on a regular basis, is our understanding by looking at the data and talking with our clients. And also making sure that when repairs are done, they're done well, and they're addressing the underlying condition, because we regularly see public housing residents who have to call DCHA over and over for the same problem because it's just a Band-Aid fix instead of addressing what's the root cause. So investing more money and skilled resources in quality repairs up front will help improve conditions moving forward.
Do you know how repairs are inspected right now?
So in DCHA's oversight responses to this hearing, we appreciate that the committee specifically asked them for an update on that. And my understanding from their responses was that over 2023, they instituted quality control where they were inspecting 10% of all of the work orders. There were no details about how they were choosing which work orders were going into that 10%. So I think it would be helpful to know more information about that. And then I believe it was regional maintenance managers and another supervisor level position who were conducting those quality control measures. But again, I think it would be helpful to know what standards are they using, and when they are finding that things are not up to standard, what are the problems that they're seeing and how are they correcting them?
I appreciate it. And finally, do you know if DCHA has a policy on when they move people out for repairs, like a temporary relocation?
So we do encounter that, and I'm not sure what exactly the official written policy is. That would be a helpful answer from the agency. We've encountered it that sometimes DCHA has a tendency to move people, especially out of public housing, to just transfer them to a different unit entirely using a mandatory transfer, because saying that the conditions are so bad that the family cannot continue to live there. But sometimes we think that if the family moved out for a few days, DCHA should be able to fix the issues. And then families would have the opportunity to stay in their current community. And so we think that is important to have that option and to develop those resources and that policy for exactly what you're talking about, for letting families be in a hotel for a few days while repairs are done. especially if those repairs are potentially going to harm
Yeah.
their health while they're there.
I just think clarity there would help
Yes.
everybody, for consistency, for
Yes.
health and safety. So I'll talk to the director about that, and I appreciate your work in
Thank
your
you.
testimony. Linda Brown, thank you for being with us. You have been at this for some time, as you mentioned in your testimony. One of the questions you asked was whether DCHA has a strategic plan to turn itself around. So we'll talk about that. The committee has a strategic plan that involved the elements that sort of now are in place. But the next step of that is I know I sound like a broken record, is making sure that residents see and feel that difference. But one of the things I wanted to draw out a little bit from your testimony is the notion of residents being more involved in programs that impact their lives. You mentioned, my first thought was resident councils, but then you mentioned that they are under-resourced and don't have all the information they need. What would a better model look like in your view?
As I stated before, like I said, it's a work in progress. But I think the more people you bring to the table, as I stated, because these properties have vast people with lots of tools and resources and ideas. And so once we bring them to the table, the residents to the table, and flush out these ideas, because it isn't going to be just one idea. We have to create these ideas and figure out how to compromise. And I think, as Ms. Settle said, it with us, because we are trying to heal as well. There are so many moving parts in our communities from day to day. Safety issues, issues of food insecurities. These moving parts are happening day to day. So, as I said, there isn't going to be just one thing. That's why bringing as many voices to the table as possible. And the other thing I like to add is that these wraparound services, they have to, with other agencies like human resources, because they too are part of this entity that are dealing with the residents on this property. And so the more information that we gather, the better we are at trying to solve the issues as best we can as they arrive. But right now, as another resident said, the safety issue is so complex. But
Yeah.
as I said, I don't have just one answer for that.
I got you. I appreciate it. Too many people at the table makes me nervous. But so we need to figure out how to make sure we are getting the issues and right voices to the table in a meaningful way.
I agree.
Karen Settles, I do appreciate your testimony a lot. You mentioned that I spoke about this earlier, so I won't belabor it, but the need to restore pride in communities. This goes hand in hand, I think, with resident participation and building trust. So I think you're keying into something really important here, and I'm glad that you're with us today. Donna Towns, one quick question.
Can I speak for a minute?
I'm going to ask it be a half a minute, because if I
All right,
take
it will
long for
be.
every
I
panel,
won't go
it'd be
overtime this time.
Yep.
The only thing I want to say is that the efforts of the knowledge of the trauma that's in our community has to be transparent in ways where the council will come out to our properties, maybe in the evening, just to see the movement and what we see every day, hands on, and it's all hands on deck right now. That's what I wanted to say.
I appreciate that. Donna Towns, so you have raised these issues about the back rent and what happened is incredibly sad to your possessions. You've brought this up at board meetings and you have been told that someone would follow up with you. Has DCHA followed up with you?
Well, basically, yes and no. Regarding my loss of my property, someone followed up with me and they sent me an email. So I requested the documentations in which they say they've read. They don't respond back to me. Good, but anyway, the documentations which they say they read, I'm very unfamiliar with. And another thing, they should have given me a notice to quit instead of doing what they did, to give me the opportunity to address whatever. But I lived in mold conditions all of that time, and my signing that lease on the 30th and for the 31st for them to take possession of my property, that was wrong. Because
No,
that
I
was
hear
a-
that. I heard you loud and clear in your testimony, but what I want to see is what I can't direct DCHA on a particular outcome. I can help to make sure they are responsive and that the process for the things you're trying to take care of is clear. Have they given you a clear indication of what steps you can or should take here?
No, but what I'm doing is still filing grievances. I have another grievance to send out. This will be my fourth one regarding the rent charges. And as far as me moving or anything, I don't hear anything. The other side of the property is gone, and I'm the last person, like one of the 1 in 20 still here. And everyone had their furniture moved in a big old 18-wheeler. Mine went over the balcony into the house in people's homes. And one on the document, they said they didn't want to bring my stuff upstairs because it would damage this apartment, but it enhanced everyone else's, the housing people's apartment, because I had state of the art everything in there.
Let me have the housing committee get involved just to help make sure you can get a clear understanding of the process here, because at very least we can do that. I can't guarantee a particular outcome because I don't know their regulations here or how they will shake out, but there have to be processes for these issues, both the compensation, the back rent, and the issues you've raised. So we will get re-involved in that.
Okay, thank you so much, and I really do greatly appreciate you.
I appreciate you being with us, and I know it's been a long road. For Paulette Matthews and Detrice Belt, same thing. The timeline on Berry Farms, it is what it is. Whether it's good news or bad news, that needs to be made clear to folks. So I'm asking for clear communication on a timeline for Berry Farms. And I was not aware about the issue of storage. This notification you mentioned, Detrice Belt, about the storage payments ending. I think it'd be pretty tragic for people to lose their possessions based on an elongated timeline that you don't control. So we have to figure out something there, and we'll get involved to see what's happening and how we can help. So I appreciate you both being with us. One quick question for Ronald Smith. Did I hear your testimony correctly that you and your wife cannot evacuate your unit in case of an emergency?
Yes, sir. You heard me correctly.
Okay. And you have requested a housing choice voucher, and you don't have a timeline. You've been asking for updates, and you don't have an updated timeline. Is that correct?
I have been consistent in the since January 2006. I call in once a month to the housing, right? And the only thing that they're able to tell me is that I'm still on the list.
Okay. I know they can't give you like an exact date, but
I don't expect that. But at the very least, you understand? I mean, I thought somebody would probably ask me, are you still interested? Or, whatever, right? or to give me some type of, even if you can't give me a definitive answer, you can give me some type of idea. At least let me
That's right.
feel.
That's right.
Give me
When was
something to hold on to.
Mrs. Smith, when was the last time you reached out for an update?
It was this month.
Okay. And all they could tell you is that you're still on the list?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask agency leadership, who's here, what information they can give you. I want to understand that response better, because I know they can't give you exact clarity, but I'm with you. It seems like we should be able to give folks more clarity than that. So,
hey, Mr. White.
Yes.
Excuse me, with all due respect, and what really gets me is that people, you know, I attend a lot of meetings here in my building also, and it's people here in this building that they've just been waiting, say, 5 to 10 years, and they got their vouchers. Something that, you know, it seems like it's something's going on. I can't put a hand on it, but
So something is going on. It's not a matter of exactly when you got on the list. It's not an exact line, because there are other factors that affect the timeline for when you come up. But again, there has to be some indication. So the agency is indicated that they're going to give you a call. So here's what I would ask. Reach back out to the housing committee if you're not able to get more satisfying information. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
All right. I appreciate it. Thank you so much to this panel for being with us today. I'm going to move to our second panel of public witnesses.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Sydney Sherrills, Director of Policy and Advocacy for Community of Hope. Eleanor Hart with DC for Democracy. Amanda Korber, Director of Community Engagement and Policy and Project Director at Reentry Justice Project and Legal Aid DC. Christy Respris, President of Pathways to Housing. Will Doyle, Vice President of Housing First and Pathways to Housing DC. Adam Mayer, Director of Housing Partnerships with Pathways to Housing DC. Jaquil Price, Public Witness. Robert Warren, Public Witness. Michelle Hamilton, Public Witness. Excellent. Perfect. Thank you. We're going to move this chair so you can come to the witness table. Thank you for letting me know. Nama Pettiford, parent with Educare DC. Dean Hunter, President of the Small Multifamily Owners Association. Yolanda Thornton, Greenleaf resident. Eugenia Simpson, Public Witness. We call these folks, right? 26, 20.
We did, but we're thinking they may be in person.
Shanita Burton, Public Witness. Donnie Shaw, DCHA Affordable Housing Provider. Lynn Amano, Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Dana White, Director of Advocacy for Miriam's Kitchen. Adrian Herbert, President of Elvin Road Tenant Association. Letitia Taylor, Public Housing Resident, and Patricia Bishop, Public Witness. Sydney Sherrills, you are up first. Please let me know how to pronounce your name so I do not mispronounce it again. And glad you're with us today.
Good morning, Chair White. You had it right the first time. It is Sydney.
Perfect. Welcome. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairperson White and members of the staff and Committee on Housing. I'm Sydney Sherrills, Director of Policy and Advocacy at Community of Hope. Community of Hope provides prevention, short-term family housing, and permanent housing services for families and individuals through our homelessness prevention program, Bridge, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing programs. In 2023, we served 1,730 unique households consisting of approximately 4,854 people. Although DCHA has sent staff to DHS-led meetings with PSH providers to present on topics relevant to the larger provider community, more direct communication is needed to address the issues facing staff and clients. There are lingering issues with the agency as shared by our housing staff that work directly with DCHA, two of whom will be testifying today. While our staff notes that the application approval process for LRSP has recently improved, there are still several administrative issues that remain. Staff have noted that applications regularly remain in the review stage for weeks on end without timely status updates. This processing backlog has led to applications being withdrawn for being out of date, even though the required information was correct at the time of submission. Hopefully, these issues don't persist during the rollout of the most updated version of the application. Additionally, short-term family housing and transitional housing staff do not have access to affordablehousing.com, leaving them unable to assist clients with rental applications without requesting access from PSH staff. This creates additional workload for PSH staff and leaves short-term family housing and bridge program staff unable to provide client updates in real time. Community of Hope recommends extending portal access to short-term family housing and transitional housing providers. Because PSH staff aren't allowed to reach out directly to DCHA staff regarding applications until a determination is made, we recommend creating an option for staff to view application status in the portal, which will allow providers to keep their clients updated in real time. Additionally, improvements could be made in day-to-day communications between providers and DCHA for both initial voucher and unit applications and when clients are relocated. When a client is applying for a voucher for the first time or applying for a unit for the first time with a new voucher, all communication flows from the provider to DHS, who then communicates with DCHA and back again. This creates delays which could be resolved by allowing PSH staff to communicate directly with the housing authority. Inspection delays preventing lease-ups are also an issue for Community of Hope clients in both tenant-based and scattered site units. With wait times of anywhere between 1 week and 2 months between the time a tenant is approved for a unit and when the unit can be inspected for move-in, clients have lost out on units where landlords have more timely options to lease up. Rent reasonability calculations present persistent issues as well. The rent reasonability test, which staff were told to take no more than 2 days, usually takes upwards of 2 weeks. Further, some of the units being compared for rent reasonableness are being listed on affordablehousing.com with inaccurate amenity descriptions or simply don't exist, skewing calculations. However, we do note recently our PSH staff has been provided access to the site, allowing them to manually correct these inaccuracies, and we appreciate the update. There have also been delays in releasing HAP payments, which have resulted in property managers filing suit against some of our clients. And not only does this litigation cause anxiety for our clients, it frustrates landlords with whom we built relationships. Communication efforts on these issues have improved, but the problems still persist. DCHA has a vital role to play in ending homelessness and making sure that clients have access to safe, affordable housing quickly. Community of Hope is grateful to DCHA and its staff for working with us and the wider community on ongoing concerns. We look forward to collaborating to create future solutions to the issues outlined here today and continue working to end homelessness in DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Eleanor Hart, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White. My name is Eleanor Hart, and I chair DC for Democracy's Affordable Housing Committee. DC for Democracy is an all-volunteer grassroots organization with over 700 members. We are counting on this committee, in cooperation with the Housing Authority's new Executive Director, Keith Pettigrew, to make this the turnaround year for DC public housing. We are again asking our government to commit funds to remedy the dangerous state of disrepair in far too many occupied units, and to make the nearly 2,000 vacant units ready for new tenants. Excuse me. We asked this committee to support a request for $600 million for urgently needed repairs and renovation. And we are urging this committee to increase its oversight to ensure that these funds are well spent. The pre-hearing responses from DCHA were helpful and encouraging. We are glad that we can look forward to Mr. Pettigrew's release of the agency's 3-year recovery plan in May. And we hope we can also look forward to an oversight hearing early in 2025 that will reveal how much progress has been made on the recovery plan. Progress on the plan should be assessed at least at 6 months intervals. Quarterly assessments will be better. Mr. Pettigrew and the Housing Authority are to be commended for making improvement of the voucher system a priority. It is clear from the pre-hearing responses that DCHA has been working on its voucher system and doing some conferring with DHS about vouchers. We hope that since DHS is also under the Committee on Housing, that this committee will take on the reform of all DC's housing vouchers. Finally, we want to raise the issue of governance. Excuse me. For almost 2 years, we've had a temporary ad hoc board of governors selected by the mayor in consultation with a few council members. Will DCHA's turnaround include a board confirmed by the council with appropriate representation? Thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much. Amanda Korber with Reentry Justice Project and Legal Aid DC. Welcome.
Thank you, Councilmember White, for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Amanda Korber. I'm a DC resident. I know that was a mouthful, but I'm here today as the Director of Policy and Community Engagement at Legal Aid DC. Before that, I was a housing supervisor at Legal Aid DC. I've worked on issues with DCHA since joining Legal Aid in 2015. So like so many folks here today, that means I've seen and worked with DCHA as it's operated under 4 different executive directors. It's hard to remember a time when DCHA was not an agency plagued by extreme disorganization, failing programs, and all too often scandal. We, like so many other people here today, are hopeful that Director Pettigrew will turn DCHA around and into a functioning agency that centers residents and their needs. But there's not 1 minute to spare. Public housing residents and voucher holders have been waiting years for the agency and its staff to make their homes safe and habitable, to handle basic program functions quickly and efficiently, to pick up the phone when they call, and to implement fair and humane rules. This is not a mess of Director Pettigrew's making, but it is his to deal with urgently and without any delay. But it's also incumbent on this committee to take an active role in redirecting and refocusing DCHA. This means more oversight than ever before because there is just too much at stake. My written testimony focuses on some of the things you've heard a lot about today already, from customer service and day-to-day business issues. So I'm going to focus the majority of my time today talking on the new proposed emergency regulations for DCHA. In 2023, DCHA released the first of 3 rounds of emergency rulemakings for its public housing program and its voucher programs. This rushed and unprecedented overhaul was unexpected, causing confusion and fear among many residents, and leaving advocates with the task of combing through hundreds of pages of proposed regulations to offer meaningful feedback over the course of short comment periods. These regulations were and continue to be poorly written, nonsensical in places, and harsher than DCHA's prior rules in many instances. We understand that DCHA is under pressure to reform itself after the scathing HUD audit, but it does not follow that residents should pay the price for DCHA's past failures in the form of rushed, careless, and draconian program rules. The importance of these regulations cannot be overstated. They lay out what residents' obligations are to get into and stay in housing programs. They guide DCHA employees on how to perform core functions of their jobs, like completing recertifications, calculating income and rent, processing transfer requests, reviewing reasonable accommodation requests, issuing vouchers, the list goes on. These regulations also dictate how residents can challenge adverse actions by DCHA, including any decision to terminate them from a program. They are the rules that allow DCHA residents and advocates to hold DCHA accountable to its obligations. This has always been important, but now more so than ever in the face of DCHA's failures. In short, if these regulations are not carefully crafted, clear, and thoughtful, they put residents at risk of losing their homes and all but ensure that DCHA will continue to perform poorly. Advocates came together and submitted comments on each round of emergency rulemaking, offering robust feedback, imploring the agency to take greater care when crafting these critically important program rules, and pointing out the instances where the proposed regulations conflict with local law. Unfortunately, DCHA adopted very few of our recommendations, and the latest emergency rulemaking was nearly identical to the one before it. Though there are far too many problems with the regulations to address in this testimony, we have previously shared our comments with the committee, and we're happy to share them again. And we hope the committee will impress upon DCHA leadership the importance of getting these regulations right and implore them to work with advocates and residents to fix the problems before making them permanent. I will just use the remainder of my time to touch on the wait list. The DCHA's oversight responses indicate that over 22,000 people were removed from the public housing wait list for returned mail. That to me indicates systemic failure in maintaining the wait list, and I would ask this committee to impress upon DCHA the importance of not making that same mistake again as it attempts to move through the voucher wait list. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Will Doyle, welcome.
Thank you, Chair White, council members, and council staff. My name is Will Doyle, and I'm the Vice President of Housing First at Pathways to Housing DC. Since the last DCHA oversight hearing on October 26, 2023, we have continued to experience challenges that hinder our clients' ability to meet their housing needs. 2 clients whose voucher applications were pending approval at that time are still pending nearly 4 months later. One client who had just lost an apartment at that time due to the DCHA's change in rent reasonableness standards is still pending a new voucher so he can apply for a unit he identified at the end of November. Another client's voucher expired just after the last hearing due to the landlord not submitting the inspection documents on time. He is still waiting over 3 months later for a new voucher so he can get housed. One client approved for a unit for relocation at that time was finally able to have it inspected last week after a nearly 4-month wait. Another client's landlord submitted documents for inspection in mid-November. He is currently still waiting on an inspection so he can relocate from an apartment with repeated significant maintenance issues. One client has been pending inspection on an apartment since mid-December, but she is now pending approval for an LRSP voucher since the inspection was not completed before the emergency housing voucher program ended. Regarding voucher processing, the DCHA no longer enters updates on the status of voucher applications in DHS Housing the Homeless application in Octo, meaning that we are completely unaware of the status. This is a huge change as we were previously able to track the status and be aware of the need for follow-up immediately. Now we have no way of independently knowing that the applications we submit to DHS have been submitted to the DCHA. We also have to get communication from DHS about all updates, but they are lacking the capacity to do so in a timely manner. On January 8th, Pathways to Housing received 11 mailed DCHA inspection notices for dates that already passed. I contacted both our assigned housing specialist and the inspections department, but have yet to receive any response. This is despite potential consequences of suspending rent payments and terminating vouchers when tenants don't comply with the inspection requirement. We continue to observe issues with the processing of recertifications, significant waits to be scheduled for transfer vouchers, and scheduling inspections for move-ins and relocations. Additionally, there are extremely long wait times to reach DCHA staff by phone to resolve the many issues that arise. Finally, there continues to be no means of accurately confirming the approved rent amount for an apartment prior to the DCHA reviewing inspection documents, leading to significant lost time if the landlord does not accept the approved amount. To ensure that voucher holders receive safe, affordable, and dignified housing, I urge you to ensure that the DCHA has the systems and staffing to administer their programs in accordance with their own policies and respond to inquiries in a timely manner. Allow for contracting inspections out to providers, establish clear performance measures regarding timeframes that are measured and publicly shared, establish a means for this committee to directly receive concerns from the public in an ongoing manner until these performance measures are substantially met for a 3-month period, and finally, establish a means for landlords to verify the rent standard for their apartments prior to submitting inspection documents. Thank you for holding this hearing. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. Adam Mayer, welcome.
Good morning, Chair White, council staff, and welcome, Mr. Pettigrew. I'm sure you're watching this hearing. My name is Adam Mayer. I'm a Ward 6 native Washingtonian and the Director of Housing Partnerships at Pathways to Housing. I'm also a 7-year member of the district's Commission on Human Rights, a steering committee member on the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity, a board member on the Coalition for Housing and Economic Development, a steering committee member on the Way Home campaign, and a 20-year member of the Committee of 100 on the Federal City, which I hope will soon become a state. Many hats for my large head to wear. Anyway, my 27 years of experience as a former council staffer has shown me that the Housing Committee's challenges are significant, criticisms are commonplace, and thanks for the work of this committee is minimal at best. My goal today is not to criticize operations, but to offer suggestions that I believe could easily resolve a few of the challenges before you. First thought, open the DCHA silos under this committee's purview. In 2007, Mayor Fenty established the Housing First program to combat homelessness in our city. Since then, more than 9,000 homeless individuals have been housed, many with supportive housing assistance. In the early days, the decision was made to contract with the Housing Authority for housing determination services and apartment unit inspections. This justifiable decision 17 years ago has today become a burdensome, oppressive government silo. Will Doyle outlined the frequent delays that Pathways clients have experienced in receiving eligibility determination and getting units inspected. This silo is outdated and unnecessary. The private sector or the nonprofit community can provide these services on a timely basis, as is done in many jurisdictions around the country. The DC Department of Buildings currently allows for private inspections of commercial and residential buildings. The Community Partnership for the Prevention of Homelessness and Pathways to Housing have trained inspectors on staff who are allowed by the Federal Department of Housing and Urban Development to inspect federally funded voucher units. We have guidelines to follow, reports to submit, standards to maintain, and audits to pass. Never once has Pathways failed a federal audit of our eligibility determination or inspection operations. Our local government, DHS and DCHA, should contract with providers for eligibility determination and inspection services, rather than to continue this sole source, non-competitive agreement with the Housing Authority for the use of these locally funded vouchers. In the remaining time, I'd also wish to thank you for your support of the nonprofit equity legislation that passed the council a little over 2 years ago. Unfortunately, implementation throughout the government has been minimal at best, and we need your assistance to keep the implementation going. Good news is that we at Pathways have met with the Housing Authority and are pleased with the agreement we reached with them, which allows us to receive administrative reimbursements as authorized by the law. Thank you for holding this performance hearing, Chair White. Your committee and the Housing Authority remain within my prayers.
Thank you so much. We need those prayers. Robert Warren, you are up next. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I am a lifelong DC resident and one of the newly appointed at-large DC Poverty Commissioners, and one of the founding members of the organization People Fairness Coalition. We are grounded in the belief that housing is a human right, and that after PFFC has adopted the Universal Right to Housing campaign to bring about a public policy based on DC residents having the ability to qualify to receive housing voucher assistance based on her definition of affordable housing being 1/3 of an individual's income. The DC Housing Authority, along with other DC resident agencies, DHS, DHCD, and Department of Employment Services, and our elected city officials have not been able to address so many of the inequities for our lowest income DC residents. And right here, I'm just going to submit the rest of my testimony, Councilmember, because I believe that a lot of what's been said is already spoken to, the points that I was trying to make here in the testimony. But one of the things that I did want to touch on that I did hear that was mentioned was the process that's taking place at Berry Farms. And that property, you know, because I think it represents a lot of the work, you know, and advocacy and that a lot of folks have been doing in the city, you know what I'm saying, regarding public housing and those properties. When it was reported that the deeds of 13 public housing properties in District of Columbia was like $2.2 billion in disrepair under the Director Garrett. And just the issues that we've been having with the voucher system, the waiting list, and then the equity when it comes to housing and in general here in the District of Columbia. I just completed, you know, with other members of PFFC, participated in DC Justice Lab, and there were a lot of presentations that was given and them trying to address, you know, how crime is related to, you know, the inequities that we see in our communities. But one of the presentations talked about the reparations through housing, and Black Washingtonians are entitled to housing reparations after decades of discriminatory housing policies that have contributed to a racial home ownership gap in the nation's capital. And I think, you know, a lot of what was raised about Berry Farms, and you really didn't answer those questions, council member. And I think, you know, a lot of what happens is, you know, these developers and the city council and the powers that be are able to wait long-term district residents out with, you know, not moving, not acting, and, you know, allowing our communities to deteriorate while nothing's being done. And it's an injustice, and it needs to stop. And the monies, like I've identified to you already, we only spend 3% of our district budget on housing and Homeward DC 2.0 and all these other programs we put in place that's supposed to address it, but we don't properly fund them. And so that's the inequity, that's the reparations. And, you know, we need to be able to connect these dots with these agencies. We need to have a universal voucher system. I think you've heard that. You know what, you guys know what needs to happen, but year in and year out, we have to come here and have these same conversations while people are making a lot of money and getting rich. But the Lord sees all that we do. So, and yeah, so I'll submit my testimony, but thank you for the time. And hopefully, you know, the Housing Authority with the new leadership and the folks that's in place, that we can, you know, begin to move on as a city, and we can have that housing reparation with these properties when they're redeveloped and rebuilt. And we have this green new housing deal and all these deals we're talking about. Thank you once again for a chance to testify.
Thank you very much for being with us. Michelle Hamilton, welcome. Yep.
Good morning. My name is Michelle Hamilton. I'm a Berry Farm resident. I've been displaced 3 times, from Stevens Road to Eaton Road, from Eaton Road to the Bixby. We was moved into Bixby 5 years ago. Ever since I've been in the Bixby, we have turned over 5 managements. I just got burnt out last year. And before I got burnt out, it was a good thing. And then it was a bad thing. The roaches left. And then before that, it been so many managements, I never got recertified or inspections. So this is a brand new 5-star building. And for roaches to be in there, I didn't bring no roaches from Berry Farm there. The roaches came out the socket. The roaches crawling on my babies. Now I gotta watch out for the weather report today to see if it's gonna rain, because the water comes in the door. It's just a mess. It's just a mess. The building just a mess. I called Trayvon White and Fox 5 News. When we got burnt out, the man tried to kill his family, and it affected 4 families. And she didn't even get burned out. So I'm going through so much right now with them, and they taking me to court, and I'm glad they taking me to court, because I'm taking them to court too, because they was decent blind. I have lost everything. And for me to have storage, lucky I don't have to have storage, because the water affected everything that was in the storage. So now I get free storage. Thank to God for that. And I'm ready to move out because I had my grandbabies. The rats is crawling underneath of the house. I kicked the rat in the floor, in the street. They said, Miss Michelle, you going like that? I said, you daggone right, I'm going like that. Them rats about to come in our house. We need a screen door. I need to get out of there. It's mold was so bad. The man went in there to get the stuff. It looked like patent soil. That's how bad. I thought it was. I don't know. It was like patent soil. And now that they done fixed up their property, they moved us out of 3-bedroom into the hotel to get us transitional till they finished. All they was worried about was fixing up their unit. But what they did, they didn't fix up their unit good enough, because I still had the problems I had when it burnt us out last year. Now the housing authority, the Red Cross moved us into a 3-bedroom hotel. I think the Housing and Urban League, something like that, put us in a hotel. And then when it came to the housing authority, they put us in a 1-bedroom hotel room, and my babies was on the bed. When I went on that lady, I said I was gonna try to get her name. My babies was laying on that floor for 1 week. 1 week. And now in my house, we don't have no furniture. It's just beds everywhere. Beds for everywhere for us to sleep. No furniture, no nothing. We lost TVs and everything. She gonna ask me, did I have rental insurance? I said, I should have had rental insurance when the man first burned the house down. Then the man was living in the building, and he came by, and he actually burned the building. I called Fox 5 and Trayvon, then the people gonna come. Then they're gonna come. I said, where the developers, where the owners? Let's talk to somebody when we was going through these problems. And the other residents wanna write me letters, because I am taking them to court, but I have to get out of there. It's not, my husband died in there, my mother died in there. I'm not dying in there. I'm not dying in there. And my babies, it's not enough room for all of us. And they knew that. I've been down to the Housing Authority Oversight meeting. They knew that I needed a 4-bedroom. The next 4-bedroom come up in the apartment building. I don't even want to move in the apartment building. We need to get out of there. They done let the property go down so bad. It was the bed bugs in there. All the Caucasian people had them $1,000 a bed inside the garage, where we had bed bugs in the place, in a brand new building. And I told Daniel on Empower DC, because I'm with Empower DC, and Daniel had me to come here today, but I have a team of lawyers. And I want somebody from the Housing Authority to come by there, do an inspection, get me up out of there, or I'm gonna call B&B, CNN, or somebody else.
I have some questions for you, about a minute over time, but I do have some questions. I'm gonna come back to you. Nama Pettiford with Educare DC.
Hi, greetings all. My name is Najma Pettiford, and I am a parent ambassador from Educare DC. Today, I'm here to discuss my experience with the DC Housing Authority. I'm a single parent of my 2-year-old son who attends Educare DC and have been searching for housing since 2021, but have been given very limited options. I make minimum wage, and DC's rent prices do not align with the income. And this makes it extremely difficult for families like mine who rely solely on one income. Since the global pandemic, DC Section 8 housing program has been closed and has yet to reopen. This reduces the options of housing I should have access to. I now can only seek housing through the inclusionary zoning housing lottery program. And I currently live with family, but for years have been trying to move. Because the inclusionary zoning is a lottery process, it is not guaranteed that I will be selected. I am a native Washingtonian and would like to raise my son here without having to relocate outside of the district for more affordable housing. I believe that DC should make it more accessible for its residents and natives to have more of a fair chance of staying here by providing more affordable housing options and better structured programs. Thank you for your opportunity to testify before you today.
Thank you very much for being with us. Dean Hunter with the Small Multifamily Owners Association. Welcome. You're still on mute.
Good afternoon, Councilmember. I'm Dean Hunter, President of the Small Multifamily Owners Association, a trade group representing small apartment building owners and other small rental property owners in the District of Columbia. Want to thank you for holding this hearing and appreciate the opportunity to testify today. I'm here, Councilmember, to again ask for your help in working with us to ensure that resources are provided to support the providers of our largest and most at-risk supply of affordable housing. Those are small landlords. In the district, as you know, small landlords play an oversized role in the provision of rental housing. They are the largest source of our naturally occurring affordable housing. That is housing that's affordable without any government subsidy. As you know, Councilmember, about 40% of all rental housing in the district is provided by people who rent out a house or a condo. These properties are much more affordable than the large luxury apartments that are being built that make about half of our multifamily housing. The other half of our multifamily housing is consisting of buildings that are 20 units or less. They're older buildings. They don't have the amenities. Therefore, the rents are cheaper and they're naturally affordable. The problem is that while most rental housing in the district is provided by small landlords, the legal and regulatory system designed to treat everyone the same. They treat our mom and pop landlords the same as our large corporate housing providers. Everyone's treated as if they're a national corporation. So while small landlords provide the majority of rental housing, we provide no support for small landlords. Many of our small landlords are distressed by systemic problems, right? And overly burdensome in presidential tenant court. Exceptional delays in voucher approvals and inspections, unreasonable reductions in voucher payments, a hostile regulatory system, an overzealous tenant advocate and attorney general. And in the past, a hostile city council committee on housing. And that's changed, and we're very pleased for that. Small housing providers are critical partners in the affordable housing ecosystem. And when we help small landlords, we help provide sustainable, affordable communities for tenants. Councilmember, we need resources in this upcoming budget. We really need them now to provide direct services, legal support, educational, technical support. We need to catalog across the government what existing resources are available to small housing providers. Then we need to do the outreach necessary to go out and get that information to our small housing providers. We need to research and look at the best practices as it relates to preserving and expanding naturally occurring affordable housing in other jurisdictions. We really need to look at what can we do to increase the available supply of small multifamily housing. Small apartment buildings are the most affordable housing. We need to really spend time and attention on this, and we need money dedicated to the budget to do it. I see my time is up. I'm over my time. I will stop right now. But let me just say, inspections, we can do better. There's some improvement. Really would think you could focus on that, perhaps look at DOB playing a role on that. And the safety issue. Safety issues not just limited to tenants. Housing providers have a big issue with safety and holding tenants accountable. And that's something that we got to work on systemically also. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lynn Amano with French. Go ahead, Mr. Hunter.
And I can't stay. My dog got to go out. But thank you, and I will get that information to you on the program in Arlington we talked about.
Please do. Thank you. Since you can't say, Mr. Hunter, safety issues, are you talking about like eviction issues or public safety issues?
I'm saying that just as tenants are have issues with safety from other tenants, we have housing providers, particularly in our small apartments, these 4 units, right, where the provider lives there. You can't get them out. I mean, we have people who are still in units not paying rent that were there before COVID. So
okay, I got you. That is something I'm actively working on. So I should have some updates for you. But thank you, and I look forward to the follow up. Lena Mano, welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White, for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Lena Mano, the Director of Advocacy for Friendship Place. Friendship Place is a premier provider of housing and services for those experiencing homelessness in Greater DC, serving more than 5,000 clients last year. We work closely with DCHA through our permanent supportive housing programs for families and individuals, our permanent housing for men at La Casa, our transitional housing for families, the Brooks, and our bridge housing sites, Valley Place and the Aston. We are still working closely with DCHA daily to help our clients find permanent, stable housing. But as you have heard, DCHA hasn't been able to address its historical problems, and the entire process is still taking way too long. This past fall, we recommended that the DCHA Star Board consider outsourcing PSH voucher processing, including eligibility determinations, landlord packet processing, rent reasonableness, inspections, and landlord payments. This is similar to the recommendations that you heard from Adam Mayer at Pathways. One of the person's nightmare is representative of the communication and processing difficulties we are experiencing. One of our clients, we'll call her Mary, was approved and received her voucher in hand in June. She found an apartment, applied, passed RFTA, including approval of rent reasonableness, passed inspection, signed her lease. DCHA never sent the HAP contract, so she was unable to move in. She waited a month with our staff in constant contact with DCHA to find out what happened. She eventually gave up. She located a new apartment, but it could not be processed until the old RFTA was released. This took another month. Meanwhile, Mary's voucher expired. She requested an extension, which never came. She had to reapply for LRSP. The new LRSP was kicked back, but we were, again, not informed for a month. Her paperwork was resubmitted in December. In mid-January, DCHA couldn't find her paperwork. DHS was able to identify another landlord to accept Mary as a tenant, and at last check, she was awaiting rent determination for the second week. This is now February, the end of February, with a process that started back before June. These delays and errors cost us application fees, client trust, and deny us the ability to move on to help additional clients. Based on these continuing challenges, we encourage the council, mayor, and Star Board to find an alternative entity dedicated to focusing on and expediting this process, like how Greater Washington Urban League manages the FRSP rapid rehousing process. This would allow DCHA to focus on other areas, such as rehabilitating and bringing more public housing units online. We also continue to advocate for a multiple access housing voucher portal for caseworkers, clients, DHS, DCHA, and landlords to address the communication and transparency issues. Each access point would have visibility limited to its own data communications. Clients could approve caseworker assistance to expedite the process, and the portal could show both voucher status and points of contact, which continue to be a problem. Landlords could easily incorporate the central unit repository. DCHA could include spreadsheets of approved rent reasonableness apartments, so clients' hopes aren't dashed when their options don't work out. Banks and universities operate these kinds of systems, as we've said before, and we believe the housing community could too. Additionally, as we look toward budget season and tax revision, please keep in mind our most vulnerable DC residents. We support the Way Home campaign and Fair Budget Coalition's FY25 platforms and encourage you to support progressive tax opportunities to pay for the real needs of district residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dana White, welcome.
Councilmember White and members of the Committee on Housing, thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony about our concerns and opportunities for stronger partnership with the District of Columbia Housing Authority. I'm Dana White, Director of Advocacy with Miriam's Kitchen and resident of Ward 5 in the Brentwood community. At Miriam's Kitchen, we convened the Way Home campaign, a coalition of 110 organizations and 7,000 individuals who know that we can end chronic homelessness in DC with both proven and innovative methods that prioritize the dignity and rights of our neighbors who need housing. In addition to the meals we serve at Miriam's, we house over 300 residents in permanent supportive housing and we have a homeless street outreach team covering 33 square miles of the district. Our team is deeply familiar with the challenges in navigating the housing authority to provide housing, which, as you know, is a basic and urgent human need, but it's also a human right. The housing authority, however, does not consistently respond to that need with urgency, transparency, accountability, or human-centered policy. When the people we serve are impacted in this way, the trust that's foundational to what we've been able to accomplish as providers is undermined. Most critically, people who are in dire need of housing lose their hope in the district's housing system. And so while we value our partnership with DCHA and recognize the strides that have been made collaboratively toward ending homelessness in DC, my testimony today focuses on operational improvement that will lead to better impact. Aligning with much of what has already been said today in this hearing, administrative and communication breakdowns within the housing authority leave providers and clients in the dark. Our case managers at Miriam's Kitchen have shared with me numerous concerns to bring to your attention today. Response time is slow, and issues or concerns often go unaddressed. There is no chain of command or escalation at the housing authority that is clear to providers. When there are inquiries about the status of a voucher, no one seems to be able to track what's happening or expedite it according to urgency. Specific needs regarding specific voucher applications sometimes go uncommunicated to providers. It's not unusual that incomplete or inaccurate information has been entered into the system. Inspections don't always get scheduled when requested, and the request for tenancy approval process is too long. But these concerns present opportunities, and we see the opportunity for internal streamlining and more intentional partnership between DCHA and DHS, which would create more accountability and urgency for moving voucher applications forward, as well as transparency on both sides of the housing voucher process. One suggestion that I've heard is that there be DHS program-specific staff in-house at the Housing Authority. Knowing exactly who to contact with questions and those individuals being able to provide us with reliable current information would enable us to communicate in real time relevant information to the people we serve and advocate more effectively on their behalf. We'd also like DCHA to explore how the request for tenancy approval process might be simplified. Rent reasonableness also has adversely impacted housing placement, and we recognize rent reasonableness as a well-intended strategy for keeping costs reasonable for individuals in the housing system. However, people's experience of multiple denials based on rent reasonableness has not only delayed exits from homelessness, but it has broadly reduced their access to available units and demoralized them in their search for a home. Some have even signed leases, then were notified that their units were determined not to be rent reasonable. Landlords have appealed determinations, but were left at a standstill, not hearing any response from DCHA for months. From the very beginning, DCHA's communication about this policy has been delayed and unclear for the people we're trying to house. Clients, landlords, and providers have found its implementation to be burdensome and restrictive. And so we're encouraging DCHA to provide opportunities for better and broader understanding of rent reasonableness, to work more diligently to make prompt determinations of rent reasonableness, to respond to appeals in a timely manner, and to consider the restrictive impact of this policy. Consider where people with and without vouchers are being priced out of the opportunity to live here in the district, and to apply an equity lens to ensure that the implementation of our housing policies do not further gentrify or segregate. On behalf of my colleagues at Miriam's Kitchen, our coalition partners, guests, residents, and clients, thank you for hearing our concerns. I'm available for questions now, as well as for follow-up meetings.
Thank you very much. Patricia Bishop.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Patricia Bishop. I am the president here at Greenleaf Midrise Family. Thank you, Robert White, and attendees. I want everyone to remember a logo and buy that logo. I'm fair and equal housing. It is the duty of the housing, DC Housing, to provide us with this. Excuse me. I also appreciate Director Pettigrew for the walkthrough and the meetings that we have attended together. I have great hope in him and would love to see him be successful in every bit of taking care of the properties and the needs of the tenants in Washington, D.C. I also would like to bring to the attention that there is funds needed, emergency funds needed for all public housing residents. I speak upon this because there's a situation with the boiler. We should not have and have to keep going through hot water in the toilet and on the cold side throughout the building. Calling in, getting the contractors out to do it, and it's just a quick temporary fix and it comes back, or we having no hot water. Those are my biggest concerns between me speaking with my tenants at my board of my meetings, resident council meetings. I also would like for the contractors that are on premises to not just mop once a day. When I go onto these floors and I see the second floor looking like it has snowed, that's unhealthy for anyone that lives on either floor that they are working in. I would like for this to be taken care of. Also, I have great hope and belief that Director Pedigree is going to do everything that he possibly can to see to it that we are treated with fair and equal housing and with no more retaliation towards us. Um, and again, the health of everyone throughout public housing is a major concern, including 203. There is a problem. So people are having mice running through the apartment, um, roaches in the apartment, cabinets needing replaced. I know the contractors are going to be in here doing this and doing that. The apartments that has been remodeled already, I understand they had to clear their waiting list, but I fought hard alongside with bringing Miss E into the building to see people that was living in bad conditions, and they was transferred. But I would like to see that the tenants be also taken care of as HUD or whoever contractor is coming in to do work in their apartment to make sure these people's health is being taken care of. Give purifiers to these residents, put purifiers throughout the building on the floors. Housing Director Pedigree, he can only do what the money allows him to do. And I just ask the city to make sure that this man be successful and do not fail doing his job to do everything that he can for each and every one of these tenants in Washington, D.C. Thank you, and I'm here for all comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this entire panel. Let me mention a couple things. Thanks. The Director Pettigrew and his leadership team are here in the hearing room. For people who are virtual, I want you to know that they've been here listening and engaged. Chair of the board, Ray Skinner, has been here virtually, and board member Rosa Burbridge is here in person as well. So I want to thank the agency leadership who are here, and want to make sure people who are not in the room know that. Sydney Sherrills, quick question on your testimony on the inspection timeline, which I agree is just too long. And you pointed out, others have pointed out, people are losing housing opportunities because of this inspection timeline. Do you have thoughts on how we improve this timeline?
I would like to save that for my colleague, Sophie Trick. She is one of our permanent supportive housing managers, and she would be able to more directly give recommendations for how we can solve this issue in real time.
Okay, I appreciate that. She's on the next panel, so we will do that. And just one of the points that you made, I don't have a question on it, but it was an important point. the process where all the information goes from the provider to DCHA, from DCHA to the client, seems inefficient. I'd like to know from the agency if there's a good reason for that. So just want to point that out as one of the parts of your timeline that raised something that I need to get more clarification on. So thank you very much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Eleanor Hart, I hear your requests on the money for repairs and maintenance, prioritizing the voucher system improvements, which we are doing. We got some recommendations this week, I think, from the lab at DC that I still need to review in detail, but it is a high priority of mine to improve the voucher system. There are several choke points. One is the inspection, but that's not the only choke point. We're going to get recommendations from the STAR board on what the new board makeup and confirmation will look like. But my guess is that the council approving appointees is a non-negotiable. So we'll be tuned into that as we get recommendations from the board. And I appreciate your testimony, your attention to these really important issues. Amanda Korber, specifically on the regulations, which are an emergency form now, to your point, they move very quickly. There was a lot of engagement, although a lot of concerns raised about the short timeline. So we'll be working with the agency. I know the board and agency leadership are working on those regulations. It is important to thoroughly understand, digest, and respond to the recommendations, particularly those that were not accepted. So that's what I would like to see for those as well as they become permanent. And you and some others have been very engaged in that process, and I appreciate your engagement and the feedback that you've given to the agency and to the housing committee. So I hear you loud and clear on that. I have my eyes on that as well. Will Doyle, also on inspections, clients taking 3-4 months to get inspections, losing opportunities in the process, long wait times to reach DCHA by phone. I have some questions to the agency on these issues, the determination timeline. One question for you, regarding the idea of letting providers do the unit inspections. Have you heard any good reasons for why the agency is not moving in this direction?
I have not. Adam, my colleague, has been more involved in those conversations because he is someone who performs that role at Pathways with our HUD contracts.
Okay. Then to you, Adam, is there have you heard any reasons, particularly good reasons, for DCHA not allowing providers to do inspections?
No, I've not heard back from DCHA, and as you know, I've been testifying about this for a number of years. I would suspect that one may be whether you could trust the inspections being done. And my recommendation there is that you require licensure of the inspectors, that they take a training class. And I know the DCHA inspectors take a training class conducted by Nan McKay. It's a national training. I also have been through that training. And the third is bonding authority. And there's no reason at all to not require bonding authority. So I think in that respect, the issue is streamlining the process and getting responses to inspections in a faster manner. And I think the moment that the housing authority is just overwhelmed by the number of inspections that they have to do. So for that reason, I think we need to expand the size of the inspections by contracting the service out. And I'd rather see it done locally than having a national company like Man McKay come in and do that, because I think it's good to keep the money in DC.
So if the housing authority has inspectors, if we contract that out, we will have to pay money to do that, obviously. With that same money, we could tell the housing authority to just hire more inspectors. Would that address the issue just as well?
Well, that's that's one possibility. That is. But as I tried to mention, we do have inspections that are currently being conducted, both by pathways for the federal vouchers that we have and at the community partnership. So I think it would be just as easy, maybe easier, to assign a certain group of inspections to the nonprofit sector in the city.
Okay. I appreciate your thoughts on that, and I'm glad to hear that at least with the housing authority, with respect to the nonprofit fairness and compensation, that is moving well. But to your point in your testimony, that needs to be consistent across DC government. So we will keep working on that. It's been a frustrating process, but I appreciate you raising it. Robert Warren, you are right. I did not answer the question regarding the timeline for Berry Farms. It's not because I'm trying to duck it. It's because I don't know, which is why I said I'm going to get an answer, but more importantly, make sure the public gets an answer. I also hear you loud and clear on your frustration with DC developing and publishing plans, but not funding them. What I hope you see in this committee, we are fighting for funding. We did substantial increase in ERAP. That took a lot of work and a lot of pressure. Substantial increase in repair and maintenance funds from Housing Authority. I'm one of 13 members. I'm gonna keep trying to do more than my part. We all need to stay focused on this, but I get frustrated just like you do, because I'd rather, instead of publishing plans that we don't execute, I'd rather just spend that money helping people. So I understand your frustration. I really do. But we're going to keep trying to do our part from this committee.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman White. I just also would hope that we can finally, actually look at the numbers, like I said, because DC is only spending 3% of its overall budget on these plans that we put forth, and these things we want to do. We have the Green New Deal, social housing policies that's been put forth by a council member. So yeah, let's just make sure that the continuum care have the monies that they need actually to help the community members. And I think also community members are really concerned about the migrants situation that we have, and when we talk about we're going to have budget cuts, I think that comes into mind also.
Great. I thank you very much, and we will have DHS next week. So the migrant issue is one that we will be discussing. Michelle Hamilton, let me just get a couple details to make sure I have them right. The issue with roaches and rats is at the Bigsby? Okay. And can you turn your microphone on? Wait.
Mold
Mold.
was in my closet. It came from my walk-in shower, and the shower is unbalanced. So the shower water goes over into the closet. But now I have wooden floors. I had rug at first. Now it's wooden floor. Still under there, you see the crack. The roaches come under the crack. The ants come under the door. Now today I'm gonna have to put something at the door because it's gonna rain. It's you don't supposed to live like that.
You may not know this, but I thought that was a pretty new.
You thought it was? Well, come on by and see what it looked like back there. Come on by.
How long have you been there?
I've been there 5 years, and I was the first one to move in my house. I did not take no roaches there because when I moved from Stevens Road, we had beds again.
Yeah.
So this is my 4th displacement since I've been out of Berry Farm.
And when you, so there've been, you mentioned fires, that was at the Bigsby?
Yes, the man tried to kill his family and he burned them out the first time. The Bixby knew about it.
Mhm.
Then sent a letter around to the residents saying, we have an arsonist in the building. We had somebody lingering around. If you see something, say something. They didn't do that. They let the man burn us out.
So you're trying to move elsewhere?
Yeah, I want to move.
What have you reached out to the housing authority to?
Housing
request?
authority, I ain't seen them since I moved in there, but I didn't. The developers working close with me, and I've called the lawyers because they done took me to court.
Okay. So I need to make sure you connect with the housing authority.
Yes.
So we can understand what options there are for a move.
Right. I'm eligible for a 4-bedroom. My mother died in there, my husband died in there. When my mother came, she brought the kids with her. So I ain't heard of the kids. So now we very unpopulated in there.
Okay, so you're eligible for a
4-bedroom.
4-bedroom based on the current composition
Yes.
of the household. Okay, all right. Well, those are both things that that we need to get a handle on. We're gonna ask agency leadership to connect with you,
Okay.
and what I would ask is let us know if it seems like things are not moving.
Okay.
All right, or if you don't hear from the agency,
Okay.
let us know and we'll jump back into it. I appreciate you being with us today.
This become a problem, me keep on coming down here testifying about the same issue with the Bixby.
Yes, I understand.
They
And
charge $125 an hour to rent the lounge out. The TV don't work, the stove don't work, the refrigerator don't work. The pool table have a hole where the balls go in, and then no more computers for the kids can go up there. And then they just not doing anything. The building smell like dogs. I mean, it smells like wet dogs. It need to be washed. And outside, you don't have no grass growing because they let the dogs do all on the grass.
Yeah.
We don't have grass. Where I'm at, I live outside the building. All them side buildings should have had screen door. But then again, the rats is running around and they eating under there. Soon they're gonna get in because you can see the what you call it? The stuff that you I'm tongueless now.
no problem.
The cement. They eating through the cement, get ready to come under our house. And I had to kick one in the street because I ain't scared of.
So at this point, they've been outside.
Yeah.
You feel like
They coming in people's house. Grandma got one in her house. One came in the lady house around the corner. She opened her door, he came in.
Got it, yeah.
But the people upstairs, they had mice. I don't know if they brung them there or what, but we don't have nothing like that in there. We more like the roaches and the ants. It's my problem, and the mold.
Okay, we need to handle your housing issue, but then also the broader issues in that
Yes.
that complex. All right. We'll be moving on that. We'll be looking into the issues in the complex. We'll wait to hear from you if things are not moving between you and the agency.
Who gonna get in contact with me?
The agency will.
Okay.
DCHA.
Okay.
So we'll make sure they have your.
They should have been on there. They paying their money and don't come and see how we living. Thank you.
I appreciate you. Is it Najma Pettyford? I want to make sure I'm pronouncing your first name correctly.
Yes, Najma.
Thank you for being with us. Have you contacted both the DC Housing Authority and DHCD, Department of Housing and Community Development? They both have housing programs. You mentioned IZ.
Yes.
Okay.
So the only other programs I know of outside of the IZ is also the affordable housing and filing homelessness or getting like rental assistance. I don't need rental assistance because I haven't moved out of the home I grew up in with my parents. I would like to move just to have more space for my son and I. It's not enough space for us to be there. And so with filing homelessness, I can't file unless, somebody creates a document to say that I have to vacate, which, is not my situation.
Right.
So, I'm very limited in my options here. I've been on the IC program for 2 years now. And it's just been a very long process just trying to get somewhere. So that's
Okay.
just been the ongoing issue.
I understand. We discussed the IZ program specifically with DHCD last week. That I want to see improvements in that program. I don't know today what the specific improvements will be. So I'm going to follow up with the agency director and with the person at the agency that handles IZ specifically, so we can start making some headway on that. Obviously, there's a wait time and a line for our housing voucher programs. Some you have to be sort of homeless to get into the program, which I think is what you were referencing. Not for all of them, but if you've been in contact with both agencies, then you should be signed up for all possible programs. My hope, though, is that on IZ we can move more expeditiously, because that program is taking too long for people. So I appreciate you being with us. We're making progress, not as quickly as I'd like, but we are making progress on these, and we'll keep working at it. I am over time. Let me pause. I've been joined by my colleague, Ward 3 Council Member Matt Fruman. So let me recognize him for a round of questions.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I don't have any questions for this panel. I want to thank all the witnesses for their testimony. As always, I try to work closely with Friendship Place. Thank you very much, Lynn Amano, for your testimony and your work in this area, and as well to Miriam's Kitchen. But I don't have questions at this moment, and thank you to all the witnesses.
Thank you very much, Council Member Fruman. Lynn Amano, on the determinations, you're suggesting we should outsource all of it?
Yep.
Okay, I just want to make sure I understood.
For the rent determinations, they're using there's a process, right? A website and all of that. And so it's not something that couldn't be instructed and performed by an outside agency.
Okay. Well, to your point and the point of others, people are losing housing opportunities, and that's not something that they can afford to do. So I appreciate your testimony and your continued work on this, and the good work of Friendship Place. Dana White, one of the things you mentioned in your testimony was rent reasonableness and issues there. There have been changes in rent reasonableness. How have your clients fared in the past few months with respect to problems in the rent reasonableness program?
I appreciate the question, Council Member. I would be much more comfortable with a member of our social services or case management team answering that question. To my understanding, though, the problems have persisted even with the improvements or changes. Folks don't feel confident in their ability to be placed in housing because we've had numerous occasions when folks would even sign leases, as I mentioned earlier, and then it'd be determined that the rent was not reasonable. So I would be glad to follow up with our social services team and provide a more up-to-date current sort of status for you.
I would appreciate that. And it doesn't need to be anything overly formal. It's just, as several people have testified, changes need to work for the users, for the clients. And I'd be interested to know if things are much better, a little better, not better. It just gives us a sense of what people are experiencing, so we know what direction to push in. And Patricia Bishop, thank you for leading me and agency leadership on a walkthrough. And want to make sure I understand a couple points of your testimony. Are you saying that the lack of hot water is a recurring issue, or is it a current issue?
It's a recurring issue. Sometimes we do not have hot water at all. And when I reach out to people or get complaint control numbers, it's about either no hot water, or we have too much hot water to where it's on the cold side and in our commodes. I just ask that the funds be necessary, given, so no more quick work or however long it takes to get this problem fixed. It could be the boiler.
Yeah. Isn't the
Need to
boiler
be
new?
replaced.
I saw some big new expensive machine there in the basement. We'll check, but that's not for you to necessarily diagnose. The end result is that hot water, when it goes off, about how long is it usually not working?
Sometimes it's more than a week. Sometimes it's less than a week. But then when they fixed it and give us back hot water, we therefore receive hot water on the cold side and in our commodes. That is a health hazard because adults or kids can wind up getting burnt.
Yeah, yeah.
They call and they get the contractors out here, but it still takes the contractors a while to find a problem, take care of the problem, which now we still have. It's lukewarm, but we shouldn't have to run the water, and which I do, keep flushing the toilet to get cold water to come.
I understand.
So to keep wasting money to buy these parts and get these parts, how about, like I said, help the new director Pedigree to say, okay, we got money from the city to put a whole new boiler in there. Whatever it takes to make this problem go away, it needs to be funded the correct way.
Right. Okay, I hear you. And I agree. The agency leadership is in the room. So hopefully they are taking note. Please keep us posted because it does need to be progress there. It needs to be fixed. What about the rodent issue? Has that improved at all since?
That has slowed down, but not quite.
Okay.
Came to any type of stop, because I still see them when I look out the window. So they're still running around in the apartments. When we've had to call them to get a control number for them to come out to redo the box, to re-give us the little cardboard traps, they do come, but it's like a distance of time till one part of the building's got them, then they take care of that, then here comes the other part of the building.
Yeah.
And plus, a tenant, has constantly kept telling me about the roaches in her place, and she's a very clean person, but they coming through the sockets or whatever, however they coming in her place. I brought a different type of pest control, roach spray that's good for my environment because of my asthma and COPD.
Yes.
That's expensive, but it got rid of my problem. And then the cabinets, we're getting people moved into the new units that was clearing the list, but people are still not living in habitable conditions. And like I was speaking of, the contractors, when they're doing the work, I don't know if this the powder form that's coming from the sheetrock or the plaster that they do. To see that on the entire second floor this week, looking like it had snowed, they need to mop constantly behind themselves, not at the time they are leaving.
Right. On the roaches, is someone treating the insides of units, or are residents?
Well, that's still the same exterminator with DC Housing. I told this resident about the smart roach spray that I used, and to take care of it. And I also told about the peppermint oil. And another thing, the purifiers. That type of dust and stuff shouldn't be inhaled by tenants, even when they're working in their apartment or coming in and out their own apartments. That type of dust will affect us eventually.
Yeah. And
I bought purifiers here for resident council out of resident council's money throughout the pandemic, but it even costs for filters to be replaced. But if the government will see fit to give Pedigree a certain amount of funds to put these purifiers in the apartment buildings that work is being done on, so these people cannot breathe anything hazardous, because even the balcony testing chemicals, people was telling me about how that was affecting them. You can't keep breathing in things that is going to harm you down the long run.
Yes, absolutely right. All right. Well, we'll keep our eye on what's happening here. There are a few things that need to be addressed pretty quickly. So we'll work to make sure those are getting addressed. I want to thank you, Ms. Bishop, for being with us. I want to thank this entire panel for being with us. It is important to the oversight process. We still have a lot of folks who are signed up to testify, so I'm going to keep moving to our next list of public witnesses. Christopher Williams, public witness. Lasadie Jackson, public witness. Ryan Trout, Chief Housing Officer with the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Gabrielle Johns with Community of Hope. Sophie Trick with Community of Hope. Tanya Duckett, public witness. William Jordan, Park Morton Equity Team. Susan McClanahan, Senior Fair Housing Rights Program Manager with Equal Rights Center. Leon Wells, Tangela Hicks, Angela Thomas, Janie Humphreys, Rhea Murphy, Eugenia Simpson, Sabrina Rhodes, community organizer with Empower DC, Levita Hampton, Natalie Wood, Lena Hardaway, Adrian Lynch, voucher holder, Paris Young, Housing Advocacy Coordinator for Bread for the City, and Carol Holly. I call this many names because not everyone on the list is with us, but I want to make sure if I don't see someone, they can still join. Oh, no, yeah. Carol Holly, you can begin. We had passed you already, so you'll be up first on this panel. And you need to accept promotion.
Good afternoon. How's everybody doing?
Doing well. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. My name is Carol Harley. I'm the president for Highland Dwellings Resident Council. And my concerns were not just for our property, but mainly like overall property, the properties. My concern is our security, the security on the property. We're just trying to figure out, there's a lot of shootings that's going on the properties and everything, and there's no way to keep the residents safe. Safe because half of the doors on the buildings are broke. I've asked about having a few doors fixed. But it's like, it's a problem with, getting someone from housing or whoever would do it to fix them doors so that when people are out there shooting, they're not running into these buildings, for cover, or the shooter may run up in there, who knows. But I just have a concern with that. I'm also a security officer for housing, so I'm concerned for the resident safety and I'm concerned for my safety because the doors are unlocked and we got people walking up in the buildings. We have people going up in these buildings in these vacant units, and they're moving up in these units. And I'm trying to figure out how is it that housing, person that moved out, why aren't they securing them doors so that no one is able to come up in there and just move themselves up in there? We have I would like to see them do something about the barred residents on the properties and stuff. If you barred, we shouldn't be having to worry about people running up in there. Like I said, the security is terrible with it, and even on our property, we've been having a lot of vandalism. We've been having we have a program on our property called the Wider Circle. And this property, they have been broke into like 4 or 5 times. And we have security on the property over here at Highland, but it's private security. But the hours that they run, I think, it should be more. I think that they should be out there 24 hours a day because we have problems with the children on the property smoking, they fighting, they're doing things, they vandalizing people's property. They breaking up into these buildings, they stealing people packages off the porch. It's like, it's not, you just want to feel comfortable when when you going out of your door, that you ain't got to worry about, things happening and stuff, so That's one of my that's like my biggest concern. And then I just want to know, why does it take housing so long to do repairs? You should not have to be living in, like, I'm quite sure other people that spoke about the rodents, the mice, the roaches, and stuff like that. People have asthma. They have ailments. They're sick. Some people are sick and they can't deal with this type of stuff. You can't deal with the dust and the mice and the rats and roaches and stuff. And I don't understand, like, if you get a person that come out and we're letting you know that the treatment that they're doing is not helping, then maybe you should try another service. If we're complaining that security are not doing their work, somebody should be doing something to make us feel comfortable with the security, coming around. And I also have a concern about, like, our officials. They go to some properties. I need them to come to all properties. They need to be coming out to all the properties, looking at all the properties, and not just picking properties, that they want to go see. All the properties need to be meeting. We have a new director. And I think that every property should meet this director, and we should be able to call on our officials when we need to be when we want to speak to somebody, and be able to speak our concerns to them and stuff. And it seems like that's hard to do with some of the properties too. But like I said, my biggest thing is the security on the property. You shouldn't have to worry about going out there and somebody that took your car. You shouldn't have to be worried about somebody snatching your packages. Like on our property, we got a camera on every court. Why the cameras don't work? I mean, it don't make no sense that you had cameras everywhere, but the cameras don't work. Even in these buildings and stuff. Another thing that they need to be doing up in them senior buildings, they complaining about people living in the hallways, living in the border rooms. The camera should be able to see. You should be able to see who on them floors and stuff, so that like I said, it should be safety for the security also, so the security also can make sure that the residents are safe.
I
And
appreciate you. We're a bit over time, so I'm going to pause you, Miss Holly, but I'll come back to you for a couple questions. Thank you. Christopher Williams, welcome.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
My name is Chris Williams. First, I'd like to frame my discussion within the district's failure to conduct planning reports and environmental impact assessments consistent with the law. The district has failed to follow the law since 2006. 5 neighborhoods accounted for 30% of new housing from 2000 to 2020. The next 5 neighborhoods produced 10% of new housing. These 10 neighborhoods occupy only about 5% of the district's land area, which brings me to the DC Housing Authority. While the board is looking at rent reasonableness, we know that HUD has a second investigation on DCHA's rent reasonableness policies. DCHA is likely to owe the federal government even more money than it already does. Former DCHA board member Bill Slover recently spoke at a U.S. Senate hearing about the impact of DCHA's policies on housing inflation in the district. For residents in areas of the city that have seen massive redevelopment, such as Southwest, our rents are rising far more rapidly than the rest of the city because our neighborhood is flooded with luxury housing. DCHA compounds the housing inflation problem with overvalued housing vouchers, particularly for gentrified neighborhoods. DCHA relies on a tool that does not account for, insofar as I can tell, what the market actually yields, meaning what people pay in rent. If a landlord posts a monthly rent on a website and then offers deep rent discounts to incentivize new tenants, DCHA is relying on the posted rents in order to establish rent reasonableness. In fact, I've spoken to dozens of market renters in these new luxury buildings who cannot afford the rent increases, which is based on the percentage of the original posted rent, not as a percentage of what they paid. DCHA is adding to this very sick system of inflated housing costs that warrants intense council oversight. The second issue related to the district's poor planning and concentrating redevelopment in a handful of neighborhoods is that it affects DCHA's investment decisions in landlord conduct. DCHA has engaged in intense slumlording and divestment in Southwest public housing, particularly at Greenleaf, which is slated for redevelopment. DCHA representatives told OAG that Greenleaf need not be in the lawsuit on public health and safety violations since its redevelopment was imminent. So 2 public housing communities received more security measures, whereas Greenleaf did not. Much of the crime that we are seeing stems from DCHA's negligence, slumlording, and lack of responsibility as a landlord for public health and safety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lasadie Jackson, are you with us? Ryan Trout with CNHED, welcome.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman White and members of the committee. I am Ryan Trout, the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Our association, comprised of 180 members, is dedicated to equitable community development in the District of Columbia, focusing on affordable housing and economic opportunities for low and moderate income residents. Affordable housing is a cornerstone for equity and prosperity, directly influencing health and well-being. The Housing Authority plays a vital role in providing safe, dignified, affordable housing for the district's most vulnerable residents. We appreciate the efforts of the Housing Authority and the proactive leadership of Director Pettigrew. We express our gratitude to Director Pettigrew and his team for meeting with CNHED and members and for committing to future engagements. We also commend DCHA for their continued participation in the DCHA Providers Group, a monthly meeting between the Housing Authority, DHS, and housing providers. Collectively, the group works to address longstanding challenges of timely payments, unit inspections, and application approvals. Additionally, we value the resolution of issues around the 15-year project-based LRSP contracts and the introduction of a redesigned voucher application process, which promises improved efficiency and customer service. The remainder of our testimony today aims to highlight opportunities for improvement within DCHA and to reinforce our commitment to partnership in achieving safe, affordable housing for the district's vulnerable populations. With that in mind, we see room for further improvement in process efficiency, particularly in speeding up voucher matching, reducing unit vacancy times, and aligning program processes with development timelines. We suggest specific no-cost solutions like assigning a single eligibility specialist for LRSP applications per development and extending the validity of initial unit inspections to reduce delays and support developer and investors. CNHE believes it is important for DCHA to understand how its processes are impacting other deadlines downstream, which can create uncertainty and depress developer and investor interest in producing unit-based permanent supportive housing in the district. The timeline to process PSH resident applications often results in delayed lease-up or tax credit delivery due to the lack of DCHA staff capacity to process applications, resulting in significant tax credit adjustments. Any referral or voucher processing delays can cause developers to miss important tax credit deadlines. CNHED would like to work with DCHA to develop program processes which align with development timelines like the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program. Similarly, eligibility and inspection delays cause long wait times and create uncertainty for landlords, providers, and the residents we are all seeking to serve. We believe that the district, DHS, and DCHA should contract with providers for both eligibility determinations and inspection services for locally funded vouchers. Conflicts between DHCD's accessibility reviews and DCHA's interpretation of compliance standards highlight a need for unified guidelines that respect the diverse needs of district residents, including seniors and individuals with disabilities. Ensuring that all types of accessible units are valued equally in project evaluations will support a more inclusive approach to housing development. Moreover, we stress the importance of continuous improvement frameworks and lean methodologies to enhance service quality without additional costs. Such approaches are crucial for optimizing operations, especially in times of budget constraints. Lastly, CNHED is a member of the Coalition for Nonprofit Equity, and while we acknowledge and appreciate the Council's effort in passing the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Act of 2020, we recognize that there is still room for improvement. In response to these challenges, we urge the council to support the Nonprofit Fair Compensation Amendment Act of 2024 proposed by Councilmember Nadeau, which aims to clarify and enforce the implementation of the original act with added urgency. In closing, CNHED values its partnership with DCHA and the council, and we look forward to collaborative efforts to refine the housing system for the benefit of the district's most vulnerable residents. Thank you for this opportunity to share our insights and recommendations.
Thank you for being with us. Next public witness is Gabrielle Johns with Community of Hope.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Gabrielle Johns, and I'm a supervisor at Community of Hope. I work within our permanent supportive housing programs, where we serve roughly 350 families and individuals and more than 1,700 households within our programs across the homelessness continuum. I've observed several concerns regarding the RFTA, or Request for Tenancy Approval, submission process. DCHA rolled out the current method for determining rent reasonable standards in July 2023. The idea was to allow clients to have better access to units across DC and not be limited by slow to adjust rent standards for each neighborhood. However, Community of Hope was not granted access to the software until January 2024. It was hoped that once we were granted access, much of the delays being experienced would end. This has not been the case. We have a client who has had an RFTA packet pending rent analysis from DCHA from January 9th through February 20th. To expand a bit more on this client's experience, we worked diligently with the client and the property to have the completed packet submitted by January 9th. DCHA did not get back to us with a rent analysis until February 20th. While waiting for the determination, his voucher expired and the landlord canceled his application. Their proposed wait time for running these rent reasonable tests was supposed to be 48 hours, but the true expected timeline is often more than 2 weeks for a test that takes 20 minutes to complete. When vouchers expire, DCHA makes clients reapply, which starts the clock all over again. Now that Community of Hope has access to the rent analysis software, it has become evident that the determination of rent reasonable itself is subject to a large margin of error. In entering the information required to determine rent reasonability, I have observed not only errors on the website with entries, but also discrepancies with landlords. I have had owners submit features and amenities forms for units on the same floor and have different universal amenities marked, such as pest control or gated community. For many of the units I've looked up in the rent reasonable websites, all of the comparable units that were directly determining the rent for a given unit were pulled from data import and did not exist. We are now able to delete this bad data, but I want to call to attention on how much bad data is slipping through the system and how unreliable this market rent really is. Neither DCHA nor the affordable housing website do any checks beyond, does this address physically exist, and anyone can add units to this site. It has also been observed that delays occur with inspections. In one circumstance, DCHA rescheduled an inspection 3 times. In another, the property reported that an inspector did not show up during one of their scheduled inspection days and provided no explanation. In other circumstances, inspections have been completed and passed as efficiencies, despite the units being listed as 1-bedrooms. If a unit does not pass as it is listed by the property, it should fail inspection. We had 2 situations where move-ins fell apart due to this confusing documentation by inspectors at DCHA. In addition, inspections have failed due to inherently subjective standards. This includes an inspection failing due to a bedroom not having enough illuminating light. With there being no metric to tangibly measure illuminating light, failing a unit's inspection on this alone prevents a voucher holder from moving into their selected unit, and they must start all over in the housing search. I will acknowledge, since providers were granted access to the rent analysis software, it has alleviated some of the stress of this process. However, I will conclude by stating that DCHA could have prepared providers appropriately for significant changes to processes that directly impact the clients we all serve, and needs to work on improving and streamlining those processes. Thank you all so much for your time today.
Thank you for being with us. Sophie Trick from Community of Hope.
Hello. My name is Sophie Trick. I'm here to testify about my experiences working with DCHA as a permanent supportive housing program director at Community of Hope, and with 10 years working in community mental health and housing in DC. At Community of Hope, we serve roughly 350 permanent supportive housing households, including individuals and families. I'd like to focus on a few areas my clients trust in housing stability the most in their experiences with DCHA. These include poor response times, disorganization, and a lack of transparency. I do appreciate DC's commitment and investment in housing first principles, and I believe with some basic changes, they will be able to better serve our PSH clients. Clients are dependent on the response times of DCHA's housing specialists for approving moves that are described as transfer vouchers. Clients are waiting over a month to even get a response and to get a voucher briefing scheduled. This leaves many clients in unsafe, deteriorating situations with their landlords and an unreasonable level of uncertainty about when their move will be approved. Next, we have recertifications. I've had a client who completed her recertification in October and, having done so, requested a transfer voucher in November. The transfer voucher was initially granted, but now that she's trying to move, the housing specialist reported that they never received the recertification. Because of the frequent disorganization and response times, we are now in the habit of making copies and sending them electronically every time. Even this has resulted in waiting months for approval and regularly requires having to resend materials by email to remind housing specialists about what has already been submitted and when, or reaching out to their supervisor to request support. This client in question has been greatly delayed and is at risk for not being able to move at all for a basic administrative mistake from DCHA that should have been caught over 3 months ago before the transfer voucher was ever granted. I've got another client who completed a paper recertification, and our case manager delivered that in person to DCHA in 2022. DCHA then requested additional information on the adults in the household, and the client submitted that information. The new information was never combined with the original recertification paperwork. As a result, DCHA sent additional correspondence that the client never received. They then sent her a termination notice that was effective for the same day that it was sent, giving the client virtually no time to respond and effectively canceling her voucher. The client was able to appeal, but was only given one chance, and that also relied on the mail before the drastic step was taken. DCHA stated that they never received the paperwork that we dropped off in person. They then canceled the appeal hearing the day of and never shared a reason why. The case manager and the client followed up with their attorney, and DCHA then asked the client to recomplete the paperwork, and her voucher was reinstated. DC housing specialists have refused to honor releases of information when case managers have advocated on the client's behalf to get clear instructions about the next steps for certain tasks. These explanations given to client on what is needed are frequently inconsistent, and when we've requested to have those instructions put into writing by email, the housing specialists have also refused. It can take months to get a response from a housing specialist by phone or email if their voicemails are even set up correctly, and that frequently we've had to seek support from supervisors to call attention to the delay in response to get any response at all. Lastly, DCHA does not have many of the information we need publicly information. So if you're looking for information on rules or how to complete something, you may get several different responses depending on who or how you ask. Changes and updates to these policies are frequently not publicized. Thus, the clients and PSH staff tend to find out about these changes only after being told that they did something incorrectly. By improving communication in this area and addressing these processes, DCHA could greatly expedite the use of available housing resources, which would benefit everyone. Thank you for your time, and I am ready to answer those questions that were posed for Sydney earlier, but I can do that whenever. Thank you.
Thank you very much. William Jordan, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is William Jordan. I'm a Ward 1 resident and a member of the Park Morton Equity Team. The Park Morton Equity Team was founded by the council at Park Morton, the resident council, and its president, Shantae High, to bring a resident-first approach rooted in racial equity to the DCHA DNPED Floundering New Communities Partnership. In November of 2023, the DCHA Star Board brought in Keith Pettigrew as executive director. I enthusiastically support his selection and urge the council and mayor to provide Mr. Pettigrew with the tools, resources, and flexibility he needs to serve and partner with DCHA residents. Because Mr. Pettigrew brings so much to the table, we are now able to hold the agency to the highest standards. No excuses, no grading on a curve, as we have with past DCHA leadership. I also wanted to take this time to give a positive shout out to Brian Harris, who works at DCHA and runs the resident services team. So I definitely wanted to say something positive. In recent weeks, Mr. Pettigrew has made assessments and critically important changes to agency leadership, which will move us in a new direction, except one critical area: capital programs. In this area, the director and STAR board, the Committee on Capital Projects, has chosen to weigh itself to the city's failed status quo new communities approach. The current NCI approach devalues resident families, communities, leadership, and equitable development processes. In my experience, over the last 2.5 years, the NCI approach favors opaque operational approaches, brick and mortar focus, and hurry up and wait. And sometimes is outright deceptive. Instead of prioritizing the well-being of residents' families, past, current, and present. For example, just take a look at what happened with the $300,000 Hart Morton Match Savings Program. To counterbalance capital programs' tendency to devalue resident families, I urge the committee to make the following changes to the STAR board and related legislation. 1, establish and fund an independent ombudsman resident equity office within DCHA. Require a fully funded functioning resident council for any DCHA property before city funding goes to DCHA programs, capital programs for that property. Modify the STAR board reporting metrics to the council to include resident outcomes for specific and aggregate capital projects. The number of residents hired, income increase for the residents, those kind of things. Establish a DCHA TOPA policy, and as well, an audit of the Park Morton New Communities Initiative project, as well as overall an audit of all right to return outcomes over the last 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Susan McClanahan, are you with us? There we are. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Susie McClanahan, the Senior for Housing Rights Program Manager at the Equal Rights Center. The ERC is a civil rights organization that identifies and seeks to eliminate unlawful and unfair discrimination in housing, employment, and public accommodations in its home community of Greater Washington, D.C. and nationwide. The ERC appreciates the opportunity to testify for the performance oversight hearing of DCHA. DCHA program participants and advocates have been ringing the alarm about dire problems at the agency for years. We appreciate the recent interest from DC Council members to provide more meaningful oversight of DCHA. However, we are concerned that efforts have focused more on improving the agency's reputation in the short term than addressing the root causes of underperformance. We encourage council members to meaningfully collaborate with stakeholders, including advocates and DCHA program participants, who are in the best position to identify the broad-based and long-term solutions the agency needs to adopt. In our written testimony, the ERC encourages DCHA to 1, improve the rent reasonableness determination process and make it more transparent for program participants. 2, overhaul the agency's reasonable accommodations process to effectively serve people with disabilities. 3, prioritize the rehabilitation of substandard public housing units instead of privatizing buildings. And 4, improve communication with program participants. I'll focus on the first 2 topics during this testimony. Last year, DCHA eliminated the use of neighborhood-based payment standards and re-implemented the use of rent reasonableness determinations. While the re-implementation of rent reasonableness was required by the HUD audit, the changes to the payment standards were not. The recent changes have made it more difficult for voucher holders to obtain housing. DCHA now maintains a single citywide payment standard based solely on bedroom size. Once a voucher holder's application is approved and the housing provider submits a RFTA package, DCHA reviews the package and conducts a rent reasonableness determination through a tool provided by affordablehousing.com. Unlike other housing authorities where staff will individually verify whether a unit falls within a broader rent reasonableness range, DCHA's tool automatically approves or rejects the unit based on whether it finds the rent to be reasonable. As no one has access to the tool outside of DCHA, it's impossible for a voucher holder to verify whether the unit is likely to be deemed rent reasonable prior to applying. This lack of transparency has created significant confusion. Voucher holders frequently believe that DCHA will approve any unit whose rent is within the citywide payment standard, only to discover later that DCHA rejected the unit for not being rent reasonable. The ERC has heard from multiple voucher holders who have spent hundreds of dollars on application fees only to have unit after unit rejected by DCHA for not being rent reasonable. While DCHA has encouraged voucher holders to use the public-facing affordability tool on affordablehousing.com, it can only be used for the few properties that are listed directly on the website and is unclear whether the tool aligns with DCHA's rent reasonableness tool. DCHA must find a way for voucher holders to better identify whether a unit is likely to be deemed reasonable so that they can make more informed decisions about which units to apply to. Further, it should also determine whether units in certain neighborhoods are more likely to be found not rent reasonable, as this could have implications for the agency's responsibility to affirmatively further fair housing. Second, DCHA must overhaul its reasonable accommodations process to effectively serve people with disabilities. The ERC recently spent about a year advocating on behalf of a client to be approved for a live-in-aid and transfer to a larger unit, a common, non-controversial, reasonable accommodation. The unit transfer almost did not occur at the last minute because DCHA not only canceled the client's RFTA package, but also canceled rent payments for her current unit. DCHA contradictorily claimed that they could not proceed with her move and that her move had occurred, so they stopped paying rent at her current unit. It is unconscionable that people with disabilities languish in an unnecessarily complicated and confusing process. DCHA must do a sweeping review of its reasonable accommodation review process to ensure that program participants with disabilities receive the accommodations they need for their safety and well-being in a timely manner. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us, Angela Hicks. Oh, I'm sorry, Tangela Hicks. You are up next.
Great day, beautiful people. Thank you, Council Member White and other members for allowing me to speak today. My name is Tangela Hicks. I am a Ward 8 DC resident. I'm a DC advocate and member of the Legal Aid DC Community Advisory Council. Last summer, 2023, I worked with the lab for DC Office of City Administrator, Executive Office of the Mayor, with a focus group to improve DC housing voucher program and other programs within the organization. As a result of that group, DCHA launched a redesigned voucher application on February 1st, 2024. So I know that DC Housing Authority is making strides on trying to improve some things, well, a lot of things that have been occurring and issues within a program with residents. One of those issues that residents have been addressing me about is being offered the opportunity to participate in the voucher program. And then once they do all the requirements on their half, if something messes up with DCHA, instead of DCHA taking accountability or offering them, you know, other solutions to resolve the problem, they're being told, oh, you didn't submit this in time, or we didn't get this in time, and telling them that their voucher opportunity is no longer valid, which are causing these residents to have to request fair hearings and then legal help to fight for a voucher that they've been asked if they wanted to participate with. And some of these residents have been on the list for years, so being able to receive this opportunity is like a great thing for them. I think if DCHA continues to work with the lab, then there will be strides in improving these issues along with other issues. The lab is a great collaborative. Another issue, when residents get these vouchers and they go to different properties to apply, they're being denied. And I'm pretty sure the reason why they're being denied is because these properties already have residents on their property that DCHA has not paid rent. So these tenants that's already on the property have delinquent rent, and now they're having issues and having to request hearings and get legal help just to get these issues resolved. So I'm pretty sure that if a person has a voucher and they're going somewhere with a property that's already having these issues, that could hold them up. In my testimony, I put 2 properties on there, which I know for a fact that they have residents on their property who have been coming to me asking me, what should I do about this, because DCHA has not pay their part. Again, I want to say that I know that DCHA has been making different strides to try to, improve things. So I want to ask them to still work with the lab. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sabrina Rhodes, with Empower DC, welcome.
To non-historic.
Am I up?
Yes, welcome.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm on a COW hearing too, so I'm doing 2 hearings simultaneously. Well, first, thank you, Councilmember White and everyone here. I just want to say hello. I just want to address the multifaceted issues of the DC housing crisis, which are considered slumlords. We are dealing with gentrification, environmental issues, and crime, which requires the collaboration from community organizations such as us at Empower DC and possible stakeholders and tenant associations, if applicable. We all need to work together with DCHA to address a lot of the issues. Tenant protections, we need to strengthen tenant protections to prevent unfair evictions, prohibit discrimination based on income source, and enforce housing quality standards to hold slumlords accountable for maintaining safe and habitable living conditions. Environmental justice is another one. Address environmental justices in low-income and Black communities by investing in infrastructure improvements. Reducing pollution from industrial sources such as the National Engineering Products chemical plant here in Ivy City and Fort Myer Asphalt facility in Brentwood, and promoting sustainable development practices that prioritize the health and well-being of the residents. The Housing Authority has faced several challenges we all know and everyone is discussing here today, which includes issues related to transparency, accountability, maintenance of public housing properties, and accessibility to affordable housing. The maintenance and living conditions have been terrible. There have been residents, as you have heard, complaining about infestations, mold, plumbing issues, old appliances, their air filters not getting changed, the carpets are not being replaced, crime and safety hazards. There have also been concerns about the lack of transparency and accountability with the DCHA, particularly regarding its budget and spending practices, and as well, the residents and advocates have called for greater transparency and decision-making. Also, the long waiting list for DCHA, being displaced, DCHA, they supposed to charge rent, which is 30% of your income, and at times they will change it to 40%. You're not knowing when they change it to 40%. That has been an issue. And also just the lack of meaningful engagement with the community that DCHA is supposed to serve. We just need to address these issues and just collaborate with the tenants. The tenants know better. The tenants know more than what DCHA is speaking on.
And I just want to thank you for hearing us out and allowing us to give you our issues. And hopefully at some point this year, we work on a lot of the disparities.
Thank you very much. Lena Hardaway, welcome.
Good afternoon. My name is Lena Hardaway. I'm a living aid, disability rights advocate, and a second-year law student. People often ask me, why in your 40s did you decide to go to law school? And the answer is simple: because of the abuse and trauma I suffered by the hands of DC Housing. DC Housing has a long history of creating barriers and abusing the most vulnerable members of society, people with developmental disabilities. By denying them reasonable accommodation means denying them access to housing. The story I'm about to share with you is not exaggeration. They are painful facts confirmed by the DC Circuit. In 2013, DC Housing approved Jane Doe for a unit with a living aid, me. After Jane Doe moved into her apartment, DC Housing rescinded her voucher, saying that she wasn't disabled. Despite Jane Doe's detailed 2-page medical record stating she needs the accommodation, it was life or death, signed by a doctor, DC Housing revoked it without any due process, even though Jane Doe already moved into the unit. DC Housing then told the leasing agent that they were not going to pay rent, which caused the leasing agent to physically attack Jane Doe. They tried to evict her without a court order. As a result, DC Housing, this action led me to file a federal lawsuit. Even after the 2017 settlement agreement, DC Housing continues to discriminate. In 2019, DC Housing demanded my income. They would not renew Jane Doe's housing without it. They sent her a cancellation letter. Because I refused to give them my income. The ADA is very clear. Living aids do not disclose their income for their client's housing determination. Even after I filed a second federal lawsuit, DC Housing still demanded my income through emails, while telling the judge they never demanded my income. Thankfully, legal aid testified and said they did. In 2020, I sought documentation to expose the magnitude of abuse that was going on in DC Housing. Despite spending thousands of dollars on lawyers, DC Housing ignored my request for over a year. Didn't provide me any documentation or give me a reason why. I finally filed a lawsuit in 2021, and DC Housing still said there's no ADA complaints or any complaints. Or they would say that, well, my request is too broad, but would never formally deny my freedom of information request. Lawsuits after lawsuits. DC Housing refused to follow the law. 2013, Young versus DC Housing settlement agreement. They said they would promise to change. Hardaway versus DC Housing settlement. They would promise to change. DC versus DC Housing settlement promised to change. Despite these settlement agreements, they repeatedly refused to change. This year, Jane Doe is still having problems recertifying. DC Housing must be held accountable. These are real people. These are real lives being destroyed. You cannot have the same people working at DC Housing who believe people with disability rights are optional. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for being with us. Adrian Lynch, you are next on this panel.
Okay, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, great. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and all in attendance. I am a resident of the Tides at the Southwest Waterfront. I'm a member of Empower DC as well. And I have a concern about the distribution of utility assistance for our housing choice voucher residents. Generally, people who are renting homes get utility assistance. But now we have these new developments with a host of added and required fees. So, I mean, you can use your voucher to move into these new properties, but there are other fees. And I think it just may be time to revisit the criteria that's used for designating homes to get utility assistance. Just as an example, well, it's not an example, the additional fees are amenity fees in my building, it's $500 a year, trash and sewer removal, rental insurance, water, and everything is electric. So there's no gas, everything is electric. And these fees are not necessarily explained, and this is through the IZ program, not explained until you're actually accepted. Once you've won the lottery, well, you know, you won the lottery and you just say, okay, I'll figure it out as it goes. But it's really difficult. And for folks who may not be employed, there's no way they would be able to move into these new properties. I'm not sure where the solution lies, but my thought is it could possibly be with both DC Housing Authority and the property management companies. Bozzuto is the management company that oversees the Tide. And I think that, you know, even though this is not a house, we're still paying all these absorbent and required added fees. And I just think it's time to revisit that criteria. Thank you for letting me speak, and I welcome any questions.
Thanks for being with us. Paris Young with Bread for the City.
Good afternoon. My name is Paris Young, and I'm the Housing Advocacy Coordinator at a nonprofit organization called Bread for the City. Bread for the City provides food, clothing, medical, social, and legal services to residents living with low incomes in DC. We also have an advocacy department that organizes around the preservation of affordable housing in DC. Bread for the City's legal clinic includes a housing practice where we advocate for tenants at risk for eviction or losing a housing subsidy. As the housing advocacy coordinator, I have the... Hello?
I think someone came off mute, but it sounds like they remuted.
Okay. As the housing advocacy coordinator, I have the opportunity to assist tenants before the Office of Fair Hearings at the DC Housing Authority. And today I would like to testify about my observations about the grievance process. First and foremost, I would like to address the new emergency regulation that DCHA made to the new grievance procedures. Previously, residents had up to a year to file a grievance, and with the rule change, it is now limited to 30 days. The rule change is problematic in numerous ways. According to 24 CFR 966.52 of the federal regulations, the Housing Authority has to provide adequate notice of change in the grievance procedures, and said change must be included in the tenant's lease, all of which the Housing Authority failed to do. Another reason why the new grievance procedure is problematic is because the majority of the time, tenants use grievances as a last resort option and try to handle situations informally. Due to the ineffective and slow communication from the staff at DCHA, it can take a month for a tenant to hear back from DCHA, and under the new regulations, it would be too late to file a grievance. According to the Housing Authority's website, one of the strategic goals is to create opportunities to improve quality of life for DCHA residents through collaborations and partnerships. However, DCHA's process to create the new rules for the grievance procedure was more unilateral than collaborative because, one, they failed to consult the residents before publishing the regulations, And two, once the regulations were published, DCHA did not effectively communicate those regulations to residents using methods such as sending notices via mail or email or holding some type of conference to announce the new regulations. Now I would like to speak to DCHA's customer service during the grievance process. Bread for the City filed a grievance on behalf of a public housing resident in August, and because of the discrepancies around the new rules, DCHA did not schedule an informal conference until November. Once the resident and I got to the informal conference, the general counsel at DCHA did not show up, which caused us to reschedule the conference to a later date. When the conference finally occurred, the property manager was rude and disrespectful to the resident. Routinely, calls are not returned, emails are ignored by DCHA staff. DCHA holds public housing residents and voucher recipients to the highest standards, but fail to meet basic customer service standards when assisting them. Grievances are one of the only mechanisms in which tenants have the power to hold DCHA accountable. The new grievances rules not only limits tenants' agencies, but they also further exacerbate the power dynamic between tenants and the housing authority. If the housing authority wants to achieve and live up to its strategic goals, it is imperative that they look into changing the grievance procedures back to allowing tenants to file a grievance a year and work on creating a better work culture where tenants and the people who assist them can rely on staff at DCHA to be helpful instead of a hindrance. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel. I don't have a ton of questions. For Carol Holly, hopefully you're still with us on the security issues at, where is this? At Highland Dwellings. I've been in contact with the agency about this. I did get a report about this, and I've been in contact with the agency and with the new chief. So I'll check in with them on that. One of the things you raised that we hear from a number of residents, it takes too long to do repairs. So we are working on getting better timelines, and again, another consistent piece of feedback, better communication with residents. So I really appreciate you raising those issues. Chris Williams, this sort of goes into part of your testimony, your notion that DCHA is engaged in using your term, slumlording. There are a lot of condition issues. We have to fix them. We need an agency that sort of could manage fixing them. I believe we are getting there now, but now the agency needs systems and it needs the right funding to get there. I was very frustrated last year around this time when I was proposing $100 million in the budget for public housing, only to have the director say, no, we don't need that. That hurt our process there. I think that money now would have been really helpful, but luckily we were able to work with the chairman of the council to get that money in future budgets. So we will keep working there. We got to get a hold on the backlogged issues, and then we need to keep our public housing properties in a state of good repair. Ryan Trout, yeah, I appreciate many of the recommendations you made, the notion of uncertainty for residents and landlords because of issues with eligibility determinations and inspections. Again, this is another consistent piece, very fairly, of criticisms. We are working through, that is the Housing Committee, several of the backlog issues. The inspections is one that we have been waiting for some recommendations on. And now that we have them, I want to review those and see where we go from there. I do have some questions for the agency about inspections. So I hope that we can improve those timelines. For Gabrielle Johns, a question for you about issues you mentioned with regard to rent reasonableness and the website that we're using now. You mentioned what I would say called inconsistencies on the website, and some of those had to do with like amenities and things like that. Do these inconsistencies include inconsistencies in the cost of housing. So seeing one unit and another comparable unit at very different prices.
Hi, I'm Sophie. I'm Gabby's supervisor, and I think she may be in the community visiting another client. However, I can answer some of the questions because we've been running these tests together. So the way that it currently works, the affordable test gives you 3 sample comparable units, and sometimes it'll give you the address, sometimes there will be a unit number, sometimes they won't be, and it'll tell you the source of where those units came from. Sometimes when they'll say like data import, those are most likely to be inaccurate, or internet listing, but there's no separate test to clarify if those are real or accurate. So I've had past experiences where I learned from the landlords that those units did not exist in the building in question. I contacted DCHA to delete them, never happened. Only when I got the access earlier in January was I able to delete them myself. But basically this means that anybody can add data, and sometimes that data that it's basically an algorithm that is pulling units from these different comparable units from rental websites, and there's no saying that information is correct. So if the amenities are listed as utilities included, but that is wrong, that does have a significant impact on the rent. Like it will, the algorithm will say, is this comparable unit superior, and then subtract, say, $60 to $70 from the rental amount.
I see.
And if, again, like sometimes some of the data in there is so bad that it will have units listed without bathrooms. And those are, like, I don't know how to explain how bad it is, but every time I run these tests, we have to go in and try to delete inaccurate data, because I've never found fully accurate data. And every single time we have to try to go in and get a more accurate reflection. But that isn't technically supposed to be our role. And also the landlords don't have, I can understand why they don't have access to that, but they essentially have no idea what inaccurate data may be out there based on this affordable housing website's algorithm, maybe just pulling some things or reading some of that data incorrectly. So
let me go to one additional question for you.
Sure.
Before I run out of time. And this, the inspection timeline. How can we improve the inspection process in your view?
Okay, so part of the delays in even getting the inspections are the rent reasonability delays. I think we could devote more staffing to it. I know other presenters on this had encouraged to use outside parties. I think either way, there still needs to be accountability to make sure that the unit is the unit that they're getting rent paid for matches with the inspection. I think the inspections, so the way that they do it now, they give the landlords a day. They don't give them a time. And depending on the inspector that you get, you may not get any notice at all. And they might knock on the door, not try the leasing office, and say they attempted the inspection. That contributes to severe delays for new lease ups and for annual inspections for clients. I think if we ask inspectors to record their attempts and record their inspections, it would increase accountability greatly, and also reduce the need to re-inspect if there were discrepancies, such as Gabby's example earlier regarding an illuminating light. And yeah, I think if inspectors were able to give landlords a more specific time, or even like a number that they are within the day, the way it currently operates is that landlords and sometimes tenants, if it's a lease in place, are expected to wait all day for an inspector. And unfortunately, sometimes they never arrive. And so that's very disheartening and frankly unprofessional.
I appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. I'm sure the landlords would appreciate that feedback as well. Let me turn to my colleague, Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. Ms. Chick, I'm going to stay with you because this issue of rent reasonableness, I think, is proving to be more complicated than one may have hoped. And Ms. McClanahan, I think that I'm going to turn to you. I thought your testimony on the subject was also helpful. But when Ms. Trick, when you talk about when we look at the database, are you talking about the database from the outside. I go on affordablehousing.com and sometimes I'll plug in an address and try to see what is what comes up as comparables and what would come up as a reasonable rent. But are you talking about that outside system, or is it that you now have access to the inside system that DCHA is actually using to generate rent reasonableness determinations?
Thank you for your question. I currently have access to the same system to run the rent reasonability test the same way DCHA does. And having received that access, it has opened my eyes to the level of human error and how easy it is to make a small mistake that impacts the rent reasonability by hundreds of dollars. I previously had the other level of access where you're just kind of getting a rough estimate and the amenities are not factored in. And there can be a huge discrepancy between the access that most people have, which is sort of based on the address and a vague market rent without any of the amenities included. And when you actually run the test, it can be different from my experience, up to at least $300. So it's, unless you have access to the exact test that DCHA is running, it can be really, really challenging for someone to find a unit that is rent reasonable. And also, like, the clients and the landlords would have no way of knowing how inaccurate the data is for their given neighborhood. And some neighborhoods just happen to have a lot worse data. In my experience, it has also tended to reflect other disparities involving gentrification. So
thank you very much. A couple of other sort of specific things, and I understand all of the problems that water flow down from inaccurate data and different data in the public facing system and the internal system. In the public facing system, it doesn't look like unit size is a requirement to be an entered field. In the internal DCHA, affordablehousing.com, is it showing unit size as a metric? Not number of bedrooms, but size of the unit.
I can, if you give me a second, I did have a meeting with the affordable housing website, and they gave me, which gave us some insight into how this algorithm works. There is and I have it screenshot on my phone, so it'll just take me a second, but there is an adjustment for square footage. But I would say that it doesn't really match up with like market rents.
Okay.
A whole lot.
If you take a look, I think I'm gonna jump over to Ms. McClanahan while you're looking, and because Ms. McClanahan, you also testified about rent reasonableness, and I don't know if you're talking about the same kinds of issues that Ms. Trick and Ms. Johns were talking about. You referenced that in many places there's a kind of hands-on review where staff go out and look. But can you speak to that and speak to the issues that you've seen in the operation of this rent reasonableness tool?
Sure. So DCHA rather quickly switched to the rent reasonableness process around July of last year. And since then, many advocates have been trying to better understand both how DCHA's rent reasonableness determinations work, because it has been very opaque to both us and voucher holders, but also how other public housing authorities do rent reasonableness determinations, because the ERC serves individuals not only in Washington, D.C., but also in Maryland and Virginia. And we have not seen the level of rejections for rent reasonableness in other jurisdictions as we have seen in D.C. since they switched their tools. Or switch to using rent reasonableness determinations, which led us to the question of, are all public housing authorities doing rent reasonableness determinations the same way? And based on conversations we've had in other areas, that does not seem to be the case. So DCHA, I would say, has a highly sophisticated but very unclear method of running rent reasonableness determinations through this proprietary tool that uses algorithms, whereas other housing authorities may actually just use a worksheet, like a paper worksheet that the individual specialist fills out, and they pull their own comps, comparable units, and then based on that, come up with a broader rent range of what would likely be reasonable for that unit. And so there's more flexibility then in order to actually determine whether that unit is reasonable. And they're, as specialists in that county or jurisdiction, they're likely to better have a sense as to whether the data they're comparing, as opposed to like a computer, is actually accurate and representative of both the neighborhood and the amenities and features of those units.
And so what happens in that kind of a setting? So somebody comes back to DCHA and says they want to use their voucher to rent the X unit in Y building. And then there would be the kind of analysis that you're saying would be done by a staff person, as opposed to plugging it into the computer. They would do it then at their desk or go out. And how does that work in other places?
I think there's two separate issues. So one is the issue of timeline, where rent reasonableness determinations are currently only being conducted after a full RFTA, or request for tenancy approval package, has been submitted, meaning that currently voucher holders have no information prior to actually going through the full application process as to whether the unit might be rent reasonable. And second is the issue of actually how rent reasonableness determinations are being conducted. So the ERC has never actually seen the rent reasonableness tool. We have concerns about the quality of data in it, and how it might especially be affected by neighborhood, but we can't provide any recommendations because we simply have no understanding of how the tool even works.
So you wouldn't have insight in the same sort of way about the quality of the data internal to it. You make an observation that there seems to be more rejections here than there are in other places. I wonder if some of that could be that there was a perception by HUD that the rents that we were paying were way too high, and so there's the move to a rent reasonableness test then is a change in expectations on the part of landlords, and landlords were used to getting higher rents, and now they may be required to take lower rents, and so there would be a getting used to that. I mean, do you think it's not just that they abruptly changed for a reason based on a finding that we appeared to be overpaying? Could that contribute to the level of rejections?
Sure. I want to be clear that the ERC does support rent reasonableness determinations. We think that they are critical to actually ensure that voucher holders are not overcharged for units, which would be a form of source of income discrimination in the district. I think the question is, how are they being conducted? And so other jurisdictions have actually been conducting rent reasonableness determinations for many years as required by HUD. It was simply that DCHA was not, which is what got flagged in the 2022 HUD audit. And I think because these other jurisdictions have potentially more recent experience in conducting rent reasonableness determinations, it might be helpful to look at other regions and see what is and is not working. Because the way that DCHA conducts rent reasonableness determinations is the method that it has currently chosen, but it may not be the best practices. And it's hard to come up with that information even without knowing how the tool works.
Okay, thank you for that. One more question for you, and then I'll go back to Ms. Trick on the quality of the data, and then I'll be done, Chairman White, if that's okay. One of the things that DCHA has said since they started using affordablehousing.com is that lots of agencies around the country use that tool. As you've looked at it, is that your experience? I mean, you're talking about places that do something different, something more hands-on, something with more of a human element and more discretion, but also free from the hazards of the data issues through on the web. But how common is the use of affordablehousing.com by public housing agencies around the country? You know?
I'm not sure. We didn't talk to a representative sample of jurisdictions. We maybe spoke to a half dozen or a dozen different jurisdictions about how rent reasonableness determinations work in their area. And we did not speak with anyone else who had heard of the affordablehousing.com tool or used it. That being said, I don't know actually representatively, like what percentage of public housing authorities use the affordablehousing.com tool.
Okay, thank you very much. And then, Ms. Trick, I don't know if you've had a chance to pull up that information about unit size and.
I
it-
did. I can
and-
read it from you, but I put it in the checks, so I had it available. So the algorithm adjusts 0.18, 18 cents per square foot, and then adjusts an additional 15% for of the total rent for a difference in bedroom size. So if the only comparable unit that you can find is, a bigger bedroom size, they'll adjust 15% for that. And then for an additional bathroom, only $45 more and an increase in rent, and a half bath, $30. So sounds like I may want to connect with Susie so I can tell her some of what we learned when we talked with affordable housing. The other thing I guess I'd like to add, because I think it is relevant, is that when we spoke with that affordable housing website representatives, they shared that all of the amenities that DC uses have to be relevant to the way they run across the country. So what we've noticed from our side too is that there are certain amenities that exist in DC that should increase the rent, but aren't included in the way that they run that. And so, it's sort of an issue because, rooftop, for example, right? Rooftop terraces, that's a big thing in DC, and that costs money to put in, and it's really great. That's not something that a landlord would be able to get any increase for, or like included internet. That's not a consideration. So even if you have it, there's no way to even reflect that in the price. And the way that the people at Affordable Housing explained it to us was that it had to affect the entirety of the United States before it would be considered as something to be added to their system, which, from an equitable perspective, we were kind of concerned about, because DC isn't the rest of the country. So I just thought I would share that because I think it's relevant to Susie's comments and concerns about, well, how is this used elsewhere? But also it sounds like in order to make any adjustments to their system, it has to be relevant to the entire country.
Okay, and last thing, and just to make sure that I understand the math, I think you said 18 cents a square foot. So if you're comparing between a unit that's 1,000 square feet and a unit that's 1,500 square feet, that would be a $90 difference, 18 cents times 500. And I don't know which direction, if the unit to be rented was the 1,500 and the comparable was 1,000, you'd add 90 to the comparable, I think.
Yeah, it would go either way, but essentially what they do is they take the three rents, the three comparison unit rents, make those adjustments about if it's inferior or superior, and then just literally divide those by 3. There's nothing more complicated to it. They just get the mean of that and suggest that as the approved rent.
And then just last, the mechanics of the 15% say that if the bedroom size is different, you can do a 15% adjustment one way or another.
Yeah, that's like when they showed us the settings, when the affordable housing website showed us the settings, that was the adjustment for the price difference. But I know from my experience, I don't think that would necessarily be adequate. And there's no accounting for dens or increased size like that, except for the potential increase in square footage.
All right, thank you very much. Really appreciate it. And thank you to all the witnesses.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Couple more quick questions. William Jordan, fully fund resident councils. What does that mean?
Well, and basically to run a resident council, there's a stipend that goes to the officer or officers. You need a building, you need space, you need to be able to operate programs, and as well as in the environment of development, or even if you're getting major work done to your property, you need to be able to bring in outside resources to help you support your residents, right? So So that's what I mean, fully funded, so that you have a staff, which is volunteer, but you still need space, you still need computers, you still need flyers, you still need all of these things so that you can do your job as well as participate in the negotiations. So if you're got a development and you need to negotiate with the developer and the housing authority, you may need to bring in some experts to help you make sense of what your trade-offs are.
Okay. I appreciate that. Tangela Hicks, I agree the lab is a good resource. As I mentioned, I've not been able to go through in detail their most recent recommendations, but I'm looking forward to that. Sabrina Rhodes, you kind of concluded, listen to tenants. That is something that continues to come up, and I continue to think is important. And obviously the rest of your testimony around conditions and strengthening tenant protections are important, and I'm glad agency leadership is here to hear that. Lena Hardaway, quick question for you. How do you recommend we change the processes or specific policies to address some of the concerns that you raised in your testimony? We may have lost her. Ms. Lynch, I appreciate your testimony. I need to raise these issues with DHCD. So let me do that. As I mentioned earlier, I'm going to be meeting with them specifically about IZ to better understand where we can improve this program. So your testimony was really helpful. Paris Young, quick question. You were mentioning the rules changes and you focus mostly on the grievance procedure. But when you said in your testimony that the agency didn't consult residents before publishing the proposed rules changes and then didn't effectively inform residents, isn't that what the resident councils are there for, to make sure sort of they know how to best get the information to their specific community?
Yes, the resident councils is a vessel and one of the tools that can be used to get the information out, but I don't want all of the the blame to be put on the resident councils. I feel as though DCHA should have a better method of getting the information out, because at the end of the day, they're the ones who publish the regulations. So if you're going to publish them, then you should effectively try to communicate to all the residents that are being affected by them.
What would that look like?
So, well, I would consult with the residents. Again, I don't know if it's through mail, email, through housing specialists, holding a conference, something that's effective for residents to know that these rules are changing. It's very difficult to contact DCHA to begin with. So when there is new regulations that are being changed, it's like no one has a clue on what's going on. And that just shows the ineffective communication on the agency. I feel like the blame shouldn't be on the residents for not seeking out the information. The agency should be the ones who are proactive and let the residents know about the new regulations.
Okay, I appreciate that. I wanted to clarify though, nobody's talking about blame right now. I'm just talking about how we most effectively communicate. So I appreciate you helping us push through that. I want to thank this panel. We have a few more panels, so I'm going to keep moving, but thank you all very much for your testimonies, for being with us today. Our next public panel will be Chad Sinkler, Beatrice Evans, Cherie Phelps L., Aja Taylor, Regina Rivers, Heather Day, Melody Webb, Harry Gorau, Corey Shaw Jr., Sharice Liu, Sunny Desai, Luther Lacy, Yolanda Thornton, Shanita Burton.
Evans, Brett, hard copies of. They're all the same.
Yolanda Thornton.
Yes, I'm here.
You can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to testify on behalf of my family and others experiencing difficulties with DC Housing Authority. My experience has been a wild one. I've been living in Greenleaf Gardens since 2014. I've requested and also put in maintenance orders and tickets, and things have not been addressed in a timely fashion. Last June, my home tested positive for mold. They displaced my family for 7 days, and like I don't know if mold just goes away in 7 days. I don't think that, but the damage has already occurred. You know, I've requested a transfer. The house is in dire need of rebuilding, redevelopment. It is very, very old. I've requested cabinets and countertops. I have a really bad mice infestation. My boiler room is filled with packing foam and dead mice. I'm like, it's disgusting. My children's health and my health have been affected. This home is very old. I'm literally watching them repair a home across the street from me, and they have not put the effort into repairing this home before they gave it to me. Now they're trying to work their way and cover up their mess. I feel like no more band-aids, no more patching. It needs to be fixed. The whole home needs to be fixed. My daughter started having seizures when I moved in this house. Like developmental problems, the violence. The violence is there. There is a physical health issue and a mental health issue that I'm dealing with, because with the violence and the shooting, that adds what do you call anxiety, more post-traumatic stress. And then you have a rhinoceros, whatever that is you get from being exposed to a mold. And then also lead. Like my home hasn't been painted since 2014. I don't think it ever has been painted. So I've had lead, positive lead. And what are they going to do about that? They just want me to continue to report my income, report the changes, and pay for what? Pay for the mice to live here? Pay to be assaulted or harassed by the community and the neighbors? Like it's supposed to be a safe place, and I don't feel safe. I really don't. Like for real, somebody needs to do something. Somebody needs to step up. It needs to be more transparency, and we are all human beings. We are all people. We need to be treated with respect.
I appreciate that.
And spoken to with respect. And I thank you for allowing me the chance to voice my opinion and come before you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us. I hope you can stick around for a few minutes. I have a few follow-up questions. Shanita Burton, are you with us? Chad Sinkler. If you would turn your mic. Oh, there we are. Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Chad Sinkler, and I'm an attorney with Bread for the City.
At Bread for the City, I defend people facing eviction and work with resident councils and public housing. Although I'm new to this position, I've been shocked to learn just how much of my job is just helping people get their income recertified for public housing. My clients struggle with this in large part because DCHA is a bureaucratic nightmare. The people I work with report sending their documents and then getting lost. They report DCHA is slow and unresponsive to their questions and concerns. Instead of dealing with these bureaucratic issues, DCHA has passed emergency regulations with no input from the DCHA residents, making the recertification process more onerous, requiring tenants to recertify once or twice a year instead of once every 2 years, requiring that all adults attend recertification in person, creating extra work for DCHA by requiring them to perform criminal background checks every time they do a recertification. From the standpoint of residents and advocates, DCHA can barely keep up with the recertifications as it is, and adding these more onerous requirements will only make this worse. These new recertification requirements are going to create a barrier to accessing public housing. It's these small sets of hurdles that as people go over one after another, eventually they get caught up. The saddest thing is that these hurdles are almost certainly going to disproportionately impact the most vulnerable public housing residents, people with disabilities, the elderly, single working moms who barely have time to make ends meet as it is. DC should focus on making public housing more accessible for the most vulnerable and not create barriers to access. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you for being with us. Beatrice Evans. Good morning. If you would turn your microphone on, please. I want to make sure we hear you.
Good morning, Councilman White and staff. My name is B. Evans, and I'm a 70-year-old Washingtonian. I was raised in public housing. I'm also the president of the Triangle View and Milestone Senior Buildings and a co-founder of ETAP. ETAP stands for Elder Tenant Association President and Presenters. Our mission is to advocate and empower our voices as tenants for ourselves by organizing seniors for the purpose of bridging the gap between city leaders, city services, businesses, and the community by supporting and educating each other. The main concern that I will address today is the lack of security in our apartment complexes and the lack of maintenance services both in and outside the building. These concerns have manifested themselves in many ways to our detriment. When I got on a lease at Triangle View 6 years ago, there was no handicap curb cut in front of the building. The curb was almost 2 feet high, and seniors were struggling and afraid and scared just to step off the sidewalk. Oh, I'm scared, they're shaking and everything. But anyway, it took a petition from the neighbors. It took 4 years and the help of some community leaders. And we still got a shoddy curb cut. The site, when the construction, the contractors left the site dangerous and unusable. There was actual drop off, and I had to complain again to get a rail put up. But so it was really unsafe to use. And we also have a severe issue with mice and other rodents. And can you imagine your 80, 90-year-old mother or father running, trying to chase mice? Our security is non-existent in any of our buildings. Everything breaks. The front doors have broken locks. The fire panels do not work sometimes. We've been told by management that there's no money in the budget for the improvements that we need. And so in order to address these issues, I have offered the following recommendations. We would like to see better coordination between DCHA and the Department of Energy and Environment. There's a lot of federal climate funds that we want to take advantage of to make our buildings more energy efficient. And this would be beneficial to everyone. Tenants get healthier conditions and lower utility costs. Owners get climate resilience building. They get money back because the building is, let me skip. We get solar. If we get solar on our buildings, we can use that money for saving towards utilities for things like security cameras. I recently met with Representative from HUD, Mr. Richard Monaco. He's the Deputy Assistant Secretary of Public Housing and the living conditions for public housing residents. And we would like stronger oversight from our council and HUD to ensure public housing residents have improved living conditions. We need documentation that the work has been done to ensure that all the issues are addressed and fixed in a timely manner. I suggest that public housing residents be part of that effort to hold DCHA accountable for repairs and reviewing and ensuring the necessary work is being done. And thank you for your time.
Thanks for being with us. Sharif Phelps L.
I'm back.
I'm glad to see you.
Hey, Mr. White. Well, like I always say, I got a low income, not a low IQ. Since our last meeting on the 28th of October, I started to utilizing these emergency things. Well, anyway, I feel like I'm living in a halfway house or a shelter, but I'm paying rent, high rent. I got retaliated since I spoke with you last. Housing is so disrespectful. They said we have to do a grievance and it has to be done within 30 days. I wrote my grievance November the 4th. I was told by my resident manager to take it to 700 D Street, but all the time it was 625 D Street because the bus driver told me. I took it there, they refused to accept it. So I still have it, and I'm gonna send it to you when I do our email, because the email gonna be longer than this right here. But anyway, it was just about getting my rent right. I just couldn't see it, but they never answered me. Then Mr. Pettigrew, I got his whole number. He told me to call him. He never answers. He never answers he don't answer, so I'm a little suspect about him right about now. But my thing is this. They remodeling in our building. The new apartments look nice. We were told we're going to move in them because our resident manager is so evil. She's moving people from Safax over to Greenleaf, and these people don't even want to come over there. They saying their living standards were okay. Why are they being moved? Why are you moving people that don't know why they're being moved versus the people that's in the building that's been there 20 and 30 years? They need to be moved into another apartment, period. And that's what we was told in the meeting. That's not being done. You're getting people from outside to move in instead of moving the people that needed to be moved in these new apartments. Now, I had an issue with my recertification. It's been going on since April. It took somebody, not the people who's supposed to speak to me. It took a young lady, her name is Hunt. She sat down and she spent like 30 minutes. She explained it to me thoroughly. I got it now, but that's all I needed. Was somebody to just explain it to me, let me know what's going on. How does this work? How does that work? And Ms. Hunt did that. So I'm satisfied now. But what I'm not satisfied about is that we have no cameras. You're telling us that we got cameras on our property, but they don't work. Last night, we done had 2 shootings, back. That's all you hear all night. Police riding around with no sirens. While you riding around with no sirens, so is the shooters. They're walking around. No, they're not driving. They're on the little bikes now. You're right across the street from us. How didn't y'all react quickly? Why do it take y'all so long just to go right across the street? That's crazy. First district right here. King Greenleaf right there. You can walk across the street. If I heard the shots, I know you heard them. But you want us to spend all this money on what? We can't get nothing fixed because you say you don't have the proper stuff. The resident manager, Zena Perry, is so disrespectful to a point where they think handicap is physical, but it's physical. It's a lot of people in there that's got mental health issues. I'm just saying, we got low income, but we don't have a low IQ, like housing. Please get it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Aja Taylor.
It's been a while. And yet disappointingly, I didn't really have to update my testimony that much from 2019, but here we are. Today, I'll be offering testimony about the performance of the DC Housing Authority with a particular focus on the need to continue to fully fund repairs to public housing, the harmful patriarchal regulations that DCHA rushed through under the guise of an emergency, and the impending revitalization process that aims to completely eradicate public housing, one of the lowest barrier, most affordable housing options in the city. And again, I'm Aja Taylor. I'm the Advocacy Director at Bread for the City. I'm offering this testimony on behalf of the organization. So first, fully funding public housing preservation. DCHA is the largest landlord in the city. It's responsible for one of the most critical pieces of affordable housing stock that we have. And that resource is at risk. And residents who live in DC public housing are your constituents, are your residents. When you look at who lives in public housing, you find a few things. So you find first, almost all the families are Black. Over 4,000 families have a head of household who's a person with a disability. Nearly 2,500 are families headed by a senior. At least half of those are also seniors with disabilities. And so ensuring that DCHA's public housing stock is stable, is able to provide safe, dignified housing people can afford is a matter of racial justice, but it's also a matter of disability justice, and making sure that our seniors can truly age in place. People cannot stay here if they cannot afford to live here. And so for this reason, our primary fight as an organization is for the creation and preservation of deeply affordable housing that meets all, not just some of the need. And that necessarily includes public housing. We have 39,500 extremely low income households, according to the latest report from the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, which is up from a few years ago when the estimate was a little lower. But those folks are rent burdened, meaning they're paying over 30% of their income on rent, which means that not only is public housing a resource that benefits people who are currently living in public housing, but it's a resource that would help move people off the wait list. It's a resource that would help people who are living currently rent burdened and people who are currently living on the street. We have a lot of conversations about murders by police. We have a lot of conversations about the violence in the city and the ways that people are dying. And what's also real is that, like, the Way Home campaign has a vigil at the end of every year talking about people who die on the street simply because they are homeless. And so when we talk about public housing and we talk about this resource, it's a resource that can save lives, but not if it's trifling, right? And so having housing is not enough. It should be dignified. Residents have been testifying all day, and I know there's more coming about the maintenance issues. People have been talking about the issues with repairs, and so urging the council to continue, urging the executive, but also urging the council and this committee to continue to fund public housing repairs so that not only repairs can be done, but so units can come back online. What we know at Greenleaf, what we know at lots of public housing buildings is that there are vacancies, and the vacancy rate doesn't make sense given that the authority should have an imperative to bring those units back online, make them habitable, and move people in. And so, yeah, they are not performing well when it comes to that. The other thing is about restoring resident power at DCHA. So the executive removed the Board of Commissioners, which is wild considering it's not our opinion that the executive has shown particular interest in the preservation or expansion of public housing. And so to have it just be kind of the executive who's making decisions about governance, about power, there's all this conversation about racial justice, but it's not just about Black faces and power, right? It's about redistribution of resources, redistribution of power, and making sure that the Black folks most at the margins, which are the Black folks living in public housing, the Black folks whose lives and livelihoods, whose housing is directly impacted by the decisions made by this council and by the agency, making sure that those folks have a say in the governance. When we talk about the harmful regulations, that have been pushed through. Those are the kinds of things that, you know, even when you think about what it meant for the advocates to have a representative on that board, like those are things that wouldn't get through in that same way. And so it's forcing us to be behind the ball, it's forcing residents to be behind the ball. And frankly, it disenfranchises residents in a way that is especially racist. The last point is about the repositioning.
You're about a minute over, so I'm gonna have to pause you there.
Do you want to, but I'm almost done. And it's been a while.
It has been too long. Let me ask you to be brief. I've been trying to keep
Yeah, I'm
everybody
gonna
on
be brief.
time.
Yeah, the repositioning. So the fact that the housing authority is pushing for repositioning and doesn't have regulations in place yet that actually make sure that residents will be able to return, that make it clear that residents who owe rental arrears on these decrepit, incredibly trifling properties will not be kept from tenancy because they owe rental arrears. You know, it's our longstanding position that those rental arrears be wiped. And there's about 8 other things that we think should happen before, you know, any kind of repositioning is allowed to continue, including having some governance. So not having governance, you asked Paris Young a question about what are ways that the housing authority can vet things through, and like, yeah, okay, resident councils, which are also like woefully underfunded. But think about the power that used to exist when there were commissioners. I'm looking at folks like Aquarius who were, you know, longtime commissioners, when there were, where it was elected representation, there were lots of other ways. And let me tell you, when the DC Housing Authority wants to raise a building, when they want to knock everyone's housing down, they certainly figure out how to do those charrettes to get that money.
You are over 2 minutes over. I gotta go to
Yeah.
the next person.
No, it's cool.
I appreciate it. Regina Rivers, welcome.
Welcome. Thank you for having me. Can you hear me all right?
I can. Thanks for being with us.
Yes, sir. Thanks for you all having me and listening to my testimony. I've been dealing with DC Department of Housing and Authority ever since 1977. I am so saddened to hear that it is still the same way. However, I have a current issue that I'm dealing with. I've been trying to get my mother onto my voucher. It took DCHA 4 years to do it. They lost my paper 3 times. I had to videotape it, putting it in the box, everything, not getting to the right person. Nobody's giving me a call telling me no communication between DCHA and the tenant, no communication between the new leasing agent and DCHA. They did give me I did get my voucher, and for a 2-bedroom voucher for my mom, and I had already a place that knew that we were coming and everything. Thought the deal was going to go through. However, 2 weeks ago, I found out that housing did not accept the offer that the apartment made. I did the calculations, and the only thing was $60 in between what the apartment offered and what housing would pay. I thought that was a travesty. I'm back here again, starting all over again with this process. I was told to go ahead and look for another apartment because DCHA has turned that down. I don't understand how we have to keep going through this over and over. And once again, in 1999, my husband filled out for the Section 8 voucher program. He received his voucher in 2006, and he died 2 years later. He didn't even get a chance to enjoy the voucher that took him a long time. So I'm sure he is not the only one out here. Something has got to be done. I'm living in a place I can't get out to go to the hospital because I don't have a ramp. And that's the reason why I want to move. DCHA knows all of this information, yet they cannot communicate with me back and forth. I had to do all the communicating. I had to hire elder care, and they took everything over for me, which has brought me to this to this point right here. So I'm still in limbo, still don't have a new place. Thank you for your for me giving, listening to my testimony.
Thank you for being with us. I know that's a difficult testimony to give. Heather Day, welcome.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
All right. Good afternoon. My name is Heather Day. I was a resident of Elvins Road, and I'm now a resident of James Creek. Thank you again for allowing me to speak with you guys again. Right now, me and my family are living in the most scariest, depressing, overwhelming days of our lives, which has caused a lot of anxiety and other mental health concerns. I was once in a program called ABLE, which was Achieving Your Best Life, which was a program from home ownership, which was discontinued. Being in that program, I thought that I was on the right path to home ownership, and apparently that's not the case. This has pushed me back down in a hole that I was climbing out of. Being a part of this has caused more hurt than help, and I feel like I'm in a worse position than I would have been trying to do something on my own. On December 8th, 2000, my family and I were forced out of our home due to a fire caused based off of DCHA's neglect. Also, within that time frame, a 1.5 year time frame, I dealt with the fire, the loss of my mother, the loss of our emotional support dog, assuming responsibility of my disabled brother, which is my only sibling, so I had no choice, and trying to regain the loss of property and belongings from my house fire. Trying to get ahead has seemed to be an issue. I feel like I'm being penalized for trying to be an adult and having a career and trying to do better for ourselves. Right now, I'm in a situation where my daughter just turned 18 a little over a week ago, and she's trying to get a job because she wants to help provide for us. But this is something else that will later be, a penalty because she's 18, additional income, and that will increase my rents and everything else that's currently going on. How do I get ahead if everything that's supposed to be good is being used against me? I'm sick and tired, like literally sick and tired of being penalized again for trying to take actions to take care of us. I feel like I almost have to quit my job to qualify for any type of assistance here in DC. After requesting several meetings with the executive director of DCHA to discuss, my past issues, the incorrect ledger, rent abatements, rodents, and other issues I've been trying to address for years, I was recently contacted by my property manager with what they thought was a resolution to help me move forward. The option they offered me was to pay $9,000 to start a payment plan and then pay an additional $500 or $600 a month to my rent, which is already unaffordable, to pretty much avoid eviction. My current rent rate has already increased to $1,890, and now you want to add an additional $500 or $600 on top of that? That's a mortgage on a house somewhere. How can I agree to pay for something, one, that's not incorrect? And where am I supposed to get $9,000 from to even start this plan? Why is that my only option? I'm being told to pay this and pay that, but no one has the energy to talk to me or address any other issues that I had. I have a meeting next week with the vice president of property management, but I'm having thoughts of canceling that. I feel as though I'm just being passed along to someone else. I have spoke to all levels of property management, from the property manager all the way up to having the senior vice president of property management and operations, Nona East, in my house while I had rats running around in my house. I was denied assistance with the ERAP program because I got paid 3 times in 1 month, so I was considered over income. I do not control the calendar. I do not control my job's pay schedule. And to be told I'm not qualified because I received a check on the first day of that month has not helped. I currently have an incomplete recertification because they're trying to force me to agree to income-based or flat rent, which again is I don't agree with. I cannot afford, and there are other issues that need to be addressed. I've asked several times to just go and have this heard from the judge or someone else or someone that's willing to listen to the situation. When I asked for an audit on my account, it was pretty much used against me. They took that opportunity to find all the other stuff that they dropped the ball on. So I have several charges on my account, in parentheses labeled SHB, which it should have been, and it has an additional amount of rent that was added to my account. I've been locked out of my account. I requested several times to get access, and I have not received access to my account. Now, my question is, I'm continuously being bugged about the rent that's due, but what help is there for us? This is ridiculous because you're doing all this harassing and everything else with residents who are trying to get these issues resolved, and you have employees who owe back rent. Right now, my daughter is graduating in 3 months. I can't even focus on a big accomplishment in her life or the next steps because I'm wondering every day if we're going to be asked to be evicted from our house. My question is, when it comes down to eviction, how do you choose who's evicted? Will it be the persons like myself and others on the call who bring awareness and who have been fighting to get these issues resolved? Or is it based on other circumstances? Now, let's say I do get evicted. Now what? Am I going to start over in this dysfunctional cycle that's set up to fail? I get evicted. Now I have to depend on DHS and Virginia Williams to assist me and my family. There's already lack of space and resources available due to the amount of homelessness in the city. So now I got to fight for a bed or a spot at the shelter, get into a shelter, perhaps get a voucher, which I qualify for at the moment. I have documents right here, right now, but it's no point in me even filling them out because I can't show proof of good standing. I've been on the housing choice voucher list for 22 years. I finally get an opportunity, and now I still don't have that opportunity. Who will prevent me and my family from homelessness? What help is available if we do become homeless? Like, what, honestly, what do you suggest?
Let me pause. I'll come back to you for questions. We're about a minute over. I appreciate you being with us. I'll come back to you. Yasmin Holmes.
Yes, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Yasmin A. Holmes, and I live here in Washington, D.C. I am a single mother of 4 children. I was born in D.C. and grew up in the foster care system. I am currently a participant in the Mothers Up Guaranteed Income Program operated by the organization Mother Outreach Network. I first started searching for housing through the DC Housing Authority 5 years ago. At that time, I was living with my mom and I was pregnant with my oldest son. It was so hard for me to find a voucher and no one was pointing me in the right direction. It took several caseworkers until I finally found someone who cared and helped me get a voucher. At one point in time, I had a caseworker who didn't even talk to me for several weeks. Ultimately, it took 3 to 4 months for me to find housing. When I did get housing with DCHA, my unit was infested. Whenever I tried to get help with issues or just general questions, the staff was rude. It was always challenging to get anyone to help me care about my problems or take me seriously. I think that if DCHA wants to improve, they should focus on hiring better staff and on having more money to fix issues that residents have. Another issue I wanted to mention is how housing benefits should be better protected. Anytime I got a job or had another kid, my rent would go up. This made it difficult for me to have enough money to take care of my kids. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being with us. Melody Webb, you are next. Welcome. Is your computer volume on? We cannot hear you, but it doesn't look like you're muted. Still can't hear you. Nope, I see you talking, but I can't hear you. Let me do this. Let me have the team work with you. I'm gonna go to Harry Garal and then we'll come back to you. So hopefully we can figure that out in the next few minutes.
Chairman White, Councilmember Fruman, and members of the committee. My name is Harry Garal. I'm the president of the Van Ness South Tenants Association and also a member of a group of tenant association presidents and other housing advocates who represent thousands of DC renters. Today, my testimony is my own. I strongly support a government role in helping to provide affordable housing. I also strongly support the responsible use of housing vouchers. However, DCHA's use of taxpayer-funded housing vouchers is not responsible and instead is rife with waste, fraud, and abuse. Exactly 5 years ago today, this committee held an oversight hearing on DCHA. Tenant advocates provided compelling evidence that DCHA was overpaying landlords by $500 per unit per month or much more. They said that these extreme overpayments incentivized landlords to convert apartment buildings into quasi-public housing. 1 week later, the Committee on Human Services held a performance oversight hearing on DC's Department of Human Services and its Interagency Council on Homelessness. Tenants testified that the housing voucher programs were having a severe negative impact, both on long-term residents and on voucher recipients. They described many of the same serious problems that were described in this hearing today by public housing residents. In April 2019, the Washington Post published an investigation of the effect of the district's use of housing vouchers on Sedgwick Gardens in Cleveland Park. The Post found that DCHA was severely overpaying for apartments. It found that landlord was renting new units almost exclusively to individuals that were experiencing homelessness. Nevertheless, the city expanded its extreme and systematic overpayments and began the conversion of other apartment buildings in the area. There are 5 such buildings operated by just one landlord, Darrow Realty, within about a mile of Sedgwick Gardens. In October 2022, the HUD released a scathing report finding that DCHA was overpaying for rental units because it didn't even check to see if the landlord's amounts that they were charging were reasonable rents. In February 2023, the Washington Post published another groundbreaking investigation on DCHA's use of housing vouchers, and it found that DCHA was likely overpaying landlords by $1 million a month, approximately $12 million a year. Last July, DCHA said that it would hold harmless all existing rents. In other words, it would continue to overpay on existing units. These overpayments add up. Let's do the math. The Post estimates $12 million in overpayments in 2022. DCHA continued to pay in 2023. It's at least another $12 million, 24. Let's assume that the overpayments in 2021 and previous years were a little bit less. If you do the numbers, we're talking about $50 million in overpayments. But the total amount could be much higher. Post estimate was very conservative. I can show how. It's a little complicated. We'll save the time here. In addition, DCHA's new method of establishing rent reasonableness is fatally flawed because it intentionally inflates market rents. And as the Washington City paper has found in a recent expose, landlords are using fake online ads to game the system. So the elephant today in the room is this. Has DCHA overpaid by 50 million or 60 million, or is it much more? People who care about these issues, care about having adequate affordable housing, care about fair treatment of taxpayer money, care about seniors in apartment buildings who are currently being displaced by DCH extremely high overpayments should pay attention. So I ask the council today, will you ask DCHA Executive Director Pettigrew, how much is DCHA overpaying? How much has it overpaid? DCHA's extreme overpayments and its misuse of taxpayer-funded housing vouchers constitutes a 4-alarm fire. The alarm bells have been ringing for 5 years. I'll submit the rest of my comments in writing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Melody Webb. Hopefully we'll be able to hear you now.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Melody Webb. I'm Executive Director of Mothers Outreach Network. nonprofit Washington, D.C. based advocacy organization. I'm also a Ward 6 resident, proud Washington, D.C. native. We use systemic advocacy, legal programs, and community engagement strategies to empower DC mothers to transform the way government supports communities and providing for the well-being of parents and children, and to transform government income laws, policies, and practices from punitive to empowering. And we co-convene the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. Like a number of current or past guaranteed income programs in the DMV, such as Thrive East of the River, led by Bread for the City, and over 100 guaranteed income pilots around the country, we operate a guaranteed income pilot program, Mother Up Guaranteed Income Pilot. It's a cash transfer initiative for no and low income Black mothers in DC who are involved with the child welfare system. And our goals are to explore whether extra cash can cut family involvement with the system. Black families in DC, as I'm sure you know, suffer over-involvement in the intersecting paradigms of racialized poverty and poverty-driven government family regulation, and we seek to transform that system in a liberatory fashion. We seek to enroll 100 mothers or more in our pilot for 3 years, providing them with $500 a month and an additional 50 mothers with survey incentives. So we're very excited about this research program. But the problem is that in order to make a difference in the lives of hundreds or thousands, we are running this very small program. Justice Thrive East of the River, we think gave us lots, taught us a lot. This program we think will as well. So I'm testifying today to discuss the failure of DCHA to act on a needed reform that we commented about on the district's FY 2024 Moving to Work plan. And I'm urging the council to support our effort to encourage DCHA to add additional protections for guaranteed income recipients to its Moving to Work plan. This is a critical initiative for mothers in our pilot and for district residents in other pilots. Unfortunately, after submitting our comment and offering to meet with and bring experts from other jurisdictions to talk about this with DCHA officials, when we asked the former staff of the DCHA about assisting with this, they said the number of beneficiaries was too small for it to be feasible. That was stunning because every single resident, of course, counts. So I hope the current administrator and leadership will view this as a priority. When the DC Council passed the really important EITC Expansion Clarification Amendment Act, it took an important step in addressing the benefits cliffs that can undermine the impact of programs like ours. And while that act covers TANF and SNAP, housing subsidy programs are not covered by the act as written. However, because DC participates in HUD's Moving to Work program, there's a relatively straightforward path to protecting benefits for residents of public housing and holders of housing choice vouchers. The Moving to Work program allows local public housing authorities to waive many existing public housing and voucher rules in order to test innovative strategies like these to promote more efficient uses of funding more efficiently, advancing resident self-sufficiency, and increasing housing choices for low-income families. Under the current agreement between HUD and the Housing Authority, they're authorized to adopt and implement, I'm quoting, any reasonable policies for establishing definitions of income and adjusted income for both its public housing and Section 8 housing choice voucher programs. And DCHA should take advantage of the flexibilities granted under the Moving to Work program to exclude 2 potential sources, including guaranteed income. So these are examples of this in the Moving to Work programs of Louisville, Kentucky, and Philadelphia's Housing Authority. And we want to ask that your committee urge the current leadership of the Housing Authority to consider and deliver this very simple, very important change. Regardless of the number of current beneficiaries, we think it will make a big impact ultimately. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Corey Shaw Jr. Oh, I'm sorry. Sharice Liu, welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
I can. Welcome.
Good afternoon, committee chair and members. My name is Sharice Liu, an attorney with the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. The Legal Clinic strongly recommends that this committee use its oversight authority to ensure DCHA adheres to local and federal laws and establishes policies for better accessibility and preservation of affordable housing. This testimony will only highlight some of our major concerns. For decades, DC public housing residents have had to endure deplorable and dangerous conditions. despite their longstanding advocacy for change. DC Housing Authority is executing a large-scale public housing demolition and renovation for several public housing properties. However, the constant agency turnover and the agency's failure to engage in a transparent redevelopment process has left residents, community members, and even DCHA staff unaware of the current agency plan. We hope to see positive changes through the new administration and at DCHA. However, DC Council should ensure that DCHA and its committee centers the needs of displaced residents and codify DCHA's promise of residents' right to return once the renovations are completed by reintroducing and passing the Public Housing Preservation and Tenant Protection Amendment Act of 2020 and include its language in the BSA. In response to HUD's scathing 2022 audit, DCHA decided to completely overhaul the existing regulations that govern the administration of public housing and the Housing Choice Voucher Program. Since 2023, the agency has published 3 proposed admin plans and ACOP plans. DCHA erroneously proposed these rules as emergency measures and discarded their long-standing practice of transparency and community feedback before publication. After each publication, legal service providers and tenants' rights organizations submitted joint comments to DCHA concerning the agency's extremely problematic and harmful revisions. However, even after 2 working group sessions with DCHA to detail a group's concerns, each iteration of regulations have failed to demonstrate meaningful consideration of the feedback provided and continues to create barriers for current and prospective tenants and bypass local and federal laws. This committee should be aware that DCHA has made significant substantive changes to longstanding and accepted rules within the new ACOP and admin plan regulations, which likely result in an overall increase in the program terminations and denials, while minimizing due process protections. For instance, under the new ACOP regulations for public housing, the agency has taken unilateral action to reduce applicants' and current residents' right to request an informal hearing within 1 year of an adverse action to a mere 15 days. This effectively denies their right to due process and will likely result in unjustifiable termination of hundreds of extremely low-income families. DCHA has also reduced its obligation to produce requested documents and files before hearings, further diminishing agency accountability and violating due process rights. The agency's new policy to deny applicants based on their pre-DCHA rental history and use arrest records that have not resulted in convictions is counterproductive to accessibility, ignores the realities of how low and extremely low income population it is tasked to serve, violates local laws, and rejects federal HUD guidance. Unfortunately, these are only a few examples of the harm caused by the new regulations. Undoubtedly, these changes are only a few examples. Will have a deeply negative impact on accessibility and housing retention. The committee should use its oversight authority to ensure that DCHA follow all federal and local laws, particularly laws intended to increase accessibility and the preservation of affordable housing. Now that the DCHA has a new executive director and general counsel, DCHA residents and advocates look forward to returning to a more collaborative and transparent rulemaking process. Relatedly, while we are supportive of federal rent reasonableness policies and have long advocated for DCHA's proper administration of it, there's a lack of transparency and guidance that is causing confusion within its implementation. This confusion is causing barriers for voucher holders and is negatively impacting an already disadvantaged population. Currently, voucher holders are having to pay multiple application fees due to DCHA's lack of guidance and poor implementation of the rent reasonableness tools. DCHA's efforts should be focused on better understanding and administering rent reasonableness so that DC residents seeking to use their vouchers are not unfairly burdened. DC Council should also implore DCHA to increase transparency and create open and direct communication channels from residents to the agency. The agency should improve its technology to streamline the voucher process to ensure that DC residents are quickly and efficiently notified of their status and are housed. The agency should implement a coordinated voucher utilization process that allows for greater agency accountability, better collaboration with DHS, and much shorter lease-up timeframes.
Sharice Lou, you are almost a minute and a half over time. Let me pause you, but I will come back with questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sunny Desai, welcome.
Thank you, Chairperson White and members of the committee for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Sunny Desai. I am the manager of legal counsel for the Elderly's Tenant Advocacy and Support Practice. LCE defends, protects, and empowers DC residents ages 60 and over in legal matters. My team integrates legal, social, and casework supports to prevent eviction of district's low-income seniors. You have already heard from many DC residents and advocates about persistent problems with DCHA, and I'm sure we're all eager to hear from the new executive director, so I will keep my remarks short. But I co-sign what the tenants, voucher holders, and tenant advocates have already said today. This is my third time testifying in front of this committee regarding DCHA in the past year. In preparing for my testimony today, I reviewed the testimony I gave previously, and as others have said, I had to change very little because DCHA's performance has changed very little. As I'm sure you're keenly aware, HUD cited DCHA with over 80 violations. We were part of a meeting recently with HUD that Ms. Evans earlier testified about, and HUD has informed us that they are still not pleased with DCHA's performance and their oversight has not completed. Last year, I testified about an LCE client who received a transfer voucher in October of 2022. I'm sorry to say that we are still waiting for her to utilize her voucher after multiple failed attempts at leasing up, after multiple lease-up packages being submitted to DCHA. At least part of the problem, we think, was that the voucher portal was down in December of 2023, though I can't be sure because we're working on second-hand knowledge provided to us by the property manager. To my knowledge, DCHA never officially communicated this issue. That's just one small example of the many issues you've heard about today that plague DCHA. We understand that the agency has new leadership now, and some folks have mentioned that this is encouraging news, but this is now the third executive director in the last year that DCHA has had. DC has been through this cycle before, so it's difficult to see what will be different this time around. The residents of DC have been waiting decades for meaningful change with DCHA. How much longer do they need to wait for the agency to get its act together and perform simple customer service functions effectively, much less address the larger problems that others have detailed that have persisted for years? And I don't pose that as a rhetorical question. I hope you and this committee hold the new director's feet to the fire, ask for his vision, ask for deadlines when things will improve. I fear nothing will change without this body exercising thorough and diligent oversight. Changes at DCHA are long overdue, and the consequences of not changing are felt by the most vulnerable citizens of DC. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today, and I look forward to any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And final person on this panel, Luther Lacey. So please unmute.
Hey, hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilman White, fellow witnesses, and DC residents. I'm Luther Lacey, housing activist, outreach volunteer, and community organizer for People for Fairness Coalition. We believe that housing is a human right. It's our ongoing mission that we adopt a universal right to housing public policy. We want the housing to be just, fair, smart. We want it to function. We want it to work. And most of all, we want our residents to be happy. Reason I'm here today is in some of my recent meetings and discussions with DC Public Housing and Housing Choice voucher residents, we hear great concern of how DC's current status of a sanctuary city and the presence of thousands of migrants from other places will affect the future of DC public housing, DC Housing Authority, and of course the thousands of DC citizens who have waited years on the public housing list, as well as those individuals sleeping and dying in the streets while unhoused. Also, it is our hope in performing the rehabilitation work in vacant and unrepaired units and property grounds of our public housing properties, that there will be some balance in the employment of the individuals chosen to do the work. So we asked the question, how can we incorporate some of the current residents' public housing to help in getting these units and properties up to speed, as well as implementation of more training programs in the building trades for our young Black youth to serve as a deterrent from crime, for profit, and incarceration. In our reimagining of what this new housing authority should and could look like going forward, it is our extreme hope that some of the past misdeeds and shenanigans of misappropriation and favoritism that was discovered at the old housing authority will not be a reoccurrence. Finally, I'm making a personal appeal to the mayor, yourself, and your fellow council members to suspend our sanctuary city status until such time as we can get a foothold on the existing unhoused individuals that are currently in waiting. This past year, we've heard of budget shortfalls, workforce shortages, and standstills and delays in the building of more affordable units that DC citizens can truly afford. How can we fix the issue of homelessness if we keep piling on or adding to the problem by bringing more people needing to be housed to our city? So respectfully, I say to everyone, enough is enough. Let's take care of the existing and current unhoused first. Now, let me clear something up because I wrote this first before I thought. I'm not saying send nobody back or anything like that. I'm just saying let's just put a pause on till we can fix the problem at hand, man. You know, thanks for allowing me to share my testimony, and I'll be submitting this in writing for the record. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this panel. I don't have a ton of questions. A lot of things have come up in previous panels. I will highlight one of the fair criticisms that I've heard from this panel is same testimony, same issue. That's fair. I also want people to understand change does take time, and it takes some fundamental changes, and those things don't happen overnight. So I believe if you're serious about change, you have to develop a strategy, you have to go execute that strategy, and you have to take ownership. And that's what I've tried to do as chair of this committee. We're not going to make progress without a new board. There were political problems with the board, and there was no way to get rid of the people that you don't like without getting rid of people that you do like, because the council could not single-handedly change the board. Even if you got a new board, not going to see change without new leadership in the agency, because the previous leadership could not make the changes that were necessary. Even if you had a new board and new executive leadership, you're not going to be able to do what you need to do without money. So we had to figure out how to get dedicated funding for that. And all of these things require ongoing oversight. So in the 1 year and 1 month that I've chaired this committee, I've taken this charge very seriously. And what I've made clear in my opening testimony, and hopefully today, is now that we have these fundamental elements in place, which were necessary for change, now we need to see the change. So that's the expectation now. I'm not surprised at all that people don't see the change yet. I don't see the changes that I want to see yet. I see the progress behind the scenes, but now that needs to amount to changes for people who have been relying on this agency for a long time to be different. That's the expectation. I'm happy so far with the new director, with the executive team he's bringing in, but I'm keeping my foot on the gas, and I've been very clear about that. Same expectations as before, and we've got to keep moving because the change doesn't matter until people see it. Let me ask a couple clarifying questions because I want to make sure we have enough information to help. Yolanda Thornton, I hope you are still with us.
Yes, I am.
Okay, good. The issue of, you said you were moved for 7 days because of a mold issue. What was, when you were moved, what was done?
I really wouldn't be able to tell you because so they said my home tested positive for mold. So they placed me and my children and pets in a hotel and said it would take 7 days. They said they were treating the home. Like I stepped into the home, I think was the 28th of June, and there was just, dehumidifiers around. Like they did some painting and like the wall in the front area of my home was repaired, but there was mold in the walls. Like they just removed my countertops where my sink is, and there's mold in the wall behind the sink. On top of that, a mouse
Sorry,
nest.
I'm sorry. After you came back in, you saw mold
Yes,
behind the
mold
counter.
still in my home. Mold
Okay,
still in my home.
behind the countertop, you said?
Behind us, where my sink and countertop
Okay.
is.
Where had they identified mold before they moved you out?
The mold was in, I guess, the ceiling in the front area of the house and in the bathroom.
Okay. And have you, in those two places, have you seen indication of the mold still being there or coming back?
No, I see mold in the window sill, and when they removed the cabinets and countertops in my kitchen, mold there.
Okay. And today the issues are still there?
Yes, sir. That all they did was rip out the cabinets, didn't replace the wall, just slapped new cabinets right on top of it.
Yes. Okay. And the mouse issue, is that current?
Yes, it is current,
All right.
sir. Mice are jumping all over the place. They literally had to replace partial my bathroom floor. And since opening all of these openings, mice are really running really bad. There's this hole in my utility closet that was said that they were going to repair, and no one has repaired it, and it's gotten larger. And yes, there are dead mice everywhere in the walls, like you can smell it.
Ms. Thornton, can I ask you to give the Housing Committee a call next Friday and let us know what, if anything, has been done?
Yes, like right now they're just doing like patch jobs. And it's not going to rectify or bring back the fact that my children and my health has been affected.
Yeah. I hear you loud and clear on that. One of the things I'm working with the agency on, I don't plan to get into it today, but how we, and this came up in one of the earlier panels, how we confirm that things have been done and done correctly is important, because otherwise we're wasting resources and putting people in dangerous conditions. So if you would reach back out to us next Friday and give us a status update, that'll help to make sure things are moving in the right direction. Can we do that?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you so much. Chad Sinkler and actually several people in this panel, and other panels, one of the things that's come up a lot is the emergency regulations and the lack of input from residents. And this is something that Sharif Phelps L. and others have mentioned as this issue was ongoing several months ago. The agency has not finalized the regulations. I don't have, I've always said this to people, that there will be parts of the regulations that some people don't like. People will sometimes submit comments and they won't be accepted. But the process has to be inclusive. And one of the really important themes is resident input. As we keep hearing, one, these are people, and two, these are people's homes. And those regulations matter. So for instance, what's the term? There's one particular regulation that's come up a few times. Grievance, thank you. 30 days, I can't remember who testified that grievance is often like the last resort. 30 days is not enough time. To go from a year to 30 days is just, it's not reasonable. Should it be shorter than a year? Probably, maybe, but 30 days is, and so, and I think we need to look at our other regulations, other timelines, statutes of limitations to understand where those are. Sharif Phelps, you have something to add?
Yeah, okay. You putting this stuff is not written in stone because it's not finalized, so why are you using it against us now? Okay, and then you saying 30 days, they're not even accepting them.
I wanted to ask about that.
They didn't accept it, and I still have it in my car. I forgot to bring it.
Why wasn't it accepted?
Well, they said you have to get your grievance from your resident manager. I went to my resident manager. She said, take this to 700 D Street. But when I got there, it was 625 D Street. When I got to 625 D Street, they told me, oh, we don't deal with this. You got to deal with this with your manager. I said, but my manager told me to come here. Oh, no, I said, you know what, let me speak to some directors, because first and foremost, you cannot go in housing. You're stuck at the desk, no further. So it was just no director, no nothing, a bunch of stuff that was going to send me to prison. So I just came on home.
Okay. We need to sort through that, because if a timeline that short, then at least how you submit this grievance has to be clear and predictable. I think we got to look at extending that timeline, but at very least that process has to work. One of the things I am going to get into with the director today is communication and staffing. You know, these frontline folks, it is important who they are, how they're able to deal with residents, including our building managers, resident managers, as you mentioned in your testimony. This is not the only time I've heard folks say they feel frequently disrespected.
Well, she said, because if she seen you at 9:20 and I come in at 9:35, she's still mad about what happened between you and her. So she take it out on everybody. And I felt like that's not acceptable, because you're in a position where you have to treat people like people. But this woman just needs to go. But that's how we did it back in the day. This ain't back in the day. This is going towards the future. And if you are a bad manager, the people that you're managing going to pick up your bad behavior, and then it's just going to spread like a disease or a virus, because it's acceptable. Ain't nobody questioning this. Ain't nobody handling nothing. And we had just got a resident manager for 20 days, but she ran because she came from private management.
So
we don't even know what happened with her. We don't have no manager.
There's a lot to fix in this agency, and sometimes it's people, and sometimes it's broken systems. Sometimes it's both. You know, there are ways to address issues like this. For instance, if there are surveys or easy ways to evaluate resident managers, you tend to get a different product. If people know there's the residents are submitting evaluations on an ongoing basis, or, you know, every once in a while. And it also gives the agency feedback to how people are performing and sort of issues across different properties. So there are ways to fix this. There's a lot to fix in the agency, but the frontline folks is an important one. So I'm glad you brought this testimony.
This new manager, Miss Pugh, she done clean house over 402, and she coming to 1200 because she's the manager over all of them. We just got one property manager. So before she get burnt out, I just want her to get to 1200 and get Miss Zenith Perry in line or out the door. But she's doing a tremendous for the rats that we had outside. She doing what she can with what she got.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
She's doing what she can for what she got, and that's good. But when you got her doing what she can, what you got, then everybody just need to be on the whole page. Yeah. Everybody need a new job, technically.
Yeah.
Keep the family reunion at Anacostia Park and not in housing, because now with the apprenticeship program, everybody their family members gonna get the opportunity to do the apprenticeship program. But what about the people who just stand in their line and not gonna even get seen? Yeah. I mean, it's so much.
It is a lot, and we gotta get through all that.
My head in my face, because I like the witnesses, so I can see, so I can tell you what I seen, not what I heard.
Yeah.
So yeah.
B. Evans, thank you for being with us. The issue of mice, how long has that been going on?
It's been going on for quite a while. When actually my mother was the first one in the building, and I moved in with her. That's how I got in the building, and it was a terrible mice problem. But there are other neighbors. I check on my neighbors. I know my neighbors just like she does. Go to their houses. You have the stench. You have 80 and 90-year-old people chasing mice. Miss Brooks over in Capitol Gateway, her mother's 92 on a daily basis, chasing mice.
Yeah.
You know, and
that you know of has the agency done to address the mouse infestation?
okay, first of all, I was told by the assistant manager of Triangle View that they only pay for an exterminator to do 15 units every 2 weeks. And I'm on the permanent list, but all 15 spots are not just designated for my building, they also own Eastgate. And so we've had 5 managers in 5 years. They switched the managers around. They get fired. Some of them, like she said, are so rude and nasty. And if you're 89 years old, don't have the energy, and some people got one arm and CPO'd and you name it, it's all there. And
let me ask you one other question. I was at Triangle View recently and didn't notice an issue with the ramp, but I also am not the primary user of a ramp. Talk to me about what's wrong with it right now.
Okay, right now, if you're going out, it's downhill. And so it's difficult for people to manage. And if you're coming uphill, the curb was built too high, like those they have in St. Louis. So when they cut it down to put in the curb cut, first they left with no rail. You could just drop off. And I had to go take trash cans and yellow tape and get them to come back out. I have pictures. They're not in that phone. But anyway, I do have pictures. And so they just put up a rail to stop it. But it's bumpy. You have to come in, go around, then come up the rail. And the ambulance pull up every day. And they have to manage their way around that rail, and like if you have a Safeway cart, you're bringing in groceries and stuff. I'm struggling to push it up here. You got one arm, or you not as healthy as I am. You hope there's a neighbor out there to help you. And I'm still looking for help when I get out of the, but it's not constructed right at all. I've had complaints about it. I have a couple of documents about that, especially from the visually impaired.
Let me ask a couple other condition questions to other residents. We still have a couple more panels. The Regina Rivers, you mentioned that you need a ramp. It sounds like there's an accessibility issue in your unit. Is that right?
No, sir. Actually, I was trying to move to a high-rise unit so I will be able to maneuver a wheelchair and my mother transport because she's bedridden. So we were trying to move to a high-rise apartment is what we had filled out for and what we were almost about to get. And
This, 4 years. Because of a $60 gap. This seems something that can be overcome. I don't know the details. It is possible the agency didn't have flexibility because they got in a lot of trouble for the rent reasonableness, but that doesn't mean they couldn't have maybe negotiated with the landlord or something. That just seems too close for it to fall through. Go ahead.
And the leasing company was very okay to work with them, but they did not give my housing specialist enough time and she cut it off and said it's closed. And I
can
got this
imagine.
message on Friday of last week.
Jeez, I'm sorry
16th.
to hear that. So I know my team reached out to you to get your contact information to share with agency leadership. Were you able?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Well, we will work to make progress there. But I do hear your concerns, and I think this is something we should be able to make progress on.
Yeah, because mom's 99 and she's gonna be 100 this year. So I'd like for her to be
Yeah.
in her own place.
Yes. Yes. Sounds like she's earned it at this point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, she worked with council member Dave Clark for years. Years. So she knows about this is gone on too long.
Give her our best. Tell her we're
I
going to try
sure
to help
will.
here.
I sure will. And thank you so very much.
Thank you. Heather Day, let me just clarify this $9,000. I didn't catch what this was for. Was this for back rent?
Correct.
Okay. Ooh.
I was told $9,000 to even start a payment plan. This is with the ledger and everything that I've been complaining about. And then it was like, oh, you pay $9,000 and then we'll add the additional monies, which is like, it's five something, but it was close to $600
Now,
to
do
your
you
rent, which is already almost $2,000.
have you disputed I mean, I think, you know, that $9,000 may be insurmountable. That aside, do you dispute the amount owed?
Yes, I come on these calls, I go to the board, I've sent plenty of emails. This has been ongoing. And
But
it
when
even
you,
got to the point where I was just like, I tried to find a lawyer, couldn't afford to do one. There was a point recently where I just stopped paying. I'm like, okay, maybe they'll send me to court. Like I've done everything I can possibly do legally. And it's like, it's still not getting me nowhere. And my back is against the wall. Like I've tried thing and you know, me having integrity and still being here and still trying to get these issues resolved, it's just causing more headaches and more issues. And like I said, now being at the risk of for eviction, and then it's like, okay, we get evicted and then end up back in the cycle again. And now there's no help whatsoever, which will cause issues in my future if this stuff gets sent to credit or anything else. So it's like, it's no hope. I don't know what else to do.
yeah. When you reach out to the agency, are you reaching out because the amount is too high or because you dispute how much they say you owe?
Both. I mean, I'm reaching out for different things. I've been reaching out for the ledger and rent abatement and communication and accountability. And now I'm being reached out because my recertification, I didn't sign. They wouldn't allow me to get a new lease because I didn't fill out the paper choosing the rate, the rent and the flat rate and other documents that I'm like, I'm not understanding. No one can explain it. I don't agree. Show me this. And they're not doing any of that. So now I guess that's another issue.
Okay.
And it's trying to get the things done and have a conversation with people who are able to make decisions and people who, you know, it's like you're sending me right back. Why am I talking to property management again? Why am I meeting with the director of property management when I've had the senior vice president in my home during the time that I had rats running around and everything else who's also aware of all of these issues? Why am I starting over? I've been asking for the last 2-3 administrations to speak with the person in charge. I have yet been granted that opportunity. It's frustrating to keep dealing with this and I have to keep repeating myself, you know, and it's like I really don't know what else to do.
It's somebody, I think it was in the first panel, suggested that there needs to be a clear escalation process because there's some issues that are just complex and a property manager is not going to be able to help you. They just don't have the authority. So that's sort of a system-wide thing. For you, let us see. I don't know sort of what doors you've knocked on and haven't. So we're going to send you a few resources, and if those aren't helpful, let us know and we'll try to find more. I can't determine the outcome here because that's not the part of the process that I'm in. But I can make sure that you can reach the right people and have the right resources. So let us try to help in that way.
I appreciate that. Cause
Absolutely.
yeah, this dysfunctional operation, again, if I end up homeless, like right now, I have a packet right here for my voucher that is no point in me even filling out because I'm not going to be able to get a letter of standing. I've been on the list for 22 years. I finally have the opportunity, and now all of this stuff has happened, and I don't qualify. So if we get evicted, we end up in the shelter. You're giving people in the shelter a voucher, but guess what? I won't qualify. And now I'll have this stuff on my credit, which will prevent me from getting a house or home somewhere else. So it was like, what do I do? I mean, are we trying to prevent homelessness? Are we trying to increase it? Like, what is the goal? Does DCHA know their mission? Because I don't think they do.
I do appreciate you being with us. We're going to try to help. I- Harry Garau, I think, on the rent reasonableness thing, I appreciate you testifying on this and staying on top of it. DCHA is committed to doing a comprehensive review of overpayments. I do have concerns. So some have suggested in the past that DCHA should not just renegotiate leases going forward, but existing leases. And I understand that from like a fiscal standpoint, but I think the result of that will be some number, could be a lot, could be a few of residents being kicked out, their leases being terminated. So it
I
could have
don't
an
think that's
adverse impact.
true, by the way, Councilmember White, because those landlords in those cases illegally overcharged DCHA and those residents. So to ask them to stop illegally overcharging is already in the HAP contracts that they can lower the amount. And asking them to stop overcharging is not going to result in the eviction of those tenants.
Well, we're going to learn more here with the comprehensive review. HUD is still involved in this. We've not gotten clearance on the rent reasonableness changes. So I hear you, and to some extent, I agree with you. I think there may be a line, but it's something we want to understand. I don't think anybody wants to see residents out on the street or lose their housing. But some of these rent overpayments are egregious and need to be treated as such. So I'm glad we've gotten a commitment from the leadership to look into this, do a comprehensive review, and we still have HUD's eyes on this. So we'll keep working on this. Melody Webb, no questions, just, on your question request to waive the rules to promote strategies like exempting guaranteed income in a pilot program. Absolutely, yes. We need to see whether we can put rungs on the ladder to help people come out of poverty. The goal is not to keep people sort of, in one place, but give people options. So I don't understand why the agency wouldn't have flexibility here. I think you're right on this. So this is also the first I'm hearing of it. So let us talk to the agency leadership and see if there's something we can do here. I think these guaranteed income pilots have been promising both in DC and nationally, and we need to learn everything we can about the opportunities that they might bring. So I appreciate your work here and your testimony today.
Thank you so much.
Sharice Lou, on residents' right to return, are there examples that you've seen of residents? I mean, there, aside from like the issues of dispute about like who's on the lease, but have there been examples of residents that have not been given a right to return when there have been major renovations of property?
I believe we heard some today.
Well, no. I'm distinguishing between people who should be able to return if the process works as it's supposed to, and people who are told, no, you will not be able to return.
Well, we have, blatantly asked former leadership, and I don't know any specific examples of someone who has had the chance to return yet, right? They don't know where they are in the process. We do know people have been lost, as we've been told, and that they actually informed us that they would not be able, people would not be able to return, right? That has not, that process has not begun. They have not planned that out. So
Okay.
we're asking for that to be codified.
Okay, so and that's why I'm asking this is so kind of putting something on paper and having it happen in reality are different things, right? New communities, berry farms, on paper, all these things are supposed to work one way. We can write a law, then it'd be another piece of paper that says how things are supposed to work, which is just too different from the way things work in reality. So that's just what I'm trying to figure out. We don't need any more pieces of paper that make promises that don't come to fruition. And so I was just trying to understand the underlying issue of whether there are people who are removed from a property and just told straight out, no, you won't have a right to return.
Redevelopment hasn't gotten that far.
Okay. Um, uh, uh, please share examples.
Yeah, so redevelopment for the current repositioning process hasn't happened, but we have examples from redevelopments that have happened through choice neighborhoods, through Hope 6, through choice, if I didn't already say that, but where redevelopment happens and people are denied the ability to return because, and I hear what you're saying about paper versus whatever, but if that was the case, we wouldn't have important things like the Voting Rights Act, right? Because the problem is enforceability. So that there are examples of people who've been not allowed to return because of the new rules instituted by the now private property. For example, public housing residents have a grievance process, even though the one right now sucks with the new regulations. Those are things that don't exist sometimes in private housing. So you have examples of residents losing rights. You have examples of properties doing more stringent lookbacks than public housing. So you're a public housing resident who would otherwise be able to live in public housing, but the housing authority has decided to privatize. Well, HUD has decided to privatize. And so people are not allowed back by function of the new landlord and new property being able to cut people out.
I see. Okay. All right. That makes, I appreciate that example. I didn't ask everybody questions, which I said at the beginning. There are a lot of criticisms that we understand. They are fair. I understand them. And so I want to thank our public witnesses for being with us. We have a couple more panels, so we're going to move to.
Can I ask one question
the
just
next
before you
panel.
dismiss us?
I did let you go 2 minutes over time.
know.
We just had a different discussion. I got to keep moving
Okay.
because we also, want to make sure we get through everything.
Yeah,
with the
I think it's for
different agencies.
me.
So, I
Like stay or let eviction.
that is why we're trying to sort these things out. Yeah.
It's, people getting this, it's not slow that people getting. There are strategies that you can. I'm about to say something.
Elaine Musipi, Aquarius, I saw you. Welcome. Elka, Hania, Tamika Watson, Letitia McKeechin, Vivian Mercer, Tamira White, and Commissioner Ashley Ruff. Stacy Smith, are you here? Kimberly Jackson. Harry Acker. Lynn Rim. Let me just call it Stacy Smith again. Oh, Stacy Smith. Okay.
Smith.
Aquarius Van Garsty, welcome.
I'm here today as a former 17 years served family elect commissioner with the District of Columbia Housing Authority Board of Commissioners. First and foremost, it's an insult when you constantly refer to me as a whistleblower, because I am one of those commissioners that made sure all time and during the administration of my former director. I have been fortunate to not only be a product of the Federal City College with a degree in urban studies, social planning. I have been taught by Edgar Kahn, and above all, I have the best education in real estate than any resident commissioner in the District of Columbia Public Housing Community, and I'll tell you why. First and foremost, I have used my degree with a tool called RAD. Specifically, in my self-interest is that I live in 700 12th Street Southeast, in a single member district where homes are millions of dollars. I already live in a diverse neighborhood. Unfortunately, I am no longer a Black woman. I am now a colored woman. I just read Harriet Tubman, and my mother's name is Harriet. Now, with that said, you and Mayor Bowser, you're going to help me with my vision. And my vision is 712th Street will remain up. We will continue with our 2 bedrooms, with our square foot, due to the fact that everything that DCHA bill and private developers bill, remember what you're doing, you're condensing space. Okay, that's why I'm now a colored woman, because Black women, they seem to have issues thinking again, because I was a Black woman confused thinking again, until I took off my 2 years to re-examine every document that my signature is on, because I am the only resident commissioner that's set on DCHE board. Now, let me tell you who my team is. And please write down these names so you can investigate or research, because this is facts. My team for RAD for 700 was Mr. Michael Kelly, Miss LaRuby May, who chaired my board, Lori Poocher, who taught me architect, Adrian Tubman, which none of y'all have ever called, who is the Assistant Secretary of HUD, and who know DCHA better than she. And the problem I have with politicians is that while people are living, we never call and ask them, well, what was it like when you was at DCHA? Is my minute up? Now, with that said, let me tell you what the plan was. 12th, 13th, and 9th Street are to be torn down because there was 23 residents who had voted for their leadership for resident council, and they did not want to be a part of that rant. Amy, who's no longer with Washington Internet Faith Base, had no problems with when to come into Potomac Gardens, and they supported my president. Ellen Nelson is a very good teacher, and I would like to see Ellen on my team to be able to continue to educate public housing residents in Potomac Gardens about RAD. If you had a test and you decide between Potomac Garden Senior and Potomac Garden Family, here's the difference. All the seniors who are colored, because they are like 70 and 80, they can tell you what RAD is. They'll let you know it is a tool, et cetera, et cetera. However, the District of Columbia Housing Authority have signatures at every RAD workshop that they had. If you ask these 23 residents who was not forced to put their name on a sign-in sheet, they still don't know about RAD. Colored women can no longer wait for Black women to take their time in the District of Columbia where everything is moving too fast. Now, it takes the housing authority more than 15 to 20 years to build a property, and RAD say you can get built on site. People in 700 is on site. We may be the minority, but we live in 700, and 12th, 13th, and 9th Street will no longer plan 700. 12th, 13th, and I Street, there needs to be someone to work with them and for them to understand, what do you want to do with 12th, 13th, and I Street? Because that RAD was crafted for, now this is what you call empowerment. 12th, 13th, and 9th Street empowers themselves. That's who live on 12th, 13th, and 9th Street. The senior already have their own RAD, and they have definitely empowered themselves. Unfortunately, in 700, the vacancy rate that we have, it was meant. This was the best thing that happened to the District of Columbia under Tyrone Garrett's leadership. Now you have all these vacant apartments. You're going to tell me empowerment in the mayor's program, and the District of Columbia already had an apprenticeship program under David Gilmore. It's an insult when people delete history, and Director Pettigrew is not a new director on the block.
Let me pause you about 2 minutes over at this point. I appreciate you being with us. Tamika Watson. Stacy Smith.
Hello, Member White Jr. and staff, rest of the members. I just wanted to briefly say there's been quite a bit said here today. I don't want to repeat anything. The experience that I took to get here was quite harrowing. Your staff could share some of the details with you when you get a moment, maybe during dinner later on today. But I kind of wanted to just share a few thoughts with with Mr. Pettigrew and yourself, Mr. White Jr. Just taking a few notes. I don't have any prepared speech or anything. I did have one, but because I was notified today and was taken downstairs and met with HA and they made some calls, things okay. Perfect timing. So when I hear things like transparency, I think about blockchain. I think about digital systems that will allow us to see exactly what's going on, right? The agency, right? I think about the HA as a system, and clearly Mr. Pettigrew and his turnaround team, they're going to turn things around, right? But these digital systems, which are pretty commonplace in this region, especially in Virginia, they're well known. HA is not just a one-trick pony. They do quite a bit. So in a sense, they're a system, right? Maybe even a system of systems. And so there are systems out there that they could really leverage to help with some of the things that I've been hearing about, which really go back to people, right? And being able to track. I'll give an example. You just mentioned something about escalation. Well, in the Veterans Affairs Department, when a veteran reaches out to a practitioner using the app My Healthy Vet, that individual that's being contacted has 3 days, I believe it is, to respond. If they don't respond, the system automatically kicks up the message to the director. Well, what that does is it puts a timeline on how much time the person has to respond. So things like that, these digital systems sort of offload more of what we're trying to keep in our brains, and it makes it automated. And I think we're going to get a lot more from Mr. Pettigrew's turnaround team if we help support them with, if it takes extra funding, whatever it takes, more encouragement to look at these. And by the way, there are always going to be these vendors who want to sell you one package for this and then another package for that. What we're really talking about is well-integrated system. That's all I'd like to share.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Tamika Watson, I think you're with us online.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, good to see you.
Hi. Okay, great to see you. Hi, Councilmember White and committee. Thank you guys for having me here. I just want to come here to just express that I have profound concerns about the unprofessionalism and lack of response from the DCHA, particularly regarding critical issues related to the concerns of my current residents in the relocation process. My family and I moved into our current unit in 2021 of March, seeking housing to accommodate at the time the specific needs and services for my grandma as her primary caretaker until her passing of May of 2021. Unfortunately, our experience since has been nothing but a short of a nightmare. I have been desperately seeking assistance because something in our house is causing us constant health issues for my family. Despite numerous attempts to reach the owner and address critical concerns such as a black mold, poor ventilation, exposed wires, plumbing issues, and more, my efforts have not been met. It's been a lack of response. It is important to note that our home is due for an annual inspection, which had not been conducted since we moved in. My family are all asthmatic, including my son with a disability with one lung continues to endure health risk. Reaching out to DCHA for help has been a frustrating process. With no response to my concerns, the unprofessionalism extends across various departments, from the recertification to representatives conversing with you over the phone, the leasing department, and beyond. We finally received our first inspection in February 2024, close to 3 years after our move-in date. Despite the annual inspection requirement, after the inspection, the Department of Building cited our current home and deeming it a priority 1 violation with life safety hazards that must be abated within 1 day. DCHA has given the current landlord 28 days to address these issues, which is contrary to the urgent nature of the situation, since these issues must be addressed immediately. During my visit at DCHA in September of 2023, my previous recertification representative informed me of the rent increase following my grandmother's passing, which has become an overwhelming financial burden. Despite obtaining an update voucher in September 2023, I was able to locate a new prospective home in October 2023, in which I was approved of through the landlord, with the hopes of being able to finally move my family out of these conditions. Although there seemed to be light under the end of the tunnel, at least I thought, I have expressed several roadblocks regarding the moving process for my family due to rent reasonableness. The landlord has done comparables online, has submitted through the DHA portal, which brings back the lack of communication via DCHA. The prospective landlord and I have run into issues with understanding the portal and how it's been shifted from representative to representative with hopes of gaining a resolution. We have received nothing but uncertainty with more questions than answers. In process of determining a set rate for the monthly rent, I have received 3 different prices, all of which vary significantly and do not align with the current market conditions for similar homes. This lack of consistency and transparency has created confusion and added considerable time to our housing search. The prospective landlord and I have not been provided with any guidance on how to, remedy this situation. It's just been fluctuating with different dates and different times, which is not a way to remedy, is not a remedy to this broken system. My attempts to communicate with DCHA regarding the new residents have been fruitless. The lack of responsiveness combined with conflicting information about the procedures and the inability to reach anyone has left my family and I in limbo. The communication breakdown with DCHA has made this process extremely challenging. I will hope to get some type of swift resolution for the safety and well-being of my family.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Tisha McKeechin. Allegra, I believe you're reading the testimony.
Yeah, that's correct. Hi, my name is Allegra Haydam. I'm a staff member at Mothers Outreach Network, which convenes the DC Guaranteed Income Coalition. And I'm reading some written testimony that was prepared by one of the mothers in our program, Ms. DCHA McKeechan, who's unavailable today. So she says, hello, my name is DCHA McKeechan, and I am writing this letter in hopes of getting some help with a few issues and or concerns going on in my unit. I'm a resident at Greenleaf Gardens located in Southwest. I've lived there since November 2014. I've submitted numerous work orders for these issues and haven't yet received any work on my unit. For starters, my bathroom floor is completely damaged down to the wood and nails. Second, whenever my children try to take a bath, it would pour downstairs in my kitchen. In the boys' room, there's a hole in their ceiling, and when it starts to rain, the ceiling leaks. In my kitchen cabinets, there's mold due to the leak from my kitchen sink. My bathroom tub needs reglazing. My walls, ceiling by the back door need plastering. And the list goes on and on. Tickets have been put in on so many occasions. I just want something done about these issues, especially the mold. I have major health issues, and I just want to keep my children and myself safe. I asked if I could be put in a hotel while these issues were addressed, and they said that was not possible. So finally, I put in a request to be transferred from my unit last October because there was no resolution to the many issues that I put in tickets for. I still have not heard back about my transfer request. Please, can I get the help I deserve for the safety of my family? Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Acker. Would you turn on your microphone, please? Thank you.
Hello, thank you for having me, Mr. White, and everyone here.
No, it was on. Nope, hit it again. There it is. Yep.
My name is Terry Acker, and I am a Section 8 voucher holder living in Sheridan Terrace, one of the first mixed communities here in the city. And basically my concern you've heard a lot of today, but I'm talking about the new regulations, okay? I'm gonna start my testimony off. It's short, okay? I say this with much empathy. I was homeless for a year and a half and very traumatized because of a fire. Our people perish for lack of knowledge. I see no evidence that the housing authority notified or more importantly, consulted by way of community forums or anything else, etc., to let the public housing and Section 8 voucher holders, residents know about the regulations that I am told are in effect now. The Housing Authority approved these regulations without even notifying us. I was told that these regulations came from HUD. I also found out that that's not necessarily true. The changes encourage homelessness as far as I'm concerned. The time frame for recertifying is not sufficient. In fact, once research are done, if there is a question of grievance, we usually don't even get the research within 30 days, much less the fact that getting in touch with our workers has gotten too difficult, and it can, I'd probably be my old hair, right? Don't laugh, Aja. Oh yeah, and it can take as long as 30 days to even get your, your recertification back. And to get a call back, oh, I said it takes as long as 30 days to get a call back. Okay. The Housing Authority is short of staff, and I don't see how they can possibly enforce these regulations. And with building mixed communities in public housing, most of the residents, some of the subsidized housing residents don't want any and everybody to know that they're subsidized. Mixed community, that's what it's supposed to be about, mixing them in together and not knowing, because you get stigmatized. They say things like those people and all this stuff. And I want here to say that it's not necessarily true. Section 8 voucher holders do not tear up properties, because I've had 4 houses and I'm in an apartment, well, 2 apartments now. And I've had my voucher since the 80s, and you don't get to keep a voucher that long. if you tearing up people's houses, right? Okay. I wanted to say that people are literally dying because of the lack of empathy and professional acts and retaliation by DCHA staff. I've seen 4 seniors become homeless and actually die. One, my next door neighbor, okay? I also work for Bread for the City, you know that, right? As the senior community organizer. I was at Kenilworth and you and Mr. Pettigrew were there, and he said that he would not tolerate retaliation. I encourage him to please pay attention to that saying that, because I know of a couple of residents being retaliated against, and I couldn't even get them to come and testify because they're afraid of being retaliated against. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at that because I can't read the rest of it. I ain't right.
Well, that was good and helpful. I'm gonna come back to you, so I appreciate you. Lynn Rem.
Thank you very much, committee. Thank you for hearing me this afternoon. My name is Lynn Rim. I am a DC Choice voucher recipient, as well as a community activist since the early 2000s with several campaigns, including treatment instead of jail, first time of nonviolent offenders, which turned into drug courts to lower our crime as well as our taxes, and medical marijuana, which allowed us to go nationwide with that to heal people in a non-pharmaceutical way. And I've also raised money and put several candidates on the ballot and advocated on the Hill for the Democrats and for the Republicans, raising money and pushing things forward in my free time and also professionally. I just like to bring up a couple ideas on housing. I don't think there's one solution to any one thing. And we have to understand that everything takes time. And if we're willing to work together, anything is possible, but it's increments. Here's a couple suggestions I have. One thing, I'm working on a public safety initiatives right now where we can get some people off the streets and deal with mental health as well as substance abuse issues that are recurring over generations or over multiple times, shorten the amount of time that they're in DC jail and put them into just some emergency detox and group home. And I have detailed plans with every council member in the executive office and the public safety infrastructure here in DC. But that's for a different hearing, but it also ties into some of the issues that you see here that are underlying with public housing. And that's why you have so many issues with rodents and with people feeling unsafe. I'm not going to get caught up on that. These are just some of the issues, just listening to some of the rest of the public here. I'd like to bring up that we could possibly have something where we had a volunteer program or work programs where individuals that have been in the system for a while and have been rated, they don't have employment or whatever may be the case, they're available, could be seeking to maybe get out of public assistance, and that would help them for a generation. And that's one suggestion. And then also if there's a way to track if landlords are active on their property and they're aware of what the goings-ons are on their property, and if they're active responding back to DCHA as well as the clients, and what are the penalties with that. And I put down right here, they should probably try a program for individuals that want to help out the landlord in another scenario where the landlord just doesn't have the resources, maybe for like an hour a day. Maybe you have one block captain, one building person in that building that's maybe they're able to sweep up, clean up. That lowers the chances of disease and roaches and rats. And also, I would also put forward a idea that perhaps just to go right through a deployment of employment services, DOS, and have a cleaning janitorial program that would help lower the chances of roaches and mice and disease. And like I'm a cleaning professional with certification with insurance. It's called IICRC. And most insurance companies and governments use those because there's standards to remove mold. And you can use household products like Dawn. You would know that's the highest level abatement I could do very cheaply for you in every household. It contains the mold microbial spores, and it keeps us from getting into your respiratory systems, but it has to be done in a certain way. It's, like a 3-day class or 7-day class. DAWs could teach residents how to clean up and actually have the property manager maybe have as a contractor or have people as contractors. That way there would be stakeholders directly, financially, morally, and institutionally tied together so we can work together as interlocking individuals that would have a blockchain that could hold us together and rather than separate us, and lowering our costs and raising up the opportunity that we don't have to make national news, but like charter schools, we can make it in the other way. Like my house friend said, we can be a template that can go all over the nation instead of them making fun of our hard standards, because we have very hard circumstances here in DC versus some other places that don't understand what we have to face here. And thank you for allowing me to make comments today.
I appreciate you being with us to testify. And Tamira White, welcome.
Good afternoon. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I am a voucher recipient. I'm new to this process, and I've been trying to get housed for approximately 2 years. I applied for a unit. I finally got my voucher in October. I was told I was awarded a voucher 2 years ago. I finally got my voucher. I applied for a apartment in October. I did everything that was on the website, and then it comes back that my unit is not rent reasonable. My problem is that the link for rent reasonable was still there. And so my case manager and myself went by what was on DCHA's website. They have since taken it down, and now we have nowhere to start to look for housing. They told me that rent reasonable for Columbia Heights was $1,800 for a 1-bedroom. That can't be possible. You can't even get a studio in Columbia Heights for $1,800. I don't know what to do, where to start. I am homeless. I have to pay application fees every time I apply. I have to pay a holding fee every time I apply for a unit. And rent reasonable should be the first part, and that is what is going to deter us from getting these units or getting approved for these apartments. There has to be something in place where our case managers can successfully assist us. And I'm coming from the mental health part of it. I've heard a lot about the seniors and things like that, but a lot of mental health recipients cannot advocate for themselves. They don't have the capability to do so. So our case managers have to do that. And right now they have no way to even assist us. When you look online for rent reasonable, there's nothing there anymore because they have taken it down because I made so much fuss about me going to that site and doing exactly what you guys asked of us. And then you tell me that it's not rent reasonable when I went beneath what rent reasonable was on your website. I'm just trying to get answers of what to do next and how do we apply and know what the amount is that the government is willing to pay on our behalf.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Let me go to some questions for this panel. Quick clarification for Aquarius Van Garcia. Well, for 712th Street, you spoke a lot about the RAD process. Where are things with that process now?
At present, I don't know. When I last left the Board of Commissioners and the last RAD informative information session we had, I believe it's either sitting at somebody's desk at HUD, but maybe my director may know the answer because I'm sure it's one of the things that he first looked into.
Okay. Yeah,
So you can ask him that question. But now let me tell you, the RAD is going to happen at 700 for number one. You have the Holocaust Museum, you have the Afro-American History Museum, and you have the Indian Museum. All of those buildings represent something. As a colored woman who have lived in 700 for over 40-some years. What would I look like not fighting to develop a building that can be affordable? And here's the plan. You have your congressional representatives who are all part of Generation X. Did they not tell you that coming to Washington, D.C., they need somewhere to live? So one of our floors in 700 will accommodate them. Okay, you also have AmeriCorps Vistas who travel here and there, similar to Peace Corps. They come here from other states. Some of those units can be set aside for them too. The rest of those units are going to go for the folks who are going to stay on site because RAD said build on site. So we're going to, those of us in 700, we the minority. Now, see, I'm not going to come up here and give you any false information. We are the minority, and I'm a trendsetter, and I'm territorial, and I'm fair, and I'm honest, and I got integrity and character. Now back to my team.
Let me, I got your team. Let me ask a couple questions of other witnesses. Stacy Smith, I appreciate you. Yes, when you're on the last panel, a lot of things have been said. One of the points you made that I think is important in a transition for the agency is the need to look at systems. So appreciate that point in your testimony. That's something agency leadership absolutely has to look at. It's something we're looking at too, which is why I'm tracking priorities and measurable goals with all of the agencies under the Housing Committee to make sure they have the right people and the right systems and that we can hold them accountable. So I appreciate it. You want to add one thing?
Just one other thing. I didn't want to take too much time when I spoke earlier, but people kept coming up. I noticed that as a pattern. And, when you think about it, individuals can have, and, try not to take this the wrong way, anyone in here, but, post-traumatic stress disorder is, kind of commonplace in a lot of places around the world now, especially with conflicts, actual kinetic conflicts. But institutions can also suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. And I understand that the agency has had quite a bit of turnover, and that could be stressful. That could be really stressful. So it may be worthwhile to also take a little bit of time if the council could support the agency in looking into if there's a need for some assistance in that way.
I appreciate that. That's a good point. Not going to do anything without a team in between, like the public scrutiny. It's a different level of oversight that we've done over the past year, several leadership changes. I have no doubt that has taken a toll on the agency. And I think there are some good folks in the agency who we want to stay. There's some folks in the agency who need to go. But this needs to be an agency that talented people who are focused on people want to go to. And so the culture of the agency matters a lot. And I appreciate that point. I think it's a really important one that doesn't get discussed a lot. Tamika Watson, first and foremost, I'm very sorry to hear about your grandmother's passing. The issue that's come up a lot, issue of communication, clarity on regulations, rather than try to sort of muddle through an individual circumstance that I won't be able to help, like sitting on the dais. Let me have the agency be in communication with you. This is another kind of systems issue. We don't want to, the idea of people coming to testify in order to get issues fixed is not a long-term strategy. So what I'm expecting is that the agency is going to see these patterns and create the systems to catch these things so that people don't feel like they have to come to the Housing Committee in order to get a response. So let me make sure that they are responsive to you today and it can help work through. Do not want to see a housing opportunity slip through. So let us work to make sure they are in communication with you.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. And please be in communication with us if that does not happen. But I think it will.
Absolutely. Thanks again.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Allegra Hayden, do you happen to know with regard to DCHA McEachin, how long ago she put in the transfer request?
Yeah, she shared that she put in the transfer request in October.
Okay. And do you know, has it not happened yet, or has she not heard back yet at all?
She has not heard back at all.
Okay. All right. Well, we will need to help get her a response to that. So thank you for presenting her testimony. And please, if you speak to her, thank her for submitting testimony.
Thank you.
Terry Acker, you mentioned it can take as much as 30 days to get a call back. Like, this speaks to the compassion around regulations to say we're going to hold you to a tight timeline, but you're going to wait on hold for hours. You might not get calls back for weeks, months, years. That accountability has to work both ways. And if it doesn't, it's just going to create more and more resentment. So I think was a sharp point that the agency is talking about instituting, timelines or changing timelines, but it needs to hold itself to clear timelines as well. I'm going to get into that a bit with agency leadership, but it's a really important point. The other point that is important that did come up when we were there is the issue of retaliation. I won't tolerate it either. We heard one person who said there was retaliation after testifying at our hearing. There was different leadership in place. I can't hold the old leadership accountable, but I can hold current leadership accountable. And I'm not prepared to hear that folks have come to the housing committee to testify and that things have gotten worse. I will always look into those issues. So thank you for raising that. Please let your neighbors know that they are welcome to testify. And it is not my preference for people to sort of send these issues only outside of hearings, because the public process is important. But if they need to, they can reach out to the housing committee outside of the hearings, and we will help. Thank you. Lynn Rim, I appreciate your testimony and your recommendations. This is not exactly related to this hearing, but the one you started with, the issue of mental health and recovery, that's an important space. One of the things is I've looked at the issue of mental health response and prevention. What I found was that we just don't have enough mental health professionals for the need, whether you're talking about addiction, homelessness, students, general population. We don't have enough, which is why last year I created the free Masters in Social Work program at UDC that's going to start next year. I want to see a pipeline of DC residents, people of color in this field and able to help take action, because when you're talking about addiction or public safety at large, a lot of this is not a police issue. It is a mental health and recovery issue. That's how you break cycles, but we need to have the people who can do that. So I hear you on that and do appreciate that and the other recommendations. And Tamira White, if the agency has not been in touch with you already, they will be shortly to help figure this out. The affordablehousing.com and rent reasonableness was supposed to make these types of issues better, so that folks can go on there, see what is rent reasonable, apply, and get housing. That's how the process is supposed to work. It is not working in that way. So did you want to add something there?
The agency has reached out. They sent me to the affordable housing website, which again is not working, and they sent me to the DCHA website, which no longer has the rent reasonables or no amounts for us to go by. So I'm still back at square one.
Okay, so when you go to affordablehousing.com, you don't see anything that indicates it meets that units. You don't see any units that meet the rent reasonableness standard.
So when I go to affordablehousing.com and I put in different area codes, I'm going to be frank and honest. Most of the units on the list are in high crime areas, which doesn't work when you're suffering from PTSD.
I see.
So it alongside me going by your criteria, I also have to think about my mental health needs as well. and in those areas, and that the units that are not in those type of environments are expensive and they don't meet what we can guess is rent reasonable because we don't have amounts right now.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, let me try to work through this. I understand the concern you're raising. I don't know the immediate answer, so this is something I need to look into and work through with the agency. Everybody wants to live in a place where they feel safe. That's just how we are. So let me look into this and I'm going to have to work with the agency on this, and I will make sure the agency continues to be in touch with you to help.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I want to thank this panel. I want to thank all of our public witnesses. This is a really important part of this process of improvement. We are going to turn to our agency witness. As they get set up, we are going to take a 15-minute recess. So this hearing is in recess. It will resume at 3:55.
Yeah, because that, I think is bringing in this.
Overnight. It's your phone number. Who's count?
Right.
Yeah. So. It's hot. Mine is red.
Yours is on.
I know.
Yes.
Good thing I ain't talking about
We are resumed. Want to welcome our government witness, DCHA Executive Director Keith Pettigrew, and his team to the witness table. Director, welcome. It is the practice of this committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I'm going to ask that you and anyone else who may be testifying to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Well, we are glad to have you, and you can begin your statement when you're ready.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, as well as staff and other council members and residents in the room. Good afternoon, Council Chairman White and other council members. Thank you for your invitation to attend this oversight hearing and to share with you my vision for the DC Housing Authority. My name is Keith Pettigrew, and I'm the Executive Director of the DC Housing Authority. I was born in the Berry Farm public housing community and spent my formative years in and around public housing. The old Sheridan Towers, Potomac Gardens, Kentucky Courts, the Kappa, Langston Terrace, to name a few from back in the day. I'm a proud product of the DC Public Schools, attending Bryan Elementary School, Elliott Junior High School, and Eastern High School. I earned my bachelor's, master's, and law degrees from the George Washington University. I officially began my housing career at DCHA in 2000 when the agency was under receivership. Prior to that, I served successfully in several challenging positions in the DC government, such as the Office of the General Counsel for Personnel and the Office of Labor Relations and Collective Bargaining. I'm also proud to have served at a senior level on 3 successful receiverships, the first being DCHA and the most recent being the Housing Authority of New Orleans, HANO, where I served as the Deputy General Manager, oversaw the day-to-day operations, and played a major role in the revitalization of a perennial troubled agency back to standard performer in 3 years. As you can imagine, these opportunities required a dramatic rethinking of agency goals and the processes required to deliver quality services. In addition, I worked as a management turnaround consultant with numerous small and mid-sized housing authorities around the country. I like to think that what I learned locally, I applied and refined nationally. Now, with almost 40 years of experience under my belt and a vision for what this agency can be, I'm here to apply my experience to return DCHA back to the prominent status it deserves. Just yesterday, I met with a prominent resident leader who informed me that my arrival at DCHA and actions to date gave her the idea to coin it a fresh start. Over the past 100 days, I've walked all 4 of our public housing communities alongside resident leaders and staff, observing conditions, giving instructions on items to be addressed immediately, and listening to residents' concerns and frustrations. Several residents and leaders have expressed their appreciation for my attention to their concerns and instructing staff to address immediate concerns. I've seen up close the issues that have been pointed out in numerous reports: vacant units, backlog of under-tenant maintenance requests, poor living conditions, poor coordination and communications among field and central office staff, a lack of agency focus on the things that matter, a lack of staff capacity, and data integrity issues. While some areas highlighted in the 2022 HUD report have improved, in my first 3.5 months leading the agency, we have also discovered additional issues that need to be addressed. My goal is to fix them, not just to put Band-Aids on any issues. This is going to require careful planning, time, the right people, and effective collaboration with the district and HUD. Let me assure you, while the recovery is daunting, based on my experience, I know it is achievable. In January of this year, we began a comprehensive assessment of all aspects of the agency. As we continue to stop the hemorrhaging in some areas and start adjusting plans in others, over the next months, I will be developing a detailed plan to address these issues and ensure the long-term viability of DCHA. The paramount goal of that plan will be for DCHA to provide public housing residents with safe and secure living environment, improve the delivery of services to residents, create an organizational culture where residents are valued, and make good on our commitment to those on the waiting list by renovating currently vacant units and expanding housing options for low-income households. Public housing in DC should not be thought of as a housing of last resort. It should be seen as an option in the limited supply of apartment communities for low-income households. My short-term goal is to create a recovery plan that will, over the next 3 years, improve the delivery of housing services for our residents, improve housing conditions, and lay a solid foundation for the transformation of DCHA. In doing so, we will look at 3 primary principles that guide the change in many issues that DCHA is confronting. Improve services for residents. Property managers provide an important service for residents by improving the quality of public housing in neighborhoods and linking applicants to available units at each apartment community. By ensuring that the maintenance results are addressed by DCHA staff and contractors, ensuring that repairs meet a higher standard of quality, and working with local partners to enforce community values, the management team is crucial to improving living conditions for everyone. City government provides services and activities that many public housing residents do not access. Our plan will provide a strategy to improve service coordination so that the public housing residents become active participants in their surrounding community. Finally, and this cannot be emphasized enough, residents are our partners in this recovery effort. As partners, I will consistently seek the support of residents to make lasting change at DCHA. Second principle is establish public housing communities as a neighborhood asset. Public housing communities should provide shelter and nurturing environment for the families in our community. Therefore, buildings and sites must be maintained to quality neighborhood standards, provide a quality living experience for public housing residents, and serve as a positive resource in each ward of the district. In our housing portfolio, some communities will need to be redeveloped into mixed-income, mixed-use communities. Some will be renovated to quality housing standards, and others that have been previously renovated will be better maintained. Recognizing that DCHA does not have all of the funds necessary to address the identified capital improvements and provide for quality routine and preventive maintenance, we need to be creative and aggressively identify and secure resources that will dramatically improve the quality of the housing stock and the quality of life for our residents. Equally important, given the scarcity of capital funds, we must be more purposeful with each expenditure. We must monitor the work because good enough for government work is no longer acceptable. We will restore staff's pride in a job well done, instill standards of accountability and excellence, and improve customer service and communication with residents. By improving the quality of all the housing units in our portfolio and reducing vacancies through coordinated maintenance and capital investments, we provide housing options for so many on our waiting list whose housing options are so limited within the district. It is not sufficient just to improve the quality of the units. We must ensure coordination among all our departments that impact these vacant units so that these units do not remain vacant for an inordinate amount of days. Third principle is enhance the DCHA service delivery system. The 2022 HUD report was a wake-up call that should have ignited a comprehensive review and the start of the changes at DCHA. It is not enough to change the process here or hire an additional staff there. The culture of every department working in silos is over. The recovery will emphasize new methods of approaching day-to-day conditions faced by residents and field staff. We will identify fundamental principles that will define how we achieve our goals. For example, the redevelopment of properties requires that we define what is important to us by sharing our development principles. These principles will improve interaction with our partners as well as set standards for our staff that all work is done on behalf of the residents who live in the DCHA communities. We need to take advantage of better technology to provide better information to our staff so that they can provide better services in the field where the rubber hits the road on service delivery to residents. Improved access to information, better communication of that information, and supervision and follow-through are essential in turning around DCHA and improving the quality of services. In our Housing Choice Voucher Program, we will be undertaking a similar approach to understanding what we are doing poorly and how we can improve our service delivery for applicants and landlords. These vouchers are an important resource that we must preserve in our community, and I will push for the necessary changes so that this housing option continues to be available to all our applicants. Over the next months, I'm committed to conducting a deep dive into all aspects of the agency to ensure that we're fulfilling our partnership with residents to improve the living conditions in our community. I've worked long enough in this public eye to understand the microscopic scrutiny of any turnaround effort, especially given the HUD oversight and the media's attention to public institutions. The team and I welcome watchful eyes, productive criticism, and any stakeholder plan to assist us in our efforts to maximize the quality of life for our residents. In closing, our mission is to serve low-income families in DC. We have not been doing as good a job as we could. My plan will aim to address these shortcomings, propose new methods of fulfilling our goals, and partner with others to expand the expectations of what our agency can become. In May of 2024, we will be presenting a recovery plan that will comprehensively address all aspects of DCHA. Thank you.
Thank you, Director. I appreciate your testimony and your commitments and partnership thus far. As you heard from the testimonies, as you hear from residents, as you're going around the properties, there is trust has been eroded over time. Seems like the majority of people that I talk to and hear from are optimistic about your tenure, as am I. So we have our work cut out for us, but I think that's what we're here for. So I appreciate it. Many of the witnesses who testified today have also testified regularly at previous council hearings. As you heard their frustration with me, the Star Board meetings to raise similar concerns. The story of Ms. Townsend's belongings getting destroyed at Park Morton is tragic, and that's one of the stories that I've heard before. I know she's been to board hearings. Ms. Smith believes she's having serious reactions to chemicals used at Greenleaf. Ms. Day objects to the way her old rent balance was calculated, and she can't handle the payment plan rule that says you have to pay 25% upfront. She feels stuck. I'm not asking that you give any of the residents special treatment or violate agency rules for them. That would not be appropriate. It does worry me, though, to hear these same issues raised again and again without any clear improvement. Does DCHA have a clear, reliable system for escalating resident issues?
So we have a system, but obviously it needs to be improved upon. We have the ombudsman process, obviously the email system at this particular time. Wayne Wallace tends to be our point of contact with regard to any kind of complaints, and I know he does an excellent job tracking complaints. But the reality is we need to add more folks under him to take on the barrage of complaints that have come in since my arrival. I don't know what the volume was like beforehand, but I do believe that we need to have more staff available to take on these complaints so that we can address them much more effectively and efficiently. So we're going to be looking to add more folks. As a matter of fact, he's downstairs, and I told him, hey, listen, based on the testimony today, we're going to be adding some more staff for you. So he was welcomed. He welcomed that as well. We hear it, we see it, and we try to respond to it as quickly as possible. Under the recovery plan, we will lay out a more detailed organizational structure with regard to him and the ombudsman's role, as well as assistance to allow us to be able to take these calls directly, clear lines of accountability with him and a team, so that now we can make sure that we knock these complaints out much more quickly and effectively.
And the ombudsman's office, how many people do they currently have?
As far as I know, 2 right now.
Okay. And the other person you mentioned who said is downstairs. What's that team again, or what's that position?
He's the ombudsman.
That is the ombudsman.
Yes,
Okay,
yeah.
okay. Do you have a strategy that you have found effective thus far for making sure residents with these complex problems can reach the right people to get meaningful answers? So being able to reach somebody is a start, but then able to reach the right person,
right,
who has the right information, the right authority, is sort of an additional part. Are there any strategies that you see working at this point?
So I would probably say no, given the number of complaints that we have, to be frank with you. But we are doing an assessment of the entire agency with regard to how we're going to restructure it to make sure that we have accountability. One of the things that I found very frustrating upon my arrival and up to now, which we're going to change in the beginning of April, was that, number one, I need staff back in the office. This whole email communication, phone call thing just does not work. It's not efficient from an operational standpoint, and more importantly, from a customer service standpoint. And so just so you know, we're looking to bring staff back in 4 days a week, beginning of April. We needed to find more space because the building that we're in cannot accommodate all of the staff. And so, but we did find a space that we're going to hopefully lease, and then staff will be back, because our residents need to know where they can come and see people, whether it be their caseworker or whether to talk to someone. I mean, obviously, some of them have technological challenges. Some of them may have, literacy challenges, comprehensive challenges, and that day-to-day interaction is critical. I know the setup that we have now was started during COVID, when a lot of housing authorities were doing remote work. And so, but now that we're out of COVID, and given the challenges that we're up against, we're a resident services organization, and people need to see us, and we need to touch people as well. So I'm clear as a bell and certain that that's going to improve our operation tremendously, knowing that folks can know where to come on a daily basis, who to see, and there's going to be more accountability. And more importantly, I'm going to have landlines, to be frank with you. I mean, I need phone numbers. I need phones. These cell phone things don't work for me, just to be frank with you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Do you, let me get into the restructuring in a little bit. So increasing public housing occupancy has been a consistent focus for me, as well as for local housing advocates, for HUD, Starboard, fellow council members. In your pre-hearing responses, you talk about taking the 1,800 plus vacant units and putting them into categories by how much work they'll take. I've been frustrated that so much of the vacant public housing stock is still in the assessing phase and not in the fixing pipeline. We've been hearing about the so-called urgent needs campaign for about a year now. And the first step of that was supposed to be an inspection of every unit. The council approved a set of emergency contracts to do this work last March, which is nearly a year ago. I'm not asking you to throw your predecessors under the bus, but I do want to make sure that any major barriers that were holding them back from not going to, any major barriers that were holding them back are not going to keep you from making progress here. So what specifically have you managed to do differently to turn units more quickly?
Hire more vendors. To be frank with you, when I arrived, and the urgent needs campaign was explained to me, the first thing I asked was, I knew that there were a bunch of vacant units that need to be turned so we could get our utilization up and house people. And I was told that they were turning about 50 units a month. I didn't really kick the tires on it, but I knew that 50 wasn't enough. And my thing is, it's a volume game. I mean, my thing was, okay, I'm here now. We really need to get moving. And the plan was to always come into the new year with guns blazing, excuse my language, and hire more vendors in order to be able to turn more units. It's a numbers game for me. And so we brought on about 13 more vendors, local vendors that are helping us turn these units as quickly as possible. As a matter of fact, we'll have more than 200 turned by the end of the month. And we're starting a lease up campaign where we're doing open house, where we've gotten a lot of enthusiasm, and attendance has been up with these open houses at each property. We're returning units to show residents, applicants on the wait list that are eligible, these units so we can start leasing up. So the goal is to get to at least 85% utilization by the end of the year. Obviously, 100% is our goal after that, but realistically, in terms of being conservative and knowing what we're dealing with from an attrition rate versus a lease up rate and a unit turn rate, we figure we can get to about 85% by the end of the year, if not higher. But we are turning at least 100 units a month now, and we're excited about that. And the residents are excited based on the open house attendance with regard to the number of units that are being shown in rehab.
Okay. How do you, so that's great as long as it works and works well. We've heard some concerns today about maintenance and whether or not, issues that were fixed well. I'll turn to that in a second, but for rehabbing units, how do you check that work? What's the quality control?
So the regional supervisor is supposed to check the work as well as the management staff supposed to check the work. The reality is I'm going to probably bring in an independent inspector to come in and start doing that work, or an inspection team to do that work so that we can, touch more properties at one time. Because right now, we're just not doing the volume that we need to be doing. And given the scrutiny of how it's being done, and the concerns about whether or not the inspections are being done to confirm that these units are being done well, I probably want to send it to a third party to give it a little more credibility, and obviously allows it to reach more units quickly.
And so is the urgent needs campaign done?
Well, to be frank with you, from my standpoint, no. I've been given several definitions of what the urgent needs campaign is or was. For me, everything is urgent, and I'm not trying to be flip, I'm being honest. I mean, when I hit the door and I started to realize what was going on, the urgent needs campaign, when it was first described to me, was a small amount of units that needed to be rehabbed because people were living in them. And then I get another explanation that no, there's more units than that. But when I look at the grand scheme of things and the agency itself and where we are, everything's urgent for me. And so in that regard, no, it's not done. And we do have a lot of units to touch, both on the side where folks are living in them, and equally important, obviously, the number of vacant units that we're turning now, so we can lease those units up.
For the units that have already been inspected through the urgent needs campaign, is there more information that you need about those units or the condition of those units outside of what was already assessed?
So I believe in trusting but verifying. Same thing we did with the vacant units. We were told that they were all touched. I was a little skeptical about it, to be frank with you, because I'll be honest with you, we didn't have all the keys to the units when I got here. So how can you touch a unit? You don't have the keys to it.
Yeah.
So we've got all the keys now and we've touched all the units.
Yeah.
For the vacant units and the ones that people are living in, we know that they're living in them. So we're going back and looking at all of the units as we go forward. That's going to be part of the comprehensive fix, is that every unit will be touched, whether someone's currently occupying it now or whether it's vacant right now, in order to make sure that we're touching everything. I know some people are a little frustrated with regard to where they are in terms of their unit being repaired, but you know, I'll be frank with you too. I mean, it's a large volume and Rome wasn't built in a day. And we're going to get to them. We definitely are, but you know, it's going to take a little time to get to all of those units.
I think clarity and timelines and accuracy are very important. Some of the things you're expressing are the things that I've experienced in the past year that I've been in this role. There's always something about to happen, or it's in process that's not done. It's hard to get updates. When you kick the tires, you find that it's not quite accurate, and then the numbers change a bit. It's unreliable, and there's, I think, been wasted resources and wasted time. So I'm not interested in this point at pretending that anything is in better shape than it is. I'm interested in all of us being clear about where things are, realistically what it'll take to get where it needs to go. I think if people have settled expectations that they believe are straight up, they may be frustrated, but it's going to improve their faith in leadership in the system, in the committee. To that point, so you were talking about fixing about 50, increasing the number of units being fixed per month from 50 to I think you
100.
to 100.
Yes.
Where can the public keep tabs on whether the agency is hitting that benchmark from month to month?
Glad you asked. So we're going to put a link on the webpage where you all can see the units that have been turned and what properties they are. You can go on the webpage. So I don't know, when's that link supposed to be sent? Do we know? I'll get you when the link is going to be active. But I saw a sample of it the other day. Was that Allison say yes? Yes. So that way you guys can track it real time on our webpage as to what we're doing. And then also when we meet with you once a month, I can provide you with a report that shows you the number of units that have been turned and where they've been turned. We break them out by property. And speaking to your category of low, medium, and high, that's how we broke out the vacant units, because low would be maybe we can turn in 15 days. Medium, we could probably turn within 30 days. And high, those are going to take 30 days or longer. And then we have to decide whether we want to take them offline completely because the rehab is going to be very substantial. It may take permits and that kind of thing. And or it's just going to take maybe like 45 days without permits. So those are the categories for us to keep track of. So, and we can show you that as well.
Excellent. I have several more questions along this line, but I'm over time. My colleague, Councilmember Trayon White, is here. So let me turn to Councilmember Trayon White.
Thank you, Chairman. I wanted to ask you, Director, because we're getting some concerns about residents being able to reach staff. Is your staff completely back to work full time?
No, Councilman, they're not. As a matter of fact, I just mentioned earlier that I'm going to bring staff back 4 days a week in the office beginning April. I want to give them 30 days notice so they can get their affairs in order.
Okay. We had a resident who lost her apartment because DCHA kept delaying inspections, and that's been an ongoing issue prior to you. What is your plan to increase the time that inspections get done? Because that type of system and lack of expedience adds to the homeless situation in the district. Can you speak to that?
Yes. So obviously we do need to improve an inspection area. And we're going to be one thing that will help is that they're all going to be back in the office and we can touch them, see them. They're going to be accountable, as opposed to them now, working from home and just taking their assignments from home and then going allegedly where they're supposed to go. Obviously we need to upgrade our system in the yardage system with regard to using the technology that we have available for tracking and scheduling these inspections. Right now, that system is not up and working. We thought it was when we got here, but obviously once we kicked this out, we realized that they're not utilizing the system the way it's supposed to be utilized because it's not fully implemented. So that's going to help as well. And then what I'm looking out to do is I'm looking at other options, even including bringing on an inspection company, not only for the QC for the units that we're turning, but obviously to assist with some of the other inspections for lease up, so that we can keep this train moving and do a full court press on it to improve services right away.
Thank you. You and I spoke a few times about a number of issues. Could you walk me through what's going on? Because we're getting calls, and you can give clarity to this, that we've funded a lot of vouchers, partnered to ensure that we can get people off the streets into homes. But there is now some miscommunication, and I'm just say it for the public. There was a listed allocation for a voucher in every part of the city, but there are some residents who got a voucher, got approved, ready to move, but only when he or she was about to go into the space, it was then told to them that the amount have changed based on DC Housing Authority regulations, and they no longer can pay for that particular unit, even when it was under the allocated amount that was on the website. Can you speak to why this is and how this is going to be fixed? Because we got people in limbo in a housing crisis time, trying to figure out what's going on with our government, and it's hard to reach people to get resolved.
Yeah, so I'll start off, and I'll probably let Nicole follow up with the whole rent reasonableness part of it. But you and I did speak about a particular individual, and there was an erroneous chart on the website that was pulled down because it was erroneous, and staff admitted that it was wrong, and that was utilized, unfortunately. And we were working with this individual through the local voucher program process. But as I indicated to you in a text message, that I think there may be a path forward to assist her, as well as others, despite the fact that that erroneous table was on the webpage. Obviously, I can't speak to why I was there, other than when we realized that it was removed, and that was a while ago. But now we do have a reasonableness process. I know right now it's kind of controversial. A lot of housing authorities do use affordablehousing.com, and we do need to follow it based on HUD's findings and mandates for us right now. Now, whether or not we stick with affordablehousing.com, that's a question for us to figure out going forward, given some of the concerns about the system itself. But the fact of the matter was that table that was on the webpage was an error. It was an old, outdated table. It shouldn't have been there in the first place. And it's unfortunate that she relied upon it. But I do believe there may be a path forward, as I indicated to you in the text message. So we're going to be reaching out to Ms. White. As a matter of fact, she testified earlier today. So.
Yeah, but Director, you spoke to a website in which several jurisdictions around the country is using, and even in looking at that one was still in error. Can you speak to the clarity on where people should go? Because if the government doesn't know where people should go, then people are definitely lost trying to figure out what's the formula, where should they go to get help.
Right. So they would, obviously at this point in time, they would contact someone in eligibility, the voucher program, in order to have the rent reasonableness run. And we're using the affordablehousing.com system in order to run the rent reasonableness. So they will continue to reach out to us. What we're going to be doing too, just so you know, in the coming weeks, we're going to be doing what I call like lease up Wednesdays. Until we get everybody back in the office in April, we're going to be announcing where staff is going to be on a certain day and time, so that residents can come in with their applications and ask questions and get rent reasonableness run and have all their affairs taken care of, because we really need to get back to seeing people face to face and handling their paperwork directly, because things are getting lost in translation when it comes to the email process and how we're working right now.
I guess I still don't have clarity on what website are you guys using that helps people understand what do they qualify for based on different areas throughout the city with their voucher.
Right. We're using affordablehousing.com, Councilman.
Okay. All right. So my next question.
Councilman, we have some other members who are here. Oh, I'm sorry. Please proceed. My bad.
I'm trying to redeem 6 more seconds. There are a lot of vacant buildings in DC. I'm not sure if this was asked already. In the housing authority's portfolio, we've been having hearings and conversations about it for at least 4 years that I know of. Where are we in regards to getting these fixed up and ready to live in?
Yeah. So earlier, before you came on, Councilmember, I was explaining to Chairman, Councilman White that, we've started turning those vacant units. As a matter of fact, we've done 200 for January and February. We recently had an open house at several properties where we've rehabbed units, vacant units that are now available to be leased up. The turnout was way more than we expected. And so we're excited about starting to lease up these units. The goal is to get to about 85% utilization by the end of the year, and that's a very conservative number. But we believe we can meet that because it is conservative. We're turning 100 units a month so far for January and February. I've increased the number of contractors, local contractors, to help us turn these units so that we can lease these units up and get people housed.
Thank you. Chairman, do I have room for one more question on that? Let me know.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah, so we have a lot of CBOs in this area that we are contracted with to help people obtain housing. We're getting a lot of complaints. Are you hearing these complaints, and what is done to ensure oversight of these CBOs that they are really helping their clients get housed?
What is CBO? I'm sorry, Councilman, can you tell me what the CBO means? I'm sorry, I'm not familiar.
Community-based organizations. So they do a lot of the counseling, they do a lot of the referrals, they do the intake. But it's been a breakdown in communication and miscommunication between DC Housing Authority, the CBOs, and it's in turmoil.
Yeah, no, and I agree, and I think that sort of echoes some of the concerns we have with the local voucher program and our coordination with DHS. But Director Zeilinger and I met to talk about how we can improve the coordination of both departments, and we need to improve in that area too with the CBOs. And you're going to see improvement going forward, particularly once we get people back in house. I really believe that. I know, people should be performing their jobs even if they were doing them remotely. But the reality is, and I want to be frank with you about this, you're going to see improvement once people get back in the house and they're here 4 days a week to be able to be visible, to be seen, to be held accountable. And then we can improve the communication with the CBOs in order to make sure that people are getting housed.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I want people that's getting paid tax dollars to really be doing their jobs and getting our people housing in a timely fashion. Thank you, Chairman. I'll try to chime back in late. I'm chairing another hearing. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for joining, Councilmember White. Councilmember Henderson, welcome. Do you have an opening statement and questions or just questions?
I just have questions. I've been watching downstairs, a number of hearings going on today. So good afternoon, Director. I want to check in on some of the issues that were identified in the September 22 HUD report, to just kind of get a status update on the record if we can on a couple of things. Okay, so in terms of policies and procedures, HUD found that there were several DCHA policies and procedures that were out of line with federal compliance. So for instance, the admission and continued occupancy policy did not align with DCHA's own moving to work program. I understand in the pre-hearing responses that you all said that you've promulgated emergency rulemaking to get those into compliance, but both of these expire in April. When do you expect finalized?
It's a good question. So we meet with HUD once a week, our field rep, to talk about that. So both the ACOP and admin plan have been submitted to HUD for review. Okay. And the field office told us this week, actually Tuesday, we have Tuesday morning meetings, that they should be getting back to us within a week with their review of both documents.
Great. All right. HUD found some serious mismanagement in the procurement department. So I won't relitigate all of the various pieces. The proposed rulemaking for procurement and contracting policy was published nearly a year ago. When are we going to finalize this policy?
Yeah, for some reason I thought it was finalized, but I'll double check that to make sure.
Okay. What about finalizing the agency's payment standards policy?
We'll check on that too. I thought the payment standards was already done with the ones we're using, but I'll double check that.
HUD observed that DCHA's no pet policy violated HUD's own policy. Have we issued a new pet policy?
So that would be a part of the ACOP changes that's there. So once we get the comments back, we'll understand what those will be.
Okay. I'm a pet owner, so let's not discriminate against people who also want pets. Cool. All right. Now, procedures for preventative maintenance, unit turnover, work order control. These were all submitted by DCHA for review. They were last revised in 1999. And so you all indicated that they're not currently in use at the developments, but what are we doing to update these policies to bring them into
So as part of our overall assessment that we're doing that began in January, it's going to end in March, put together our recovery plan. All of these processes have been reviewed by subject matter experts that we brought in to take a look at our operations to recommend to us any changes, any updates, any edits, and then you'll see those implemented. More than likely the beginning of April, maybe at latest May, when we roll out the recovery plan.
Okay.
You'll see that certain things are going to be completed by then. Even though the plan is a 3-year plan, it looks 3 years out. Reality is some of the stuff we're working behind the scenes on right now. When the plan is presented for full public view, you'll probably see that a lot of these things are going to be completed by then.
Okay. All right. So maintenance staff, the Yardi system, I understand that you all, well, a goal is to make sure that everybody is trained on this, but there was no timeline. Do you all have a timeline in mind?
Yeah, no, and we don't right now. Again, that's part of the assessment. When we got here, I was told a certain function of the Yardi system was already implemented, only to find out that it wasn't.
Oh.
Again, we're looking at the full schedule of it with regard to training and implementation and working with our IT department as well as the Yardi folks in order to lay out the schedule again for training for all of our users. And so we should have something probably by beginning of March with regard to how long it's going to take to get everyone trained, and more importantly, lay out the implementation process, because there's several departments that need to be implemented.
Okay. You laying a lot on this recovery plan.
Oh, I am. Yes, because that's what it is. It's a recovery plan.
Okay.
Yeah, I got you.
All right.
It's not my first rodeo with that one.
No. Let's talk about maintenance in general. So, I chair the housing committee. He chairs the housing committee. I chair the health committee. But there are connections between health and housing, particularly as the number of young people that we have in the city who deal with asthma. And so I have lots of conversations in the housing and also with the Department of Energy and Environment around mold. And so how many mold and lead inspectors do you have on staff at DCHA right now? Or contracted with the agency?
Yeah, so we use our OCP department. I have to double check that for you. I know we have contractors that go in and do mold remediation as well as staff that do mold remediation. I just need to confirm for you what the numbers are.
Okay. And I'm bringing this up because DOE tells me that they can't enforce mold on your properties, which means that I need you all to do the remediation and the enforcement on your properties. We have numbers that report there have been confirmed 330 confirmed mold instances for units. I would love to get an update in terms of the remediation plan for those. We have over 1,100 work units or work orders that are related to water leaks. And I know when water leaks go unaddressed, then you get mold, particularly in the hot seasons. And so to the extent, if there's a protocol for, do we just fix the leak, or does someone look to see whether or not there are some other now new issues related to an unaddressed work order?
Well, they should be doing both, just so you know.
Should?
Yes.
Are they? Those are always some questions. Okay, I got about a minute left. Let's talk about customer service for a little bit. You guys currently have 12 call takers?
12 call center folks, yes.
Okay. Does the call center have 24-hour a day coverage, or is it only regular office business hours?
Regular office business hours, and then a company takes over in the evening.
Okay, what's your average wait time?
Oh, geez, it's in the book here.
4.5 hours.
Yeah. Something like the 4 hours.
Do your call takers work from home?
Yes, they do, but not for long.
Okay.
They'll be coming back in April with that rest of the staff. So I need to give at least 30 days notice so people can get their affairs in order. But I need to get staff back in the office so they can be more accountable and more productive.
Okay. In your assessment, though, are you going to look to see whether or not 12 is enough to deal with
Well, 6 more should be coming. We've approved 18. I've approved another additional 6 already.
Okay.
So we're going to be bringing in more staff to handle the calls.
Okay.
Until this volume can be corralled and we can show that we're improving services.
All right. I don't have enough time to get another question off. I'm gonna respect the clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. So we were talking about repairing vacant units and quality control. One of the things that came up in today's hearings, come up in a lot of hearings and a lot of visits, I know yours as well, is the question of quality control of repairs in occupied units. What is the quality control process for repairs in occupied units?
So then the regional maintenance supervisor normally goes in and checks the unit for repairs. The quality control of repairs are being made by the maintenance staff. It's how it's handled now. So, but again, as I mentioned to you earlier, we're probably going to bring in a third party to take a look at that as well, just to double check, because obviously, given the concerns that we have, it's always nice to have a third party, another critical eye to take a look at it, number one, and to confirm whether or not our staff are doing the job they're supposed to be doing.
And what about, so that is really important. When repairs are made, they need to be made well.
Yeah.
What about the timeline for getting repairs made? We continue to hear from folks who are waiting months for things that seem urgent.
Yeah, and I'll take a look at that. Normally, we're pretty good at getting after urgent stuff, and that depends upon if a pipe bursts, that's a different story, right? I mean, other than, so, but things that we can fix right away, we tend to fix right away, from what I've seen from the staff so far. But we'll take a look at the timeline. I don't have the time frame for you with regard to that, but I'll take a look at it.
Okay, because that is not that's not the report I hear from residents in terms of the time. And we're hearing from people who are saying we've had these ongoing issues, whether it's mice, the issue of shower water smelling like sewage, leaks. So if you could follow up with us, because I want to make sure we get on the same page and then have a common understanding going forward.
Sure. And maybe you have another question, I don't know, but the rodent issue, you mentioned mice.
Yes.
So, so we've hired one additional pest services company, just so you know. We only have 6 pest control staff for 8,000 units, which I thought didn't make any sense to me at all.
Right.
And so I hired immediately another pest control company, and we have a couple more that are going to be submitting applications to bring on more. That problem is a serious problem. I want to attack it. And the staffing that we had prior to my arrival just didn't make sense to me. So just so you know, that is on my radar. And we're looking to bring in more services in order to attack that problem immediately.
Okay. Do you currently use contractors for some of that?
Well, we do now. I didn't have when I first arrived, there was no contract. There was just 6 staff members.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah. And so the math just didn't make sense for me.
Okay.
Now I do have a dedicated staff, and they do the best they can. But the reality is you need more numbers.
That's right.
Given the number of units that we have, and given other complaints that we have. So we're looking to beef up on the contractor side in order to help our staff get their arms around it and treat it more frequently.
So going back to the unit turnovers, taking vacant units, getting them back online, that is really important. That would result in almost a couple thousand more units for residents to live in. You are aiming to increase the pace, which I think is really important. How long do you think you'll be able to sustain that pace, considering that eventually more and more of the units left in the backlog will be ones that are the hardest to repair?
So remember that we're forecasting too, right? So if I know a unit's going to take more than 30 days, I know it's not going to come online to probably April, right? So it's not like we're saying it's holding us up from doing the other units that can be turned relatively quickly. And remember now, we started in January. So, those 30 days are dwindling now. So it gets a little more easier. So that's how we forecasted it out. So I don't see it being a thing where, we're going to be stuck in the month of August saying, hey, we don't have any units to turn. No. We'll always have units to turn based on us looking at the numbers, where they are, and getting started on some of them already right now.
Now, did you say that you're taking them in order of difficulty?
Well, it depends. No. We just categorize them by difficulty.
Right.
We actually been taking them in order of the folks that are eligible and matching them up. So for instance, if I got 100 people on the eligibility list that are coming up for 1 bedrooms, so we're attacking the 1 bedrooms because we need to house those first. So but the driving force is the family composition.
Okay. And you've listed out several other key metrics that you intend to track, like the public housing waiting list applicants selected, public housing leases signed, public housing pre-leases, time from voucher unit inspection request to completion. But for some of these key metrics, there's no data on the current status and no indication that the information is going to be publicly available. So how much information on key metrics do you anticipate putting out for the public to track progress.
As much as I can. The problem right now is that we don't have the system set up the way that it needs to be done in order to track them and give you accurate data. Data integrity right now has been a problem since I walked in the door.
Yeah.
And we need to get these systems up and running and through the yardage system and other systems so that we can track this data for you. We're working hard to get that done sooner rather than later, particularly on the voucher side of the house, because that's so important to be tracked, as well as the public housing side of the house.
Right.
Because those two things in terms of utilization, we need to keep tracking. So there is sort of a HUD system, the PIC system, the physical inventory system that we have to put that into with regard to public housing as well as some voucher information. But that's not going to give you the detail that we want to provide going forward. So I can get back to you hopefully by next time we meet with some idea as to a timetable as to when we believe the yardage system we implemented so that way we can provide that information for you on a more detailed basis.
Okay, I'd appreciate it. I think it'll be tracking all key priorities is very important. We asked for updates on each individual finding from the HUD report. Councilmember Henderson asked about some of this, all the issues that are still open. You provided some interesting and important updates, including a few new demands from HUD and a new deadline of May 31st of this year to correct all of the 2022 items. But I was hoping to learn exactly which items HUD still considers open. A lot of members of the public are interested in this question as well. Could you make that information public by next week?
Yeah.
Okay, I would appreciate that. Let me turn to, I should be turning to Councilmember Parker because he's a member of this committee, but Councilmember Trayon White, you are chairing a hearing. Do you need to go?
No, if Councilmember Parker's here, he can go right ahead.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Parker.
We're all tag teaming today, going from hearing to hearing. Good to see you again. I'll pick up where Chairman Robert White left off in terms of the updates from HUD. Can you characterize the May deadline and what HUD is looking for from DCHA?
Pretty much everything, to be frank with you.
Yes.
There are a number of items that need a lot of background detail, resolutions done, that kind of stuff that hadn't been done with regard to how we prep for these things. So Nicole, and we brought in another individual who's tracking all of that, all of our progress, and a lot of little things need to be done behind the scenes with regard to documents that need to be submitted. But also they gave us some other things too, in terms of our audits being done, which we're up on now. So we believe we'll be caught up by June with our audits. 21 is done, 22 is coming for April. So, and then there's also just doing reasonableness on all of the active voucher units in the city. We have to get that done. So we've already started doing the reasonableness on all of those units so far. So we anticipate having that done by May 31st as well. But again, I will send you a list of the outstanding items so you all can see what they are.
And is your testimony that you will be able to meet that deadline?
That's the goal. Some of it we know we're going to meet. Others it depends, but the goal is to get everything.
And what happens if we don't meet the?
Well, we'll be very close. I mean, it's not like it's going to be sitting there going, "Oh, I mean, we're way off," right? So.
Okay. Yeah, so it's about 30 findings that we'll work on. As Director said, it's standards, SOPs, and resolutions from our board. And as we were talking earlier, the ACOP and admin plan. So those would be the two that could be the long lead time item. But again, those are with HUD. So we have to wait till they get the comments back. But the goal is to have them closed out by the 31st of May.
Got it. Mm-hmm. I'm noting that you're saying the goal, and not, to me, that doesn't seem like full confidence that we're going to meet the goal.
Yeah. I mean, I'm confident that we'll meet the goals that's in our control, but the ACOP and admin plan HUD has to approve those.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm sorry, Councilman. Yep. Sometimes even when we deliver, they may come back and say, "Hey, listen, we want more," or we want you to add this. So when we say, you know, we just want to be honest about the fact that things do happen, and HUD does come back once in a while. It says, "Okay, no, you got to change this." And it's happened already with one of the liberals on the 31st of January, where they came back and said, "No, this is not good enough. go back and fix it. So, so it does happen.
Understood. And I'm assuming you've talked about some of this. I came from another hearing, but can you give the latest on the status of the unit backlog and converting units? And I know we talked about this, but
Yes.
as of today, where are we with the number of units online versus those in progress and those yet to go?
So we've turned more than 200 units since January. Prior to me arriving, I was told that they were turning 50 a month. My goal was to double that number. We brought in local contractors to help us turn more units. So we did 122 in January, and we did almost like 99 for right now for the month of February. And February's not even over. I'm told that we'll probably have about 121 by the end of February as well. So we're looking at over 200 units that we've turned. We've done some open houses for lease-up purposes. We had a great turnout to show residents these units in various properties that have been rehabbed. So we're excited about where we're going. Our utilization rate was 73 in December, and now it's up to 75. So we're seeing it slowly but surely creep up, which we thought it would happen. And the end goal is to be at 85% by the end of the year. We think that's very conservative, but also doable.
And I know you had plans of coaching, training, hiring new team members.
Yes.
Can you give an update? It was striking that we heard very similar themes today of disrespectful engagement and or non-responsiveness from the people on the ground in DCHA facilities. Where are you today in your transition of addressing those concerns?
So obviously, customer service is extremely important. And we do need to change a culture that's been very poor for a while, let's be frank about it. I've started with my leadership team. I made a lot of changes. We've sent out media alerts. I think I'm in a good space now because for me, it trickles down from the top. We are going to be adding in customer service training into our recovery plan for all of the staff, just so they can understand that, as well as with the new leadership team, I'm setting.
And when will that start?
What?
When will that training start for the staff?
Hopefully sometime in April, maybe May. You know, so we're looking to get it done sooner rather than later, but the key was to get a lot of the leadership team in place now. And now that these folks are here, they're now just getting started assessing the departments. I want to get them an opportunity to assess the departments and their staff, and then we'll move forward with the plan as a team.
Okay. I want to talk about benefits cliffs and DCHA tenants receiving either guaranteed income because they are a part of a pilot or some other type of financial benefit. How are you working with your moving to work rules and resident participation in different government programs where they may be getting extra income? I guess what I'm getting at is how do we not punish them for that as a extra leg up?
Right. And so we do need to do a better job and look at that. I'm not thoroughly familiar with the program as of yet, but we will be looking at that. We heard some testimony today about an idea from one of the nonprofits with regard to, I believe, was it EI? Yeah, earned income. So we're looking to look at our MTW program to enhance it, number one. And you're right, not to punish residents, number two, for it. So the good thing is we have flexibility, but we do need to take a look at it more, determine where we are with everything, and then lay out some new initiatives as we go forward and improve on the ones that we have.
Is there a timeline connected to that?
No, but that will be part of the recovery plan too, in terms of realistically setting out realistic deadlines on when, where, and how. We have Edgemere Consultant who's on board for us to help us get our arms around the voucher program, as well as doing an assessment of MTW. And Edgemere's been a leader in MTW ideas and initiatives, so, and they're all over the country. So we're going to be looking for them to give us some ideas, number one, and also identify how we can improve, number two, in initiatives that we currently have.
Nice. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. Councilmember Trayon White.
Yes, I want to ask this, Director, are you on your staff hearing that there's a discrepancy in the amount owed by a tenant versus what DC Housing Authority is saying that they owe to the property versus the property manager? Because we're hearing there's discrepancy between what's owed on the ledger that you all have and what's owed on the ledger that the property owners have. Are you all hearing the same thing?
We've heard some of that, Mr. Councilman, and so we'll be looking into those. Several of them were presented today at the hearing. So we've notified the staff that we do want to take a look at them and make sure that we're fair and that our records are accurate. And if not, then we'll go back and make the appropriate adjustments to make the corrections.
Is there a time frame on that?
No, I mean, we can get back to you probably tomorrow, no later than Monday, on the number of cases that we have, but it depends on the paperwork, where we can find it. Remember, there was a lot of data integrity issues that we're dealing with because our systems aren't set up completely. So I don't want to give you a timeline and then have you frustrated with regard to, because we ran into some challenges trying to confirm all the data and information. But one thing I will say to you is that none of the residents will be harmed by it until we resolve it.
Well, I just want to say a lot of residents are already frustrated, man, and just trying to figure out their next steps in their life. You know, you got a lot of, almost all the ones that we interact with outside of seniors have kids. And so this means there's children are in schools, they're in recreation activities, they're in sports, and being displaced is not only a mental health trigger, but also a health issue for those who be out in the elements trying to figure out what to do next. My next question.
If you would, Councilman, give me, so I'm not displacing anybody until we resolve the issues, what I'm trying to explain to you. So it's not like I'm going to put anybody out. If there's a dispute, we'll resolve it first and we'll share the results with you. We're not going to kick anybody out. So you have my word on that one until we resolve these issues.
Yeah, and it's not really DC Housing Authority kicking anybody out. It's the property managers taking people to court, and the courts are trying to sign evictions for people because they're delinquent in the thousands for the part they said the residents owe versus what the residents say they owe.
Oh, so you're speaking about the voucher program, not the public housing side of the house?
Yeah, I'm talking about the voucher program where they have to pay a percentage in some of the cases.
Okay, yeah, well, that is a different viewpoint. So I mean, we can look into the situation and try to work with the landlords and see if we can resolve it. Again, the contract is between the tenant and the landlord, not us, unfortunately. But whatever we can do to assist with trying to clarify and bring resolution.
All right. We had a client that called to our office who spoke Spanish, and they were at the Frederick Douglass Community Center and could not be helped. We got her in contact with DC Housing Authority. They said they wouldn't have anyone to have an appointment with her for 3 weeks. Is there a better solution than 3 weeks to speak to someone there? Do you have Spanish-speaking staff there that can assist?
We do have Spanish-speaking staff, number one, and number two, that is entirely too long, and we need to rectify that.
All right, so the person in my office is Monique Dope, D-I-O-P, M-Dope at dccouncil.org.gov. We can get that rectified. That because she said we're concerned about 3 weeks. Like that's too long.
Okay.
Virginia Williams states that it only work with family and women with children. How are you all engaging men trying to help them find housing in the District of Columbia?
Help me. So I didn't hear the first part. You said Virginia Williams?
Yeah.
Please help me understand who that is. I don't know who that is.
Virginia Williams is contracted through Department of Human Services as like there you can walk there, go there to get assistance. To my understanding, DC Housing Authority haven't had a walk-in process that I know of, and so it's a lot of men trying to figure out where do they go to get services, who are homeless and hopeless. And so I'm just trying to figure out what's the protocol for that we should be telling men to go to get housing.
Right. So, I mean, they can contact our center, and they should be able to point them in the right direction. But also, I will say this, there's a disconnect with regard to how we're identifying and servicing folks, number one, and pointing them to various resources that the city offers. And so we're going to be looking to hire someone in resident services to spearhead that up as a direct point of contact. Because one of the things that I do notice and that I do want to take advantage of is connecting our residents with all of the services that the city provides. And right now, we're not doing a good job of that.
Okay. I did want to ask, so you all offer 2 different types of vouchers. Is that accurate?
Yeah, there's the federal vouchers and there's the local vouchers.
Can you explain to me what the difference between both are?
Well, the federal vouchers are issued by us, basically, and funded by HUD, with federal funds. The local vouchers, my understanding, is funded by local dollars. And the referrals come from various agencies to us in order to be able to deem them eligible.
How do you all decide who is eligible for which?
Well, the local fund, the local vouchers, we get referrals from various agencies. They're not on our wait list. Now, they may be on our wait list, right? They could be. But they're probably not. But the federal side, we have a wait list that we have to honor and use.
We often hear that the resident is in a voucher unit, and they say the tenant don't want to fix up anything.
The landlords don't want to fix it up.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're right. The landlord doesn't want to fix up what's going on. And then you have the landlord saying that the tenant keep tearing up everything. I don't know the balance between the two, but can you speak to if you're hearing this and how this is mediated at all?
So, I mean, this problem is not unique to DCHA. It happens all the time. It's been happening for as long as I can remember being in housing. But remember now, so start from the premise that the relationship between the tenant and the landlord, we just provide the subsidy. Once in a while, if we get a complaint from a tenant with regard to the landlord not fixing certain things and they may want their rent abated, we'll send someone out to take a look at it for inspection purposes. And oftentimes we do get complaints from landlords saying that the tenant is tearing up the unit as well. And then what we ask them to do is document the damage with regard to that. And so there's always this fight. But we don't mediate the situation. I mean, we can't get involved in that because the contract is not between us and the tenant. It's between the tenant and the landlord. So we do as much as we can on the peripheral, but technically we can't get in and truly resolve any kind of mediation. We can try to massage it, but you tend not to get in the middle of it. So
thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember White. Just so this is maybe less confusing, the order that I go in for the committee is members of the committee in the order in which they came, and then non-members of the committee in order in which they came. And sometimes it just gets confusing. But let me turn to Councilmember Fruman, who is a member of the committee and was the first one here.
But then stepped away for a while. So thank you very much.
First shall be last.
I was worried you were describing the order because I thought that was going to mean I wasn't next. So there was a lot of testimony about rent reasonableness earlier today. And in the responses to pre-hearing questions, I think you cited data that there were 4,740 initial rent reasonableness analysis. And then you reported 1,836 lease ups and 125 where they were denied because of the rent reasonableness calculation. But I don't there's 2,700 that are missing from that. So can you help me understand how that breaks down?
Yes, so that number represents our new admissions, but also any landlords that requested a rent increase. So that delta would be a landlord that came and may have requested a rent increase. And so we put that through the rent reasonable system as well.
Okay, all right, that helps. You heard testimony of folks who have looked inside of the system and seen data that has issues. You've seen things in the press about, claims that landlords had entered data that was inflated. What kinds of things do you do to try to verify the accuracy of the data that's in the affordablehousing.com system?
So right now we're relying on affordablehousing.com, the vendor that we've hired, and they have assured us that they have measures in place that looks at the validity of some of the comparables that are run.
Right.
And what they do is they do a certain percentage of review or further review. So at this time, DCHA is not looking into those. The affordablehousing.com vendor is reviewing those, and their report and through the algorithms will give possibly a yellow, the yield, meaning that they need to look further into this listing, and that's what they're doing.
I mean, given the testimony this morning and some of the things in the press, it's worrisome.
Yes.
Because the whole idea is to get these numbers right, and there's a lot out of our control. And whenever we talk about algorithms, important, but sort of a black box for most of us about how it's being done. I don't know what the answer is, but I am concerned that we're getting inaccurate data that becomes the basis for our decisions. And one thing about it is that to what extent is the data about rents that are actually paid as opposed to advertised rents? Because there can be a big difference between those two. Do you know if this is rents paid or this is a correlation of advertisements for rent?
I do not know, so we'll get back to you. I'm not sure if it's the actual rented comps that they run or if they're looking at active and rented comps to be able to compare to the subject property. So we'll get back on that one.
Thank you very much. And there was some testimony and I asked about square footage and how that figures in. And it does sound like there is something in there, although I must say, when I look at the affordablehousing.com website to upload data, square footage isn't a required field, but maybe there's another way in which it gets in. But there's a phenomenon that I've been seeing, which is a landlord will have a 2-bedroom apartment and then they'll chop it up into a 3 or 4 bedroom apartment, or even a 1-bedroom apartment and turn it into a 3 or 4 bedroom apartment. Is that a phenomenon that you are seeing? And is the tool an adequate way? How does the tool deal with that scenario where that may be happening?
So it's my understanding that the tool will look at bedroom size as well. If the square footage is not entered, through conversations that we have with affordablehousing.com, they will attempt to, if tax records isn't pulling it in and there's no square footage in the tax records, they're attempting to try to look at other comparable units that may be in the same building or same location to try to utilize a square foot. But if not, then that is not factored in, and they'll look at bedroom size.
So you are, I'm going to change the subject just a little bit, but I mean, you're dealt the hand that you've been given. You came on board, and really excited about your tenure in this role, but you have the staff the amount of staff that you have, and not more. But there was testimony that there was a time, and in many places, where for rent reasonableness, it was a hands-on thing that involved a human being. And have you looked at whether or not that might have more accuracy, how much more or less it would cost? I mean, technology is great, but maybe technology misses things. Have you thought about, if you had the staff, would you want a hands-on approach?
Yeah.
Thought about it. I can't get any sleep
conversation.
because of it, right? So in all fairness, Councilman, we are looking at all options now. Obviously, we inherited the system. And obviously the system was brought on place because of the previous practices of the agency, right? So now here we are. Obviously, it's not falling on deaf ears, man. Let me tell you, we're looking at all options with regard to how we move forward with this process, because we do want it to be as accurate as possible without as many questions, because we've been bombarded by. I mean, if I could coin the term rent reasonableness, man, put it on a T-shirt, I would.
Okay, well, I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about it. I'm not glad to hear that you're losing sleep over it, but I'm glad to hear that you're thinking about it. A different thing that it could be a staffing thing, as you just referenced. I mean, there are these settings where you have a voucher, a tenant benefiting from a voucher, and the landlord is very neglectful, and you're not in it. And so you're not mediating in that setting. But my understanding is that there may have been a time where you did have mediators who actually did. If you had the horses, would you want to play that role where you were looking out for the folks who you were supporting through a subsidy to make sure that the landlords were treating them properly?
So yes, we're definitely going to look into that. Right now, you're right, we don't have the staffing, and this goes to the question before between, I'm assuming in reference to mediating between the landlord and DCHA for subsidy. Is that what your question
Well,
is?
this is a situation where you have a tenant you have somebody who you're providing a subsidy for, and they're saying the roof leaks, there's mold, there's this, there's that. And in a certain sense, you don't have a person who's assigned to try to deal with that and try to work with the tenant and the landlord. But I understand that there may have been a time when you did. And
Well, again, I mean, obviously it was before my time, but I'm not opposed to looking at it, but the one thing about an individual like that, let's be honest about it, they have to be very experienced, because it could create more problems than it solves, right? And so, but again, one thing that I made it clear to anyone who wants to listen is that I'm open to all ideas of how we can improve. And so I have no problems trying to identify a person. Perfect example, we were talking the other day about finding a landlord liaison, which we desperately need. But the reality, it has to be someone that knows HUD code as well as just the regular market rate of real estate, but also knows the HUD side of the house as well, because that's important when you're working with landlords and trying to educate them on how the program really works. And so I would look at that position in the same vein, is that we need somebody very skilled in not only mediation, but understanding HUD and the regs and how it all works. But we're definitely open to trying to find someone.
all right, thank
And
you
just
very
to
much.
clarify, staff did advise, we do have some mediators that currently do work for DCHA.
All right, thank you.
Thank
you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. For second round, Councilmember Henderson.
It will also be my last. Thank you, Councilmember White. Okay. Let's go to Capital. So the HUD report identified, included some pretty alarming photos of some issues around boiler rooms. So larger than just what's happening in a unit, but some of the structural infrastructure type pieces for buildings. Do you all have a capital needs assessment underway?
So yes, we have done some capital needs assessments on not all of the property, but a good amount of the properties. They probably need to be updated, and we can get when they were last done and the date that they were done on the properties that have been completed.
Okay. You all reported to the committee in the pre-hearing responses that about 68% of units are currently occupied. In June of 22, HUD found that the occupancy rate was 70. Nope. Okay. Well, I was going to say in June of 22, the number was 76. So I was trying to figure out why we were hustling backwards, but you think that
we did lose some units. I mean, we did lose people through attrition. It was a 73 in December. We're at 75 now based on our new lease up push.
Okay.
We're turning 100 units now and doing our open houses. And we expect that number to continue to grow every month, but we will be reporting on it for you all so you can see the numbers and where we are.
So what's your understanding of how much capital funding you have currently available?
Hold on one second, Councilman.
No, that's problem.
And I don't think we.
So
can
that Chairman
predict
White
that.
here has been pushing his colleagues to, over the last couple of years, to provide you guys with millions upon millions of funding for capital. So just curious how much.
Yeah, and whatever you gave us, I need to keep.
We will spend.
And I'm going to spend it all. You have my word on that.
We can definitely provide it back to.
Okay, so I will tell you, our budget office says you have about $91 million in the balance. That's as of the day before Valentine's Day. So
yes,
February 13th. As part of your, I'm sorry.
We'll get a snap sheet for you.
Okay.
Because some of it has been contracts that are in place and funding may be waiting approval, and other is obligated and waiting for contracts. But you're absolutely right. It's not all expended.
Right. In the recovery plan that you're putting out, are you going to also, I guess, provide some sort of capital plan as well in terms of long-term repositioning and?
Yes.
Okay. All right. There was a lot of good information in your pre-hearing responses about the status of the new communities projects. You and I talked about this, Director, that I feel like for some of these projects, they are what I would consider like the poster child for how there has been a complete breakdown in trust between communities and what they believe is the government, quasi-government, whatever, in terms of what was promised versus what has been delivered or not delivered at all. So Lincoln Heights, Potomac Gardens, Berry Farm, Park Morton, all of these projects are, decades in the making. Are you all reevaluating any of these deals with an eye towards cost savings or more density?
Yes,
And
absolutely.
what will community engagement look like as you approach those conversations?
It will be robust and resident driven. Listen, residents are always a part of my redevelopment activities. You can look at my record in New Orleans and look at my record in Alexandria. I bring the residents in from the very beginning. We meet monthly. And when I first got here and started to assess what we were doing with the residents and realized that the communication was so poor, clearly we're going to do a much better job going forward in that aspect with regard to what the plans are. I need residents involved. This is their community too. And I heard a lot of concern about residents not being clear about returning.
Yeah,
I believe in right 1-for-1 and the right to return. So, and I say that for the record. So I'll make that very clear.
Okay. In terms of vouchers around inspections, you all are back to doing in-person inspections. Was there something about the outcomes from the virtual inspections process that led you all to a policy reversal here?
Not that I know of. And I was sort of surprised even when they were doing the virtuals. It's one thing for people not to let you in their units. When when I was in Alexandria, we still did them. We didn't do virtuals. Now people may
Even
not,
during the pandemic?
yes.
Okay.
I mean, they had masks, they had gloves, they had suits, but we did the physicals when folks would let them in. But the virtual didn't make any sense to me, to be frank with you.
Okay. So there are a number of, we'll call them project-based vouchers or special population vouchers. So, right, we have some vouchers specifically set aside for seniors. We have some vouchers specifically set aside for LGBTQIA individuals. And I hate the idea that we have paid for these vouchers. We've scraped together the money and then they sit unused. So for instance, 49 of the 63 special purpose vouchers that are set aside for LGBTQ residents and returning citizens are sitting unused right now. That's more than half. And so I understand that your DCHA's role in the lease-up process is not identifying the eligible applicants, right? There are other parts of the government who are supposed to be doing that part.
Yes.
But I'm wondering, have you all had any conversations as you all are getting acclimated with these offices to ensure that they are getting you folks so that these vouchers don't go unused?
Yes, we have. As a matter of fact, the team just met with DHS. Was it last week? Was it last week they met with DHS? To start talking about this process and break down the communication and improving coordination of efforts in order to make sure that all those vouchers are being utilized to 100% utilization.
Okay. I understand that I'm asking you a lot of questions that are based on like before you got here. That's the unfortunate part of coming in the middle of performance oversight.
That's
So
okay.
in the future, we'll be able to.
I own it now.
I know, but for some of these things, they weren't your decisions. But here's what I will say. When the HUD report came out, there were a lot of people who obviously had some outrage around what was happening. And there was a suggestion that DCHA be handed over to a receiver. It sounds like in my conversations with you, there's definitely been some progress that have been made. And in terms of your background, I would call you the turnaround guy per se, maybe a fixer. I don't know. However,
Don't jinx me.
okay. How do we avoid receivership?
Performance. People cannot argue with performance. And that's my goal. That's the reason why in January, we came out of the gate and I hired 13 contractors to start turning units. I need to show people that we're making progress. Little by little, it's not going to be, Rome wasn't built in a day. This is like base hits for me. But the reality is we are showing progress. I think some of the residents are pleased with the fact that we're out in the field now, identifying issues. We're trying to rebuild that trust. And so as long as we continue to push forward and they follow my lead with regard to me being out front and center and making people understand that we're going to get things done little by little, I think we'll be fine. And once the recovery plan hits, it's going to lay it all out. So I just need to get to the recovery plan. So it'll be a transparent document, a public document. It'll actually be a public scorecard for the agency itself, for everybody to follow. Deliverables will happen every quarter. If you guys want us to report, I thought I heard someone say we should be reporting every 6 months on where we are with the status. I'm fine with that as well. But I want to be transparent. And that's the reality of it all. But I know it can be fixed too, so.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Henderson. And I will say on the capital funding, we have an increase starting in 2028. The agency, very unfortunately and frustratingly, was not in a place to expend the amount of capital dollars it needed to expend prior. New leadership has a plan. That plan is going to be more and more transparent and public. And residents have been clear that they are tired of waiting so long for repairs. So we have a team in place, putting a plan in place, and they're going to be spending the money. So I appreciate that. Also, when you're talking about capital projects, rent reasonableness, all the other things coming up, before I get back into questions, a director can't do it all by themselves. Director, can you just take 1 minute to talk about changes to your leadership team?
Yeah, unfortunately, Mr. Chairman, I'm being followed by people that really shouldn't be following me, but be that as it may. No, I'm actually excited. I'll jokes aside, I'm actually excited about the new team that we're bringing in. Obviously, we needed to build capacity, and that's no knock on anybody else. It's just that change happens sometimes, and you need people that have done certain things and that can raise the performance to a certain level and expectations and meet expectations that need to be met. So I'm proud to introduce my team. Obviously, some of you have met Nicole as my deputy. Nicole was a subject matter expert with HUD when I met her 4 years ago, and I convinced her to join my team in Alexandria. So she came across the bridge with me. To her right is Heather Mueller. She's our new CFO. Heather and I met about 6 years ago at a development conference in California, and we were in the same group. And I realized then that she was the smartest one in the room, and I like being around smart people. And so when the job opened up, found her, and I was like, hey, listen, why don't you come join me? And so she decided to listen, I would love to be part of a transformation project. So I'm on board. We got to my left, Captain Mike Reese. Some of you may know Mike Reese. He's retired MPD commander.
Yes.
And so he's back. He told me as soon as he heard that I was going to be on board, that he wanted to come and help me turn the place around and get public safety back to a standard where it needs to be. So I'm glad to have him on board. To Heather's right is Mr. Anton Shaw. He's new ACVP director. He's been taking notes on all of the issues and concerns about ACVP.
He run out of paper.
I know, right? Yeah. I swiped him out of Corpus Christi, Texas. I told him, I said, listen, you're gonna have way more fun in DC than you are down in Texas, So, but he's very familiar, experienced. He's been around with Virginia Housing for a while. So his reputation speaks for itself. And then next to Anton, I call her Amy the Great, Amy Glassman, who was with Ballas Farr. She was our attorney when I was in Alexandria, but she's done work for all of the housing authorities around the country. And so I was just so happy when she decided to say, listen, I want to come join your team and help turn the place around. And then next to her is, she needs no introduction. I call her Miller time, right? Some of you all may know Sheila Miller. I swiped her from Dep Head when I first got here. When I met Sheila, we used to sit down and talk about what was going on with some of the projects and some of the concerns that I shared with her, and she was dead on with a lot of things. And obviously she knows the lay of the land. I thought that was extremely important given where we are with some of these projects and we need to move them quickly. The fact that she understands the lay of the land and she's been here should allow us that ability to move things forward much faster than we probably would have if we had brought someone in from the outside. So I think is that. And then you have Hamra.
We know.
Yeah, who knows?
Yes.
Yeah, who knows the whole lay of the land is building. And then you have Allison Berto, who's our communications director. So she's been keeping us sort of in a safe space with all the reporters hanging around. And then we still have some other team members. We have Thor Nelson, who's part of the OCP development team as well. Did I miss anyone in the team? And then we have obviously Commissioner Burbidge, who's there here to support us and make sure that she has my back.
I appreciate it. I think it is really important that you had to bring in talent with you. And I was always nervous about it. Whoever the new permanent director was had to be able to bring in strong talent with them. And I want the public to know what's happening behind the scenes. As we keep hearing, as I'm saying to you, as the residents are saying to me, now they want to see, but it's important for people to know what these building blocks are. So I appreciate that.
And if I may, Chairman, I just want to say, listen, running a housing authority is a hard job. And so I want to give a nod to my predecessors as well, It's not about disparaging anybody. I just wanted my team, It's not to say that they couldn't do
That's right.
their job. I don't want anybody to hear this testimony and think that I'm throwing anybody in the bus. or saying that they couldn't do the job. It's a hard job regardless of who's in the seat, so.
It's a big organization. Anybody coming in would need to bring in their team. I do understand that back to rent reasonableness. HUD asked for a complete review of existing leases for rent reasonableness. DCHA decided under prior leadership to not run rent reasonableness checks for new leases and for landlords rent increase requests, but run rent reasonableness for new leases and increase requests, but not for older leases. Think that is under review by HUD. But when do you anticipate having the new rent reasonableness review ready for HUD?
So we have to the 31st. Well, we anticipate having it before the 31st, to be frank with you. That's the deadline, but we anticipate having it sooner. We just don't know just yet, but it is being run at this point. And we'll probably have a better feel for probably by what? In March. Okay.
Okay. And are you, what you share with HUD, are you going to share that with the board?
Yes.
Okay. I'd love to see it as well. I'm more interested in sort of the results from HUD,
Yes.
but just to be kept in the loop, it would be helpful for us
Okay.
as well. My team and I frequently hear from people who have vouchers, but are struggling to find suitable units. We heard from someone today. Source of income discrimination is also a problem. I see that one of the ways you want to accelerate lease ups is to assign someone to compile unit listings that have met DCHA standards. I like this idea, but some DC agencies already have a database up at dchousingsearch.org, and I want to make sure we're not duplicating efforts. So what information is missing from dchousingsearch.org that you want to make available?
So our thought process is if we have the locators coming in, they're actually dealing with someone. These individuals can go and talk to other multifamily or other individuals that may not be on or may be on that list as well. So this is someone in-house that the applicants can actually talk to, and they can talk to actual landlords and making sure these units are already meeting rent reasonableness, having these conversations. So we thought it was important that we had someone inside DCHA as well, not to create another list, but possibly to add to that list.
The Councilmember Fruman has been asking about this as well as have other members. The issue with what's the website? DCAffordablehousing.com. Thank you. How will those issues be fixed with units being marked as meeting rent reasonableness standards and then people going through the process and being let down at the end? How is that going to get fixed?
So that's a great question. So some of the, testimonies that we heard today, one individual talked about that rent reasonableness came out and then they entered their lease and it wasn't. So I haven't heard about any of that.
Okay.
But the thoughts are that we do a rent reasonableness sooner on the front end. And then communicating that with the landlords. A lot of times our staff are already talking to landlords if it's not meeting rent reasonableness. But again, as came up earlier, we want to add an additional layer because resident or applicants and owners have they can appeal. So if a rent reasonableness comes back and it's not rent reasonable, they have the opportunity to appeal. So we want to look at another layer that we have someone physically looking at a database to now find the 3 comps, knows the DC area. And through that appeal process, maybe that the unit now becomes rent reasonable because they did a deeper search.
Okay, I'm just starting to hear about these issues as well with people finding units that have been marked as being rent reasonable and then being disappointed. So, we'll both keep tracking this issue, but obviously that's something that has to get fixed to the extent that it's a pervasive issue.
And one other thing too, Mr. Chairman, is that several housing authorities do use affordablehousing.com as well. Philadelphia does, and I know Kelvin Jeremiah well. So I'm going to be reaching out to him as well as NYCHA used it, and Greg Russ and I talk frequently, even though he's not still at NYCHA. So we're going to look into others to give us some insight on what the challenges they've been having going forward with this software as well, just so we can try to identify solutions for you.
Okay, that'll be important. I appreciate that, and we'll discuss that in our recurring check-ins. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much. I missed much of the early questioning and just assumed that there's already been lots of questions about the public housing facilities and vacancies and things like that. So I'm going to stay focused on the voucher programs. And you say in the pre-hearing questions that I don't know if it's hope or expect to have fill 500 vouchers a month for the rest of the year. That seems like a lot, but tell me the thinking behind that.
Yeah, so it's not 500 for the rest of the year. If you know, I think it starts in like July. We got to ramp up first. Yeah, it's not 500 for the rest of the year. I think the 500 picks up toward the second half of the calendar year.
Is that right?
Yeah, 'cause we have to ramp up because of the wait list and everything, and getting geared up and bringing in more resources in order to help us get through this wait list, which is obviously still a large wait list and a stale wait list.
So, and right now, when I looked at the data, it looked like you're up to about 200 a month. That was a good month where you were filling 200 vouchers in.
Well, that was better than the 146 we had a couple of months before. Yeah. So if it's creeping up, that's a good thing. If that was the goal, to creep up slowly but surely, obviously.
And I think that there's a reference, and maybe you were getting at this when you talked about a liaison with the landlords, but someone who would reach out to landlords that accept vouchers, I think is the way that you put it. And the law is everybody's supposed to accept vouchers. But do you have any concern to the extent that there's a liaison who's out there trying to reach out to specific landlords and get them opened up to the idea of accepting vouchers? Do you have any concern about creating new concentrations of poverty? I mean, I honestly, it's a thing I'm watching, and I know there's no specific mechanism to protect against it, and you can't get into the business of discriminating. Yet on the other hand, in my view, you probably shouldn't get in the business of affirmatively working with landlords in a way that creates a new concentration of poverty. But how do you think about those issues?
Well, obviously, number one, it is a concern of ours. And the fact that you brought it up makes it even more pertinent that we monitor it very closely. But the individuals that we've identified as locators understand that concern. And so they will be working towards making sure that that does not happen. But we'll monitor it too, because we can monitor where they are, right? In terms of, okay, which ward, which quadrant, that kind of stuff, which neighborhood. So we'll be able to monitor as well. And obviously, having to come back before you all, we'll have to answer that question. So I think the way it is set up, we're going to be monitoring as well, but also you guys will be monitoring as well to make sure that's not happening.
Yeah, and here, I mean, there's a kind of witch's brew that happens, frankly, and this is where rent reasonableness fits into it. So you can have a situation where a landlord may believe they can get a much higher rent with a voucher tenant than they can with a market rate tenant in a building. And then you get into an increasing density of voucher tenants in that building. And then you see a decline in the responsiveness of the landlord to maintenance issues. And it's a downward spiral for everyone. And so there's no one place to push on it, right? Part of it is you guys being able to enforce with the landlords or have some leverage with the landlords to ensure that they're maintaining their buildings properly. But another is not creating the goal of the program is to create mixed income communities, not new concentrations of poverty. So are you thinking about tools that you might have, or what tools do you think you might have that you could fulfill that vision of creating mixed income communities across the city?
Well,
and
first it
across
comes to my mind,
buildings?
obviously, is we want to look at the concentration of vouchers, where they are located, number one. But also the reason why we want to hire these locators who are senior like real estate folks is because they know the pockets of the town better than anyone with regard to where we can go and what we can do. And so we're looking for them to use that experience in order to ensure that we don't get caught up into a situation such as that. I ran into that in New Orleans. So I'm very familiar with how that works. So so we're hoping that the locators, given their experience, the city, and as well as being seasoned real estate individuals, will allow us the opportunity to be able to tap other parts of the city, because that was one of the conversations we had with them when we broached the idea of identifying locators to help individuals lease up faster.
So one thing that I'd add on this, though, is you talk about parts of the city quadrants, but I think it's important also to look at it building by building, because what can happen is a building becomes a de facto public housing building without all of the guardrails that you want to have when you're operating a public housing building. So I'd just encourage you to look at it, to have an eye on it on a building by building basis.
And again, I ran into that problem in New Orleans. I'm aware, I may have said it the way you wanted me to say it, but I ran into that in New Orleans after Katrina. So I'm well aware of it. I understand, Council. I got you.
Okay, so in the last one for now, I'll be back, is on the 500. One of the things that was said 6 months ago was, the administration slowed down on the issuance of vouchers, partly because of a concern that they didn't have the social workers in place to support, for example, those folks in permanent supportive housing. So there was and are you, to the extent that that 500 will come in part, or maybe even in large measure, how much, actually, that's a question. Are you coordinating with DHS, for example, on the availability of supports for the people who you will be placing as you're ramping up your placements?
So we met with DOES last week to talk about all aspects of coordination with the program. And so I'll double back to make sure that was addressed because it is an important issue. Just to be safe. But I didn't stay for the whole meeting. My staff was there with their staff, but I did start the meeting off with my expectations of what we wanted to get out of the meeting going forward, and given that we wanted to ramp up. So I'll circle back to make sure that they understand that particular support is necessary in order to be able to do this successfully.
And Chairman White, if I can just one last, because I'm in this space, when you think about 500 a month, do you have any idea, any thought about how much of it's federal, how much of it is permanent supportive housing? Is it just 500 as a goal? But I mean, you're the kind of person who would break it down and be thinking about it in that way. What's the breakdown?
And we will with our consultant, Edgemere was the one that put the table together. I don't know what they factored in terms of the distinction of the vouchers, so I have to circle back and find out. But John Washak, who runs Edgemere, he's a seasoned guy. He's been around forever. He's like an HVP guru. I'd be surprised if he didn't think about it. I just don't have that numbers in front of me.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Trayon White, do you have more questions? I know he's jumping between hearings, so going once, going twice. I'm going to jump back in. Let me move to voucher discrimination. So for anti-voucher discrimination, there's a brief discussion in the pre-hearing responses about working with, quoting from the response, fair housing partners, end quote, and mediating through the quality assurance team. I'm surprised this isn't more of a focus area for DCHA, since this kind of discrimination slows down the process of getting people into housing. Have you worked to make sure voucher holders have full access to housing markets in other jurisdictions? I think you spoke a bit about this, but how do we make sure there's not discrimination, source of income discrimination against people who have vouchers?
Oftentimes, we don't know until we're made aware of it. To be frank with you, obviously, you may be able to observe it if you're in a space long enough to see it, particularly, I use New Orleans as an example. You can never get a voucher in the Garden District. Don't care how hard you try, right? And so, and even when we try to address it, we got pushback, unfortunately. But so we are aware of it. How we track, we need to do a better job of tracking it. I just heard for the first time that people have been running into it here at this hearing. I haven't heard that before. I've heard a lot of other complaints about us being slow, about inspections being slow, but I haven't heard, for the first time I heard about discrimination in terms of where they were trying to go to get housing. So we obviously need to make that a focal point of what we do going forward.
I would, not to volunteer other folks, we're here to help, but I think the Attorney General's office could be a helpful resource there as well, in terms of, you know, enforcement, public education. But this is something we have to make sure it's not happening to our residents, because that is illegal. One of the priorities you listed in your pre-hearing responses is getting the Yardi data system fully rolled out and fully training staff on it. What problems do you anticipate full implementation is going to help address?
Oh, man. Number one, just efficiency. And obviously data integrity, even though people will be entering information, the fact that we need to get it set up and cleaned up will make us feel much better about the data integrity that we have, but also efficiency in terms of operation, how we track what we do. Right now, everything's manual and things get lost, things get dropped. I only want to begin to start about how we operate in some areas right now manually because they didn't take the time to set Yardi up effectively. So once we get Yardi humming, you're going to see a huge difference in performance.
Have you gotten a satisfactory explanation as to why implementation has taken so long to this point?
No. Let's be frank about it. I mean, it was poor planning. From what I've seen, you know, these projects, man, they're very labor intensive and they're very detail oriented. And I've done a lot of implementations in my experience. And you need a strong project manager to be able to lead it. And from what I've gathered, there was no strong project manager. The departments were left to fend for themselves. Nobody was really in charge of anything. It's my understanding. I'm not blaming anybody, it's what I'm hearing. But I kind of feel like that was the case because we are where we are. And again, I've done plenty of implementations. And this one fell completely by the wayside. And it's unfortunate that we have to play catch up on it, but we'll get caught up.
Do you know whether the Yardi system is fully funded, or is that going to require more funding?
So what we discovered is that some of the modules needed for the teams were not procured. So we have procured some. And we feel that other modules probably will need to be procured to make Yardi run efficiently, and that be our only software system. So for the most part, we bought the package, the main stuff is in there, but to be able to process the eligibility within the system, do those checks. We're procuring that now.
Okay.
So we anticipate there probably will be some more funds needed.
When I got to the council, I noticed in my first round of performance and budget hearings that agencies had spent $20–40 million on these systems, and they were sort of barely scratching the surface of what they could do. And after we paid for them, they were saying, we actually need a different system. And just a massive waste of money. So I hope and expect that you are examining this system to make sure it is going to meet the needs, and that you know, if there's something missing, it's better to know sooner than later.
Yes, yeah, we'll definitely do that. Many of us come from the Yardi system at other housing authorities for many years, so we're familiar with what it should be doing.
Okay, that's good news. Well, we'll come back to that in the budget hearing, just to check on where things are. We do always ask agencies to detail anticipated spending pressures, and this year DCHA has described several, including a rapid investment in public housing, various new management technologies, security cameras, and a host of other external consultants to provide skills and experience that aren't present in-house. What budget moves are you exploring to cover these costs? You don't have anybody left to look at.
Oh, no.
I was trying to give it to our CFO, but I can take it. So. No, you're going. So we have some federal funds that we'll be utilizing for these actions. We talked to HUD. We have some, since we're moved to work, we have some reserves. It made us very aware that we need to utilize them. So we will be utilizing those reserves to pay for some of these activities.
Okay, now I'm not aware of sort of what grants or other supports are available from HUD, but I hope that you're looking at any resources they can provide as well. Let me pause there. My round is over. I'll turn to Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. On the Yardi system and the dashboards, I mean, there is a reference in the pre-hearing questions too that it had to be put on hold because you're something called Power BI. Can you help me I mean, that I hope it's not the kind of scenario that Chairman White is talking about, but it sounds like we've created something that's great and it's for now sitting on the shelf. Help me understand that and help me understand what's your expectations about when it will become available.
So the dashboard that they are talking about has nothing to do with Yardi.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
So Yardi is separate. But from my understanding, this was prior administration, but they had a consultant come in and build this database that could be used as a dashboard. And Power BI, that Microsoft Power BI licenses are needed in order to operate that. After talking to staff recently, the dashboard is one that needs to be maintained by staff daily. So we just were made aware of this actually when we read some of the responses. So we'll definitely look into that. But again, that was something, it could have been something reactive from the HUD notice, but we'll look into it and we can circle back with our team on this dashboard. But it's not implemented. It was something created, I'm assuming by the prior administration and a consultant that they had at that time.
But am I hearing that you're wondering about whether or not it makes sense because of the need to update it daily, for staff to update it daily?
Correct. So we're not sure if we have the manpower, but the biggest is if Yardi's system is fully implemented and all the modules are purchased, then that system would be the system that we would utilize in lieu of having two.
I hate to say it, and you know, it's not on you, but it's exactly the scenario that Chairman White spoke about, which is unfortunate, but let's get a good system up so that we have transparency.
Yes.
Also in the responses, there was a question 58 about, and this goes to rent reasonableness. It's about approved rents and the relationship with the payment standard. And it's a rare case where it's not answered and there isn't even a reference to, let me see if I can find the right page. Yeah, it's on page 60. Maybe this has been asked already, but there is no, it's not, is there a reason why this wasn't answered? Is there a reason why there's no explanation for why it wasn't answered?
Yeah, there's a reason why, because when we came across it, obviously we need to, a lot of our data is manual and we need to pull the information together. So we're going to be working on pulling it together and get you something. We just couldn't pull it together before we got to send you the attachments.
Okay. Chairman White took away one of my questions on the discrimination and the idea of looking to the Attorney General on that. It may be that in not every place is this sort of discrimination unlawful, but it's unlawful here. I think that there was a time where if you had folks who had experienced discrimination, you might refer them to legal services providers like the Equal Rights Center. And I don't know if that's an option that you're looking at, or to what extent you partner with some of these legal services providers who are out there working on exactly these kinds of things. It may be you can't do everything, but there are people out there who are working in this space. Have you given consideration to that?
So I just heard from staff, and they advise that this discrimination, if it comes in, it is referred to the Office of Human Rights at this time. So that's our practice right now.
And I might think about adding these other potential resources for when these kinds of things come up. Both the request for tenancy approval and the HAP contract require the owner to certify that again, still on rent reasonableness, that the rent charged to the voucher tenant is not more than the rent charge for other unassisted comparable units. Are you doing anything to look into whether or not landlords are charging a different amount, that certification isn't accurate, that the landlords are charging a different amount to you and the voucher tenant than to other people in unassisted units?
So we're working very closely with affordablehousing.com to ensure that at least our database is updated of assisted families. So then that removes it. So right now, since we're voucher holders and we have the local vouchers, we'll send updated listings to them to ensure that's removed. The affordablehousing.com system generally, when they're running it, it should not be factoring in subsidized households. So on our end, when the tenancy addendum is filled out and the 3 comps are listed there, at this time, we are not looking into that. We rely on affordablehousing.com and those comps to ensure that they're comparable and that they're utilizing the not assisted families at this time.
I guess, the simplest way to see whether or not this is the amount charged is the amount that the market reasonably would bear in the area would be to see what's charged for the unit next door in the same building with the same amenities. And so I wondered, it seems like that's a resource that saves us from all the algorithms, but would be unassailable as this is a reasonable rent. It's what's being charged to somebody on the 3rd floor and we're charging it on the 4th floor.
Yes. So in the multifamily buildings, from my experience, that generally should be your easier buildings on rent reasonableness. Because as you said, that owner or property management company is looking through and saying, here's the next door neighbor or here's on floor 3 or 2 that is not assisted and this is their rent. And then you look to that to ensure that your subsidized family is not being charged more than that. So in my eyes, that should be your simplest rent reasonableness ones. So we are going to revisit that with Anton on board as well and with affordablehousing.com to ensure that on our multifamily buildings, that if the landlords or the property management companies are ensuring that they're putting their rent schedules in the system so that you're already seeing the neighbors and we're verifying that from the sheet. It becomes a little more challenging when you have your one-offs, your individual units out there and find them, but multifamily should be our more simple approach to rent reasonableness for sure.
So on rent reasonableness, and I'm going to try to take a break from it, you can see how it's a concern of mine, and that isn't the reason that you get indigestion. It's also a concern of Hudson. So I doubt it's me keeping you up at night, but I will expect to continue to be on this to try to figure out how this is, make sure this is working in the way that it should. Changing this subject, One of the things that was refreshing about the responses to pre-hearing questions is, a full, no sugarcoating. You talked about where things are, you talked about the problems that you confront, and you talk about how you're trying. And so very much appreciate that. One of the things was call wait times, and looking at the numbers on call wait times. One, people hang up after an hour. If they stayed on average, they would have to wait 4.5 hours. And so there's probably some people you hate. I mean, we've all been in this place where you give up after 10 minutes and there's a whole bunch of people who give up after 10 minutes. There's probably a whole bunch of people who give up after 3 hours. And those people, you ruined their day, maybe week. Oh, I'm way over. I apologize. Are there things that you can do that, I know you have the callback option, but do you have a technology that says expected wait time is? Because something like that could spare people a lot of pain.
Yeah.
Actually tells the.
Yeah, I thought, if I recall correctly, we were told that it does, but I'm not certain whether it's actually working. But when I saw those times, I mean, I literally fell out of my chair. I was like, and I'll tell you, I said, that 4 hours? And so one of the things too, and I go back to this, is that once we get back to the office in a permanent space in April, where people can also come and find us, that'll help too, because that call waiting thing is annoying to me. I mean, I will tell you all right now, when I saw that 4 hours, I couldn't believe that was 4 hours. When I said, that can't be right. And they were like, yeah, and I'm sitting there going, that's just ridiculous. And so not only add more staff, but obviously, if people can come find us where they know the staff are, and come in and walk in and see us, that's going to reduce a lot of that call stuff too. And also having landlines at desks with extensions where people have to now answer their phones as opposed to this remote cell phone nonsense. Give me stuff that just doesn't make any sense to me, given the service and the business that we're in. Just so you understand, this annoys me to no end. So I'm apologize.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. I'm going to get into a couple of questions around that, but first, still with the issue of consultants. We were promised a lot last year that would come of CSG. What work product does the agency have from these are contractors that the mayor leveraged that have a contract already, I think, with the DMPED, a district agency that we're going to help the housing authority. What was produced? What has been produced to date from CSG?
So it's my understanding in some of the reports that I reviewed prior to us coming. So the contract, I believe, I'm not sure when the end date was, but it was ended before we started or before director started November 1st. But some of the work product was looking at the rent reasonableness to determine if there were overpayments and possibly come up with a schedule there that possibly was provided, or not possibly, that was provided to HUD. I did see that work product. And I'd have to look at the contract to see what else, but as far as deliverables, I know that I did see that report or that write-up that they did to respond to HUD on the overpayment issue.
Okay. We'll reach out. I'd love to see the work that they did, so I understand what value add that was. In response to our standard request for an organizational chart and Schedule A personnel roster, DCHA indicated that you're in the middle of an internal assessment and want to provide those materials after that's done. I get that there are a lot of changes underway and very much look forward to seeing the updated agency structure, but DCHA should be able to run an export from your HR record system and share it with us like every other DC agency, so we know who's in place now. Could you follow up with a completed Schedule A and or talk to me about why that's difficult?
So we're working on the Schedule A for you. There, with the assessment, we're trying to figure out who's allocated to local funds and who's allocated to federal funds. And so we're working with the HCVP department. And once we have a good list, then we can give you the Schedule A that has the breakdown.
Okay. What's the approximate time frame that'll take?
I would say probably in the next couple of weeks, not long.
Okay, I appreciate that. Call center. So 535-1000. Sounds like it is not the best place to work. As of late last year, I think 8 employees were handling hundreds and hundreds of calls per staffer per week. I feel bad for them. I feel bad for residents who are trying to reach them. That is, we've said this unacceptably long time for people who need help. Average wait time more than 4.5 hours. I'm glad that you are, I believe, more than doubling the size of the call center staff. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your target time for average speed of call answers? What's your goal for target time for the average speed of calls answered?
We'll probably have to we don't have the goal in here, so we'll work with that team to come up with an actual goal of what that time will be. The goal they just put what they're actually working at.
Well, we'll get the industry standard for you,
Mhm.
because that's going to be the goal, obviously.
What will be the goal?
The industry standard.
Okay, and that's actually
Yeah,
where
they
it's
did
going to go
list
next.
it in this, and I don't know off the top of my head. So.
Excellent. All right, as long as the industry standard is reasonable, then that sounds like a good goal. But that is obviously, everything is urgent, as you said earlier. You know, the front line is important. That's how people know whether or not change is happening. So we'll continue to work. I look forward to hearing back on that, and then we'll track the progress getting there. I am so in terms of all of the agencies within our committee, I am trying to pull us all together around sort of SMART goal framework. So goals that are specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, time bound. So that we know how the agency is moving the ball. Number of agencies, I'm not going to name them, give us these kind of fuzzy goals that you can't measure. And some of the times the things they're listing as top goals are not very relevant to residents. And so I want to make sure agencies within the housing committee are setting goals that are relevant to the residents that we serve, and that we can track those, not just to beat you over the head about them, but to make sure you have what you need to get there. So this is part of a productive partnership. I'd like you, Director, to identify the top 3 objective improvements that public housing should expect to see come out of, that residents should expect to see come out of the housing authority this year. You can answer now or share those goals next week, and then we can discuss them during the budget hearing. These are important, so I don't want to sort of put you on the spot, you know, with random goals. But I would ask if you could identify those goals ideally by next week, and then we'll discuss them in the budget hearing publicly, and we will work collectively to make sure you can achieve those goals.
And again, utilization clearly is one on public housing side and the voucher side, number one, getting and reducing those timeframes, as well as unit turns, to lease units up. You know, so come off the top of my head, but next week I'll have 3 for you.
I appreciate it. It sounds like you're thinking in the right direction. So I appreciate that. Over on this round, let me turn to Councilmember Fruman.
All right, thank you very much. There's there's a whole lot of regulations and documents that are in the process of being updated. And so I'm curious, what's your plan for ACOP and the administrative plan? When do you think those will be issued and issued for notice and comment?
Hopefully sooner rather than later. The question came up earlier. So they're with HUD now.
Yeah.
And we have a weekly meeting with our HUD field office, and we did ask them, we shared with them because our board expressed very concern about getting them done as well at our last board meeting. And so they indicated it would probably be about another week or so before they would get back to us with their comments and their review. So I'm hoping to think that hopefully sometime in March, we should be able to close this out. And that's being optimistic. Just not knowing what HUD is coming back with changes.
But I would expect that would get you close out a chapter, but there's still a chapter of notice and comment over the DC
That's right, 45
administrative.
days. That's right. Yeah, I
Yeah.
keep forgetting about that.
So,
Yeah,
so that would,
Yeah,
so,
that will
so
push
you
us
get
in.
something,
Yeah.
your hope is get something in March,
Yeah.
put it out for notice and comment.
Yeah.
You also, and you may have inherited these, there's a bunch of proposed regs that are out there that are enormous and complicated and temporary and what's the plan in terms of finalizing those? And I believe I've seen correspondence where people have raised pretty significant issues about those regs. How much revision do you think you'll hope to do between putting them out for comment and finalization?
So yeah, the goal is for us is to review the comments that we haven't seen from the advocates and our residents. And then when we get the round back from HUD, we will look at that and see what was recommended, what staff may have already changed prior to us coming. And then see other areas that we can improve, or if we can't do it, like Keith always says, or director always says, that we'll say why we can't, but we'll put it out for the 45-day comment period. But again, once we get the comments back from HUD, we will need to look at the other comments that came in that possibly weren't put into the plan that we need to revisit after hearing different testimonies and stuff today.
Okay, so still a significant effort to try to bring all of these different pieces together. And I don't know, do you need emergency regulations in order to operate while these things are pending? Or are you, can you take your time and get these right? Because I think
Well, it does expire.
you don't want the perfect to be the enemy of the good, but you also don't want to rush for
Right,
something that's
yeah, right.
And we may need for emergencies, we said, take a look at them and get back to you, let you know which ones will and which ones will not. Because obviously we're in an emergency situation now with the ACOP and the admin plan, and we're just waiting for the HUD feedback so we can then give the notice. But we'll take a look at the other ones in terms of where they are in the time frame for you.
Okay, and then, one of the things I hear about is community service requirements. And I hear that there's maybe a lack of clarity about, when you're supposed to do it, how you're supposed to do it, what forms you're supposed to fill out. How are you thinking about addressing these issues around community service?
We need to do a complete reset and a communication plan and touch every property, as I indicated to my staff with regard to explaining this. And this is going to be part of my whole robust resident engagement process that I want to roll out, because there are going to be other things that we need to educate the residents on. And so it's no sense in doing certain things piecemeal. I want to put together a comprehensive plan that we can lay out with a realistic schedule to talk to the residents and touch every property. And so that we can make sure that we get as much participation as possible for resident council buy-in, because we're going to need them as ambassadors to help us, number one, inform the residents, be a part of the training of the residents, and then obviously helping us monitor the residents. So it's going to be a collaborative effort. I'm looking forward to pulling that together with the residents, because for me, they are my ambassadors, and I don't want them involved every step of the way.
All right, well, thank you very much. I think that will do it for me for today. I think hearing your testimony, Councilmember Henderson said, you're the turnaround guy, and there is a lot on your plate that needs to be turned around. I am heartened by everything about that you're bringing to this task. It's a big one, and we want to be supportive, and we want to be working in as close a collaboration with you as possible going forward. When you succeed, we succeed. So good luck to you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. And I apologize, as a courtesy, I try to give folks a idea of when we're wrapping up, because people got to figure out childcare and all these other things, as do I. I believe that we will be done by 6:30 if we move expeditiously. Emergency regulations. We heard a lot of testimony about that today. There's some feelings about proposed regulations that the agency issued last year. The sense from a lot of community members is that residents weren't aware enough. Of course, everybody can say it was in the register and so forth, but residents are saying they didn't feel like they were aware enough of the proposed changes or have enough time to digest and respond to them. What steps do you plan to take between sort of now and making those proposed changes permanent?
So a couple of things. And even though my staff texted us earlier and said that no, that the notices were sent out, the reality is, and I try to make my staff understand something, if people don't know it, they don't know it.
Yeah.
Just because you think you've done it the right way doesn't mean that it was effective. So from my standpoint, we didn't do it well enough. Obviously, people are coming in saying they didn't know because we need to do it in such a way that we document it and it's very clear that it was done. So my job is to improve that. One of the good things that we do now is that we have Allison, who's our communications director, and she's very detailed with regard to notices and information and how we disseminate it and how we get it out to residents. And so just knowing that she's on board and she's leading the way with regard to how we communicate now with anyone, not only the outside world and reporters, but residents as well. She's leading that effort. And then on top of that, I'm an in the field guy, and I like going to resident council meetings, and I promise that I'll go to them, and I do show up to talk to residents and make sure that they're informed. So part of that's going to be on me and my team to be out in the field as often as possible to ensure that these things are being communicated. Like I said, I like to attend the resident council meetings because they want to see me, they want to hear from me, and more importantly, I want to hear from them. And I want to be able to make sure that my staff are doing what they're supposed to do. So between Allison and myself, I can assure you that communication going forward is going to be vastly improved.
I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm sensitive to the fact that folks in the housing authority, I am sure, follow the letter of the regulations with respect to notice of these proposed changes. What is important for us to understand is that these are people's homes, and people rightfully, as all of us would, feel a kind of way about changes to where they live and how they live, and whether or not they felt like they had an opportunity for input. And I always tell folks, residents don't have a veto, but they do have a right to have a say, a meaningful say in significant rules changes that, for some residents impacts how frequently their grandkids can stay at their homes. So I appreciate that you understand this.
And one other thing, Mr. Chairman, a perfect example, and I probably shouldn't say this out loud right now. I know my staff's will kill, but that whole change from 1 year to 30 days, you were dead on. I mean, that's too drastic.
Too drastic.
And we're in the business of housing people, right? So we obviously going to take a look at that. I can assure you, and I'm looking forward to changing that to find that middle ground. Just because that was too drastic, just so you know.
I appreciate that. I hope residents are still watching that they're hearing at this point. Just I think feeling like somebody understands where their concerns are coming from goes a very long way. Public safety. This is something that comes up to me a lot. Doesn't come up a lot at the hearings. It does come up at all the hearings, but not as much as it comes up to me when I'm in the community, visiting public housing communities. This is a time where crime is bad generally in DC. Folks in public housing, many of them are feeling like they don't have enough presence from public safety officers, often don't like the type of presence from the contractors What is your plan on public safety to make sure residents feel safe in their homes and communities?
So two things, aside from hiring this guy, and I'll let him talk in a minute, because for me, public safety runs not only with the police force, but also with some of the work that we do on the properties. And a perfect example is when I walk these properties, my staff will tell you, it annoys me to see how many doors don't close. Because that is a safety issue and concern for residents to know that their doors close. So the people that don't live there are not hanging out in the hallways and smoking weed and doing whatever they want to do. So we put in a huge order for doors. I told them get all my doors replaced and fixed. Obviously, we're looking at all of the camera systems. Some of the cameras are obsolete. They haven't been kept up to date. You know, the maintenance contracts run out on them. So we haven't done a great job of maintaining the cameras either. So we're looking at the cameras, and I know Chief Reese is going to talk a bit more about the cameras and where they're placed and that kind of stuff, and using not only residents but MPD to help us devise the strategic location of some of these cameras. So those are the two things that jump out for me, other than also factor it out. I've said this before to resident councils, and I truly stand by this, and I get where we are as a city, but as a nation with regard to crime. But one of the things I learned in New Orleans was the best communities, police help police themselves. And I share with the residents that, listen, this needs to be a partnership here. You know, we can only do so much, and we want to help you, but we need you guys to partner with us to help us bring back your community and make it safe. And so hopefully, once we start to do some things and show that we're doing our part with the doors and with the cameras and with the lighting, then hopefully they'll feel a little better about, you know, coming to the table a little bit more and helping us identify and move some things along from that standpoint. But then now I'll turn it over to Chief Reese.
Hey, thank you very much. So basically, sir, we're just going to take a grassroots approach. I'll piggyback on what the director said, or look at some of our physical security technology aspect of it. Working on that right now to get it robust, to make sure it's a deterrent, so we can capture stuff and regurgitate any type of information. Make sure our information is seamless with the Metropolitan Police Department. They're the lead agency, so we're able to support them as much as we can. Recruiting and retention, just do some grassroots recruiting and retention to get some services up there. As the director stated before, you know, talking to the residents and building that trust, right? I could tell you since I was here, I was gone 5.5 years at the Smithsonian, and I still get calls from seniors. And my son is on the police department. I said, well, he works in that field. I'm gonna turn it over to him. They said, Chief, I'm gonna tell you something. If you don't call, if it's not you, I don't want to talk to him. So that let me know right there that we have some rebuilding to do. So, and it's a game of inches. So just working one by one with the residents. We have a lot of community outreach initiatives that like this area, in my opinion, is very rich in resources. So building that gap is, I think, that a very simple process. I would like to take youth or seniors to a place that they normally wouldn't go, or let them talk to somebody they normally wouldn't talk to. So, and I think that helped bridge the gap. So we have a lot of force multiplier initiatives I want to take place and get some people into the special units too.
I appreciate that. I do think it's important that people in the community see your team as an extension of you. Otherwise, you have inefficiency. And I think, you know, what you're saying in terms of a grassroots approach and engaging communities is consistent with what we hear from residents. They have ideas as well. And frankly, the more people feel like they are part of a community, the more engaged they are. And with our young people, they need things to do. And I think it was at Kenilworth where we saw some of the programs they put together for young people currently and historically. In some of the communities that's been lost. In some, they're still doing just absolutely incredible things. And they might be able to do more with resources, but a holistic approach to public safety that includes and prioritizes engaging community members, I think will go a very long way.
I'll tell you what, it's a story one time. I took some youth from Barrett Farms and Congress Heights to Georgetown, and I remember vividly, he said, Chief, I just really didn't know Baltimore was so close. So, you know, he was speaking from the heart.
Yeah.
But, you know, they just
Sorry.
got to get out the neighborhood. So.
Yeah, very much. Well, we stand ready to support that work. Director, I'm gonna jump around to some things that came up in testimonies that we haven't covered yet. A DCHA, do you have a policy for temporary relocation for residents who are having unit repairs? So basically, do residents know what types of repairs will be made while they stay in place, and what types of repairs require them to be relocated temporarily? You hit your microphone.
Yes, they should, Mr. Chairman, but whether or not that's been communicated or not, based on my testimony and based on the testimony I've heard today and what I've heard since I've arrived with regard to communication, it probably hasn't been happening. But I know we've been better at doing that now with regard to how we've been handling the unit terms. But we obviously need to do a better job from a property management standpoint with regard to informing residents. I heard some of the stories about retaliation and some other things that we need to look into. And we'll get to the root of that as well. But we can always do a better job of communicating with regard to whether it's transfers, whether it's stay in place rehabs. We need to do a better job of communication, and we haven't. I can tell just from walking the properties and seeing what I see. No,
I appreciate that. Berry Farms issue with respect to resident storage. Are you aware that residents are not going to have their storage paid for any longer?
I'm going to take care of that.
I appreciate it. Yeah, that's people's belongings. Makes me think of the woman who testified about losing her belongings.
I got wind of it. I'm going to make that right.
Thank you. Someone asked about Linda Brown asked from Greenleaf, asked if DCHA has a strategic plan to turn itself around. That is a recovery plan?
Yes.
Okay, and the timeline for that is still end of May?
Yes.
Okay. I look forward to that. I think having a holistic sort of strategic view will be very, very helpful to us, to residents, to the agency.
I was going to say, as well as my staff, because they need a roadmap too. Let's be
That's
frank
right.
about it. I mean, they need to understand where we're going and how we're going to get there. But also, it's going to be great to be able to share it with the public so people can truly see what we're doing and how we're doing it. And there are going to be tangible results coming out of it.
I appreciate that. I think this is a final issue I want to ask questions about, but inspections for voucher lease ups. We have heard in several hearings requests to let providers do the unit inspections. What are your thoughts on how we speed up that timeline? Because people are losing housing opportunities.
Yeah, so, actually, it's the first time I heard about it, but I'm open to any kind of idea that's going to solve problems and help us to perform better. And I didn't think about it from that standpoint, obviously, because that's kind of self-serving inspections, right? I mean, like, we can't inspect our own units. We need a third party to do it. So we would probably need to take a look at the regs to confirm that it can be done. But I'm open to all ideas, and I kind of like the idea if we can do it. I think it builds that partnership. It shows that, hey, we're flexible and that it is a new DCHA, and we're open to any ideas that third parties want to bring us, because that's what it really is all about. And if it's going to help house people faster and we're in the business of housing people, then I'm all for any kind of ideas that's going to make that happen. So if we can pull it off, honestly, right now, I have no objections to it, Mr. Chairman.
I appreciate that. I think that's a welcome response for a lot of folks. And so what I would ask them to do is bring those ideas to you, talk to you about how it would work, how it could work. Regardless of how we do it, we have to improve this timeline quickly. And I think trying things to see if they work, even if it's temporary, let's do that. But we got to make progress quickly, as folks are telling us.
I agree.
So anything that we didn't cover that we should have covered, Director?
You think I'm gonna give you something else to answer the question me about?
I'm going to ask.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. No, well, there's no. Now, this has been extremely helpful, to be frank with you. It's my first hearing. I had a little anxiety about it, obviously, but these things are always helpful to hear from people with regard to what their concerns are. And I know the residents have been extremely frustrated for years. And again, it's hard running a housing authority, so I'm not here to bash anyone. But I am here to fix this place, and I'm here to hear the concerns. And I will come wherever I need to be in order to hear them and to discuss ways that we can improve our operations so we can take care of our people.
I appreciate it. I don't know what you heard about our hearings. I think we only seem tough if folks aren't moving in the right direction. But we are here to support agencies in moving in the right direction. And that works better when it's in partnership. But I'm going to move forward, whether it's partnership or not. I feel like we have a partnership, and I appreciate it. Really appreciate your work, Director. I see you out and about a lot. You and your team have been very responsive. I've heard great things about folks that you have brought into the agency. And I have to believe that people in the agency are feeling more proud that they see progress and probably feel valued. I think the STAR board has been working very hard. A lot of stuff they're working on isn't sexy, so like, it's not making the news. And want to note that one of the board members, Director Silla, joined the hearing as well. So I appreciate the board members and leadership who have been here. And I especially appreciate the residents who come to testify about what they're experiencing. It has to be frustrating and tiring to feel like you're going to a hearing over and over again and feeling like progress isn't happening. But some folks do come back, and that means a lot to me. And I think gives us a shared sense of responsibility. So I really want to thank our residents for coming to testify. And I also want to note for anyone who was not able to testify today, but wants to be on the record for this hearing, you can submit testimony to the committee that will be made part of the official record. Let me find in my notes there we are. The deadline to submit testimony is the close of business on Thursday, February 29th. Anyone who's interested in submitting testimony for the official record, submit it through our new hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. That's LIM as in Michael s.dccouncil.gov/hearings. And with that, the business before the committee is concluded for today. The time is 6:23 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing is adjourned.